Okay, so have you ever done something and then been like, wait, that was stupid. And then saw something else and been like, oh, no, 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 wait, this other thing that I also did is even more stupider? I just had that experience firsthand. So I was looking at my enhancements on my Bard because I got this character to level 15 yesterday, which is very cool. And I'm excited to see how it performs when I get to 20, when I get to 32, when I gear it, all that other stuff. And I'm really looking forward to seeing how this character feels at endgame. But as I was looking over my enhancements, I was like, oh man, I wish I had the tier 5s, right? Because the tier 5s would be so good. I'm level 15, I don't have a tier 5, because I did decide to go for the Stormsinger thing to get the Enhanced Bolt, to get the Stormsinger's Inspiration. Because, like, that's part of the class. And I was going to take it eventually, but I figured I might as well take it during the leveling process, so I can actually, like, see it and feel it, so I can make, like, some analysis about it. That just made the most sense. But I was like, oh man, I wish I had, like, the tier 5s. And I was like, am I missing something? Just making sure I'm not missing something. So I looked through my enhancements, and I realized that I was casting the spell Enchant Weapons, which gives a +1 to hit and damage, but only lasts for 5 minutes. But I have Conjure Shadow Blades, which lasts, of course, 1 minute per level, and I'm level 15. It's the same, or not Conjure Shadow Blades, Imbue with Shadow. It's the same ability, except this one just lasts longer. So I was like, oh, how come I'm not using that? That's silly. Of course I should be using that. So I put that on my bar, and then I was like, wait, what's this? Memento Reaper Strike. 30% double shot. Oh yeah, I definitely should be using that. So I just decided to do 4 to 15 without using my Reaper ability. And I just thought it was kind of funny. I wasn't looking at that. I was just like, oh, Imbue with Shadow, of course. I could save time. Instead of casting a spell every 5 minutes, I could just cast this one spell and it lasts for the whole quest. Little did I know what was coming next. Hey, Archwillow. How are you doing?
Hey Strim, Brian here.
Yep.
First you made a Dompier, then you made a Paladin. What?
That's right. It's all mistakes, all downhill, baby. Also, what's up, Wolf Kobold? Yeah, I'm excited. I'm actually in, like, a really good mood today. I think today is going to be a really good day. I don't know about you guys, but I have a feeling. And now after moving house. Oh, yeah. I guess you have some time in between where you've got, like, both, you know, if you're moving, you've got time at the old place to get it cleaned up and also time at the new place to move things in. I will say having, like, a few days of leeway during any type of move, so you have the ability to, like, actually, like, clean an area is really nice. Because when there's all sorts of stuff everywhere, it's really hard to just, like, actually clean and wash all the walls and get things prepared, or, like, clean the floors or repair any damage. But once you move everything out, then you're like, okay, what's left that is garbage or that I don't want or that I don't want to deal with? So yeah. Oh yeah. It might be a lot of work, but all you gotta do is try not to think about it as hard as you can. Just try not to think about it as hard as you can. Try to, like, you know, blot it out, put those headphones on, get an audio book, maybe listen to the old stream, drink a cup of coffee, and just, like, don't think about what you could be doing, just, like, slam your way through it. I find that's my best way to do it, is as long as I turn on music, I can just, or, like, some type of thing in my ears, I can, like, zero in on what I'm supposed to be focusing on, and it's like the blinders go on, and I don't think about anything else. Landlord told you today plans to put the rent. Can you counterspell this? I wish. So, I always, like, struggle with this one when it comes to, like, the landlord raising the rent, because I do understand that obviously there's going to be different costs and other things associated with, you know, rent and how much you get charged for different things, because obviously, you know, the cost of housing changes. I still just don't like it. Mostly because the prices of everything just goes up eternally. He said, at some point, maybe in my future... Oh! That person's doing Giant Hold, or at least some of Giant Hold on Reaper mode. Oh, I can join this person. Sick. Do 0 maintenance on the property? Yeah, my current landlord that I have has not refused to do maintenance, which is very, very nice. Yeah. I know what you mean, yeah. I'm very fortunate. My current landlord... Yo, I can just join a quest. Is actually quite good. If there's ever any type of problem, he's very attentive and quick to solving it, which is nice. I just don't like the communication style. But other than that, you know, he seems like a good guy and like kind of always shows up, which is really cool. I really like that. Where am I going? Giant hold? Giant hold. Yep. So, but you know, it's more of like I think he's just like an older man, so he's got a more I don't say matter of fact, but like he's got a very, it's not even direct. He just has a very specific manner of speaking where he's like speaking at you and not to you. So it's very weird. Yeah, that sucks. So I've definitely thought about this in the future, because so little peek behind the curtain about the life of Shrim Tom. I don't currently own a house. Now, this might be a surprise to some of you, but some of you might not know the interesting situation where I live. I live in the capital city of Canada, Ottawa. What a beautiful city. Ottawa is a magical place. Did you know that the average cost of a house in Ottawa has doubled in the past 3 years? That's right. That's right. Very exciting. Also, I'm a live streamer, so, and not like one of those I have 20,000 views Andes, but you know, I'm no millionaire, but I'm, you know, I pay my bills, I pay my rent, things go well. But we had a problem. Fridge exploded. It like had all sorts of problems. Freezer was like not freezing properly, and it started leaking like fluid everywhere all over the floor. Fucked up the floor. Screwed up the freezer. I didn't have to pay for any of it. Not even a little bit. I just called the guy and he's like, oh, geez, that sucks. That's his bill. And part of my brain is like, man, you know what? I do want to buy a house, but someday in the future. But then I'm like, oh, man, well, you could just call a guy? Ooh. That's pretty cool. Not gonna lie, that's a cool feature. Is this build A? Starts bad, ends bad? C, ends bad because it started bad? Choose now. This build is actually fine. It's just an Inquisitive without a capstone right now. Or tier 5. Not amazing, but it's not terrible either. Runs in modern DDO. Yeah. There's something about the color palette of Giant Hold that I find very visually pleasing. It's this weird, like, burgundy purple. Whoop! Guess I'm not getting in here. Get him! You can do it! Yay! Yay, you can do it! Yes! Yes, get them! Do it! Woo! You can do it! Yeah, because it's not even like... It's not that it's all purple. Is it has the contrast of like this purple stone, this like crystal, that kind of matches up with what you'd expect of volcanic glass, you know, like an obsidian sort of color. But also, it's not in the stone, it's like in the ground. As if the actual ground itself, like the glass, the obsidian that would be on the edge, is like breaking off in chunks and is mixing with the dirt, creating this like kind of like colored ground, with the stone itself being like red underneath. This like some type of, you know, highly pressurized stone. I don't know. I just think the land, the characterization of it is very cool. I don't have ammo. I can do this at least. Oops. Gone early? Yeah. Instant Giant Hold in most of Eberron? Oh, why not, Baka Genki? What don't you like about it? Yeah, I set myself on for 11. I wanted to get some extra hours of streaming this week. One, because I want to fill in more DDO. And two, I'm going to try my best to not mauled at all today playing Baldur's Gate 3. It's going to be a good time.
With an icy hue. The room holds a sharp, lingering chill.
Color palette, prefer greens? Yeah. There are quite a few areas that contain a lot of green in Dungeons & Dragons Online. But definitely a lot of the areas that are featured in DDO don't have as much of a green palette. Obviously, you have the deep jungles of Zendrick that have a lot of green present within them, you know, which is a big part of it. But it's actually one of the reasons why a lot of people like the visual stylings of Evening Star, because, you know, it's just kind of like a village in like some forest. You know what I mean? So it might be more pleasing to your traditional fantasy, gamers. And then on top of that, you've got the second half, which is what is it? In the Feywild, when they added that into the game, Feywild, they really wanted to hit on that like fantasy, your character goes into a magic forest and goes on an adventure sort of deal, which I think they did very well with Feywild in particular. I think it really does kind of capture that feeling of that fantasy.
You find yourself in the center of
Like, I actually really like the Feywild color palette, and I like the contrast between the snowy area and the green area. I'm not a huge fan of the swamp. I know why it exists, but I have too much, like, absolute hatred from playing every FromSoft game and doing all of their swamps, where when I see a swamp in a video game, my brain is like, no, no, no swamp, no swamp. It is. It's also very deadly on hardcore. Yep. 7 enough? I think so. I usually do them all. I usually just do all of these. I don't really think about it. Is that Cleric a hireling? You bet. This is Darren Giles. A good old sacrificial boy. But yeah, I can definitely see that. Giant Hold definitely doesn't hold the green palette. A lot of the sewer dungeons don't hold the green palette. The cavern dungeons don't hold the green palette. And even a lot of the giantish architecture, it has this very particular kind of like very dark gray sort of taupey stone that they use all over the place, because Zendrik is, of course, an entire continent that used to be a realm of giants before an event which caused all the giants to become stupid. Which, if you didn't know, that's actually like an event in the game. The giants in past in Eberron all had great intelligence and were some of the smartest beings to ever exist on the surface of Eberron, rivaled only by the dragons. However, they were made stupid by the Storm Reaper to prevent them from basically destroying the world. And so it's the reason why you see a lot in Zendrik, the giant architecture, they have the same architecture in a lot of different places, and it's because their empire was vast. And the Storm Reaver did not want the empire to become even more vast. Hey, what's up, Samick? How are you doing? How's everybody doing today?
a dark psychic energy stirs within the docent.
Yeah. I think that they're also going to be taking a bit of a deviation in terms of color palette soon. Now, there is a lot of color in the next expansion that's coming out, Vecna Unleashed, because it takes place in a lot of different places. One of the coolest areas is one of the quests does take place in the Mournlands, which is one of the coolest areas in Dungeons & Dragons Online in general. The Mournlands is a very, very cool concept. And so, or like in Eberron, and so, like I said, it's just, you can see how there's like the redness, it's like the iron and other metals that are just still in the stone, with like, again, it's like the dirt that is purple, mixed in, it's like, volcanic ash and glass mixed in with the dirt that causes that color, with the lava everywhere, and like the foreboding cliffs in the distance. I don't know, there's something about Giant Hold that feels, like, Giant Hold feels like a high-level zone, if that makes sense. Granted, it is also level 13 and 14. I think I guess for me, in my perspective, obviously having not a great understanding of Forgotten Realms is a general standpoint, I find that the idea of Evening Star being this area that's just like happy forested, and a lot of areas in the Forgotten Realms being this like forested green doesn't mix well with like high-level zones, because you're not going to be encountering a lot of doomsday plots or giant dragons or ancient demons while walking through the forest. But I do think that DDO could have some earlier forested sections. Now, that being said, I really like the Cerulean Hills. I think the Cerulean Hills is a very pretty area to go to in the game. And I think some of the quests that are used there are really, really well done. The downside of the Cerulean Hills is unfortunately the fact that half of the newer quests that they added for the Gatekeeper chain, those quests take place largely indoors. And even one of the ones that doesn't take place indoors, with Lily and her family, is about Lily killing her whole family. And it doesn't really have that happy-go-lucky fantasy feel to it. That's true. Whoopsie. You ever play Giant Hold when it was capped? I did. Yep. I used to log in and do Giant Hold on normal, and then do Giant Hold on hard difficulty. I don't know if I'm gonna explode. Oh, no explosions. But yeah, I did. I gotta say, having the Sonic spell power coming from this crossbow now, so the reason why I wanted the Storm is it gives me Thunderstorm lore for Electric and Sonic spell power, which means it works for both my Lightning Storm that I get from my Bard Song, but also, so it's all my attacks, all my spells, and then I can cast the Shout spell-like ability, and because I have a reasonable amount of Charisma, because Charisma is my main stat, my Shout actually works fairly well. Kind of cool. Really digging this character. This is a very interesting build. Do Rogue. Thoughts? That is the stock standard Bard build since 2014. They call that build the Monte Cristo. Why? I don't actually know. I don't know the history behind it. But ever since Swashbuckler was added to the game, 12.6.2 is like the standard build. So, you're on the right track, is the answer. It's never been a bad build. It's just mostly that, like a lot of things, it's been power crept, where what it did when it first released is Swashbuckling was a really easy way to access extra critical threat range in multi, giving you a lot of quick damage, which was very cool for not a lot of investment. And all of the Bard freezes and stuff were huge because melee having like reliable crowd control was actually not something for most of DDO's history. You had like Trip, and then Stunning Blow usually didn't land because it was hard to get your DCs high enough because itemization was not like it is today, where you can just like get stunning DCs. So, oh, I usually clear alerts for me. So it was a good build when it first released. But then as time went on, you had, Barbarians started to pick up, Barbarians have crowd control. You had Epic Destinies kind of come in, with their, especially with the revamp, adding in new abilities. And now, especially with, like, Fatesinger, with the attack that it has, the Sword Sings for melee characters, the Sword Sings is a very powerful and good ability, but what it basically is it's sonic damage, a high amount, and a stun that has no saving throw on it. And all it requires is critical threat range. And a lot of characters can get pretty reliable and consistent critical threat range because it's now in every single tree. So as a result, the Bard just kind of like... the build just didn't gain as much as other builds. That being said, they did buff Swashbuckler with updates... I don't remember what update it was. But they did the health update where they made it so that different trees got health in their tier 5s. So like this one, the Divine Champion. And so they actually changed Swashbuckler, so they reduced the cost of a bunch of the abilities in the tree, which is cool. And the end result of reducing the abilities in the tree is that you just feel better about going tier 5. The problem with going tier 5 and Capstone of Swashbuckler, especially the Capstone, is that 2 levels of Rogue is usually better than taking the Bard Capstone. Because 2 levels of Rogue gives you access to sneak attack, the Rogue trees, and disabling traps. Whereas the Bard Cap and evasion, whereas the Bard Capstone gives you evasion and I think a little bit of damage for Swashbuckler. So anyway, oh yeah, dude, go for it. There's no Swashbuckler with Fade Blades. Yep, sounds good. Get the extra like what do you call them? The extra damage, or not damage. The out of the Kensai tree, you can pick up haste boost really easily. You can also get some more Tactics DCs if you want, because Tactics DCs are quite good. So there's a lot of good stuff out of Fighter, plus all the feats. Rogue gives you the ability to disable every trap in the game. And then War Chanter just gives you all the freezes and stuff. Yeah. Oh, shit. I got knocked in the ground. Oh, that's not good. Not expecting that. Strike with no thoughts. Which one is strike with no thoughts again? Yeah, because you get the double comp bonus. Yeah, exactly. Core 3. Yeah, that's the one that gives you +1 damage on Vorpals, right? Oh, strike with no thought. You gain 1% double strike or double shot. Each additional core. Oh, so it's 1% double strike, double shot. That's okay. It's probably not really necessary. I don't think you really need strike with no thought, but I was thinking more of spiritual bond. Spiritual bond's pretty good. If you have a fast attack speed, you can get an extra basically +10 to hit and damage as long as you're in combat, which is pretty cool. The problem with strike with no thought is it gives you +1 bonus to critical threat multiplier, but swashbuckling also gives you competence bonus to critical threat multiplier. They're the same stat. So, if you go under Bard and you look up Swashbuckler, with Short Sword, it's +1 threat range and multiplier, and it's a competence bonus. So they don't actually stack together. So usually people go 6 Fighter because they want the feats. They want the Tactician feat that gives you extra tactical DCs, and then just also being able to take, like, Dodge, Mobility, Whirlwind attack is also pretty cool. But yeah, the competence multi doesn't stack, so the third core of Fighter, Strike with No Thought, only gives you 1% double strike. Oh, well then let me know when you're done. Also subscribe to get ad-free viewing. Ooh. Short swords are the worst in DDO. Well, so short swords are bad, but consider the ramifications of what I just said, right? So short swords can get the same critical threat range as a rapier if you happen to use swashbuckling. So that sounds good, right? You're like, oh, well, dude, if I can get the same critical threat range as a rapier, and rapiers are good, so how can a short sword not be good if that's even possible in the game? And the main problem is the 3 Bard. Bards aren't the highest damage class in the game. And so you'll actually notice, if you look at, like, if you look around for builds of what people are playing as top deeps, Bard isn't really represented anywhere. And that's because, as I mentioned before, the sacrifice of having to take 3 levels of Bard for swashbuckling to get a weapon that's pretty good is not as good as taking a different weapon type where you don't have to take 3 weapons of Bard, like Longsword, like Khopesh, like Falchion, and then you just have a better weapon in general. And you don't need 3 levels of Bards, you can take other classes. So it's not that you can't make builds using short swords that can be powerful, it's that, you know, to make short swords good, you have to make sacrifices other builds don't have to make. And it's kind of like the issue of, like, trade-offs, is trade-offs are good when everyone makes trade-offs, and trade-offs are bad when only some people make trade-offs. Because if only some builds have to make trade-offs, then those builds end up being worse than the ones that don't have to. Or rather, imagine that there was a class, okay? It got Fireball spell-like ability on a 12-second cooldown, and it cost 30 mana. And you're like, okay, 30 mana is a lot, but I can put Maximize, I can put Empower. Oh, dude, that's awesome. It's going to be great. And then a new class comes out, and it gets Fireball spell-like ability for 0 mana cost. It's not that the Fireball spell-like ability for 30 is bad. It's still pretty good. But it's really hard to consider why you should take the 30 when it's like, oh, I already know there's one in the game that costs 0. You know what I mean? It just makes the trade-off less satisfying. And one of the reasons why I've been a firm believer that they should add, like, feats for all, like, the weapons. So that way they can get, not all the same, but similar weapon profiles. Anyway. I just want to make sure you don't miss out on what I was saying, Hippie Jesus. Let me know when you're out of the advertisement, so I can explain myself. Actually, you can't hear me anyway. Why did I say that? You just got back? Okay. Anyway, so strike with no thought only gives you +1 double strike and nothing else, because the competence bonus to threat or critical threat multiplier doesn't stack with the effect out of swashbuckler, because they're both competence bonuses. So strike with no thought only has the text, you gain 1 double strike. Because you're already swashbuckling. because it has the same text. So competence bonuses between trees, right? So it's like, for example, True Seeing. It says competence bonus, critical threat range, and multiplier. Competence bonus is basically like what they use to describe their standardization metric. Yeah, where they like every single weapon type in the game that's successful gets a +1 competence bonus, a critical threat range, and multiplier. So like Kensai gets the 3rd core and then also gets tier 5. So threat range and multiplier. Bard gets swashbuckling for threat range and multiplier. It's the reason why two-handed Bard really lags behind in terms of damage than the other classes, because you can't swashbuckle, so you can't get competence, threat range, and multiplier. That's something that's essential to pretty much every build. It's also one of the reasons why Dark Apostate feels so unsatisfying, because it's supposed to be melee. There's no critical threat range and multi anywhere. And you can get critical threat range and multi in Dark Apostate. All you have to do is be a War Domain Cleric. But then it means if you want to be a melee, to do damage, you kind of have to be a War Domain. And you don't really get a lot of choices outside of that. So then you have other domains for Cleric, like Strength, like Destruction. I feel like they could also fit on melee, but you can't choose to use them. Or rather, not that you can't choose to use them, but again, it's that trade-off argument again. +1 to hit. That's funny. I wonder how they do the balancing for, like, monsters in pen and paper. I'm actually curious as to how they go about doing that. For me, the way I balance when I play pen and paper, so, because I run a campaign, I'm going to be running 2 more campaigns starting later this year. The way that I balance my pen and paper games is by throwing something that I think is balanced, and if it's not hard enough, then the enemies call for reinforcements when available, and if it's too hard, then maybe I don't add the adds, or if there's an attack I haven't used yet on one of the monsters, I just don't use it and just pretend like they never had that extra ability to begin with. Sometimes that happens when I'm just like off the mark by a tiny bit. Just be like, oh yeah, this ability? No, they didn't have it. Conquest bonus, dude. That's sick. We're actually getting Conquest on all this. That's actually kind of cool. But good DMing? Yeah. Like, I don't want things to feel like they can't ever lose, but I also don't want things to feel like there's something that happens that's unfair. Have you done a Madstone? No. This was my first giant hold, so I need all of the rest.
Creature carries someone inside here. It had a
Yo, what's up, Need More Chai? How are you doing? Hello. How are you today? I hope everyone's doing well. I'm doing good today. Okie dokie. Time to go to Madstone Crater. Can I put any points anywhere? +2 to damage per strike? Sounds good to me. Every combat the DM would have the vampires use Charm, cursing constantly until one of the players fails the charm. Every combat we did the vampires +1 PC. That wasn't had fun in the combat.
Hate and anger.
It depends on the circumstance. So I didn't have that happen every time, but I did run my players through like the Prison of the Plains. And so what I did is I had the vampire go for the charm on at least one person. So I had them go for the charm on at least one person. I also succeeded. But also when it comes to the charm as well, I didn't tell them what happened either, because I don't think I have to. Because it wouldn't be noticeable. So the vampire said something to one of the players, they rolled their saving throw and they failed, and then when it became their turn, I piloted their character instead of them. They got free of the charm afterwards, but until until it was that player's turn, the other players didn't know they were charmed. And like treated them like they were actually there. So they like healed them real quick, or like gave them something, and I was like, oh, thank you. Time. The 4th core Panache. Panache is better because it gives you more stats, but it's basically just 1% more damage. Actually, technically plus 2 damage. It's plus 2 damage and plus 1 to hit. Which, like, isn't terrible. Give this guy buffs. There you go. Have this. Do you need freedom? Yeah, you do. No, you don't? No, you don't. You're good. Anyway. So yeah. But I can agree that, like, this is why I've said before, taking like turns away from a player is very annoying, which is why usually any type of stun or crowd control effect, unless it's working on a lot of people or allies can help them out of the negative situation, I only usually make it last like 1 turn. Because like being stuck out of an entire fight is not just frustrating because, you know, it's like, oh, this is a bad situation to be in and it's going to be difficult for us, but it's also bad because I just wouldn't want to have a situation where the players feel like they can't even do anything in a combat. So I usually make things last for like 1 round. Again, with the exception of situations where their allies can help them. Like I get somebody covered in webs and they're like, oh no, I'm stuck in webs. Like, what do I do? I'm like, well, it's like, you know, you can try to struggle against it. You can get one of your friends to cut you free. Maybe they can light you on fire. And then you have the player go, okay, just hit me with the firebolt. Just firebolt me. Let me out. Get me out. I need to be out. Firebolt me. And it's like, they made the decision, not me. It's okay. I'll just get me in the burning hands. It's fine. Is Vistani a viable way to comp grade on Dark Apostate to be able to use other domains? Yep. Vistani is like the way to do that, and that's one of the reasons why I've used Vistani and Inquisitive on a lot of builds like that. One of the builds that I played in the past was my Falquisitive. It was a Falconer where I used tier 5 and Capstone of the Falconer tree, but even though Falconer is a martial tree, it uses weapon attacks. It doesn't get any competence bonus, critical threat range, or multiplier. So I used the 4th core of Inquisitive to get that. So it was an Inquisitive build that also used all of the falconry stuff in it. I'll take damage before I lose a turn. Yep. D&D players in a nutshell. I have true seeing. You can't stop me. Hey, just come back. Come back. The falconry capstone is cool. Like, the reset mechanic is actually, like, kind of sick. I love it. The problem with falconry capstone is that it's just... It's the same issue I personally have with a lot of, like, instant killer builds for my playstyle personally. Not that I think that they're bad. Is I find them, like, less satisfying because there are more walls that you have during playtime than like a damage character. Like if you just deal damage, then you can pretty much always deal damage. But when you're instant killing, there's lots of situations where you can't instantly kill stuff. And it can get annoying sometimes. Crit. Fuck. My crit chance. 16 to 25%. Damn, dude. That makes use of 41 points in a Harper Agent. Well, the problem is the capstone shares a cooldown with the item, the Harper Pin, which not only can you get on your first life, it also saves through past lives. So I have the capstone right now. It's right here in my inventory. So I could spend 41 points to get it, or I could get it for free?
The dust and debris underfoot.
If you get knocked down, you can block while you're lying on the ground. So let's say you get hit with Greater Command, Trip, you get knocked down by a giant, you can block. As well, blocking prevents status effects. So technically as a caster, if you stand still, I'm a jump casting caster, but you can cast while blocking. And so if you cast while blocking, you'll prevent a lot of secondary effects from happening to your character. So for example, a ghoul can't get you with ghoul paralysis while you're blocking, because you're blocking the secondary effect.
Giant seer comes charging out.
I have no idea how well known that is.
The madness
But yeah, anyway, that's how that works.
says the seer. Better
What
now.
about tier 5 Harper?
Time to find the crystal.
Oh, the double. Okay, when I complain about the crit, and then I get the double crit for double. Oh, and the lightning for 400. Okay, not gonna lie, the lightning strike hitting for 400 right now is kind of cool. No save. Yeah. So the other problem of tier 5 Harper Agent, I don't even know what it does. I think one of the abilities is +2 to hit and damage, which, by the way, is not very good for a tier 5. One of them, I believe, is free extend, which is not usable by most characters. I'm pretty sure it's also expensive. Oh, the doorbell just rang. That reminds me. Later on, I'm gonna have to check my mail. I was supposed to get a package, and I never got it. And then I'm pretty sure it's like in the void now.
4 natural ramps rise up to the central crystal. This will be a difficult position to defend.
You.
Crystal must be destroyed.
Okay, shipping details, tracking number. Okay.
I do the ritual.
Let's see, package details and information. Okay, there's another tracking number. Let's try this one.
Almost done.
This brings me in contact with Canada Post. Okay, Canada Post tracking. Check delivery progress. Okay, so I did not get my delivery. It says check delivery progress on the 18th of July, and I didn't get a text or an email. Item was undeliverable? Item being returned to sender? What do you mean item was undeliverable? What do you mean item returned to sender? Excuse me? What? Oh. Alright, well I gotta call the post office then. Apparently they decided to return something that I ordered. So they gotta return that back to me, so that's fun. It do be like that though. Like all of the University having its own identity, no build feels iconic Harper. That's because I think it was their first goal at making a universal tree, and they didn't know what universal trees were supposed to be. They got a much better idea with Falconry and Vistani Knife Fighter. This build is the Sonic Boomer Bard, which is a character build that is meant to use Inquisitive and fast attack speed to get lots of hits from the Stormsinger's Inspiration, which procs the Lightning Strike, which freezes monsters with no save and does a high amount of damage. Oh yeah, absolutely. But that's no, that was just me like kind of explaining away like why it doesn't feel good. Plus 10 spell DC boost, yeah. How we doing today? Pretty good, man. Pretty good. How do I sender unavailable service information? Huh. Okay. It sounds like I'm gonna have to do a lot of kicking and screaming to figure out why I never got any information about this. It says additional information.
Storm's heart falls. There are sure more, but at least
I have to figure out the arcane system for contacting the postal service to figure out where my package is. Because they said package undeliverable. International item was undeliverable, item being returned to sender. But they never contacted me. And I never got an email from anyone in the process. So that's not good. So I have to figure out how to contact them to get my package. Which is probably not going to be an easy process, but, you know, it is what it is. Love that. I will say that, like, the fact that shipping in general is, like works in the system we have is a marvel of, like, modern times. Like, for me, I'm always shocked by the fact that, like, you can order a thing and then it just shows up, which is, like, literally crazy. I think that's, like, one of the coolest things ever. And how there's, like, so many things that happen in between one place and another, but yeah. Package missing. There's no support. I'll have to figure this out. Is there like a phone number you can call? Because there's nowhere to contact. It just doesn't even give me a contact. It just says nothing.
My ancestors' bones.
Where can I find the
rumbles
number? I
the
shipped an
air.
item. Where can I find the tracking
Need
number?
to
I lost
fight
an item
against
number.
me. Time we
It has a thing.
outrage.
It says check delivery progress. Get delivery updates texted to you. More support, maybe? So
Arrows
confused.
shower down from the entrance to the crater's northern slope.
I may at some point just like put Canada Post on my phone and sit myself in the queue for like 2 hours to figure out what's happening with my package. Ship's Truce package, yeah. So I might just like do that, put that on my phone, and then put the thing on whatever. It's just weird. Have a build set up for the Sonic Boomer. Yep, it's already in the Discord. So somebody posted a YouTube comment on one of my videos and said, "Do you think that you can make a good build using the damage from Stormsinger, like the lightning on hit, and a repeating crossbow?" And I was like, I don't know, that probably sounds bad. And then I thought about it, and then I kept thinking 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 about it, and then I had a brain hemorrhage, and I decided, you know what, good idea. So then I spent the next 2 hours putting the build together with the items and everything. Full build. It's a good time. Anyway. Just from being unfocused? Yeah. It tries to do a little bit of everything because it's a universal tree, but it doesn't have an identity in and of itself as a universal tree.
The ritual begins.
Shoot this guy, shoot this guy, shoot this guy. Shoot this guy. Okay, that's not working. I need to intimidate.
The seer grunts in pain. Too much. I must start again.
Okay, I think we're good.
The seer grunts in pain.
Dude, I cannot get aggro on this guy. What the fuck?
I must start again.
Intimidate. Okay, good. Now I got time. Okay. Let's see. Canada Post contact. Okay, I gotta contact somebody. Can I do this online? Contact a support team via Twitter or Facebook. Format, fill a ticket, and report a problem. I'm just gonna contact by phone. Track an item. Okay, there's the number. Let's see what we can do here. We're gonna track this item. It's annoying. It just like occurred to me, and apparently they'd never tried to contact me about the deliverable. Let's see what happens. I don't know. It's just one of those things I find very, very annoying about dealing with these systems.
The seer calls
Uh-huh. I normally have put it on speakerphone, but I'm not going to do that. Oh, they have an online chat? Oh, that's even better. Apparently they have a chat online. Oh, that's even better. I love online chats. Chat. Oh, I can get chat. Even better. Let's see. Hi. My item. Now I give this. All right, we're all set. There we go. Beautiful. Online chat. I actually don't mind the live chat services because you can do it asynchronously.
done, the seer screams. Not much longer.
Sender or the receiver? I'm the receiver. There we go. What, a new poll? No. There's the sender sent back. Please arrange to reach out to the sender when can't stop an item. I need a human being. I need human beings, please. I've just never had an issue having something delivered to my house, and I'm not gonna pay any money to get it back. They're gonna get my item back for me.
Go now. Stop.
They're gonna give me my item back, and they're gonna pay for it. That was a beep. Might have to mute that. If that beeps every time I get a message from the chat agent, just that's what the beep is for. It's not Discord or anything else. It's just a chat agent. I'm a human, no lizard. Oh god.
A horde of maddened monsters is coming through it. The last giant falls, his mind warped utterly by the madness spell.
Here we go. Exactly what a lizard would say. Yeah. So, there was I can't remember what it was. I think it was like one of those Jackbox games where you have to figure out like who of your friends is the alien. You have to figure out who is the imposter. Basically, it's Among Us. I used to call myself Human when I would play that, and then I proceeded to then then Among Us exploded, and I would play that with my friends, and I would still join lobbies as Human, and I'd be like, "What? No, I'm definitely a person. I'm Human." Yeah, exactly. That's me. I'm Human. I'm a regular. I'm a human. I'm Human. That's me. You can trust me. I'm real human. Hey, get this guy.
The skeleton war that was
And it's done.
casting the Madstone spell is no more. But why was it here in the
All right, we gotta go
first
talk to him.
place?
I don't have mana. Wait, yes I do.
Ways and his
Echoes of power, baby. Let's go. On the what is it? Inside? Yeah.
The giant roars. My seers say these skeletons were
Thanks.
dragon magic.
You too.
Our ancestors' bones.
All right, time to do the rest of the giant hold quest by myself.
This is a place to avoid. The crater here will drive you mad. And
Anyway.
only death will bring peace.
That's my party. 13s or what? Cool. So let's go with trial. Actually, I'll just do it on giant hold. Giant hold. I think I have the jump for this, but I actually don't know. I might not. Okay, hold on. What does...
I see the terror of our history when I look upon this battlefield. Giants have done great evil. I feel it in my gut. I fear we will do evil again if we are not stopped.
Here we go. I'm just gonna press this person to give me all the information. They're a tracking agency. They have all the information. They said, could someone other than your spouse have declined the item, such as a spouse or a receptionist?
Gasps for his last breath. He utters something about protecting the leader and his generals.
There we go. Did you update your LFG? I did, yep.
This door has not been
Sorry.
quite some
This,
time.
every time you hear a bloop, that's basically me just, like, trying to be as clinical as possible. I'm being told that my package was refused. They said, I see that your item is being returned to sender because it was refused. So I said, what does refused mean? Which they didn't answer. So then I said, who refused the package? What was the reason given for the refusal of the package? What is the date and time of the refusal? I didn't do it, and I'm not responsible for the refusal. So if they're going to send a package across the country, there should be somebody who refused it. So they have to have that information. I'm not paying to get my package back. They're paying to get my package back. If some you know, buddy who does the delivery or whatever decides not to you know, come to the house or ring the doorbell, like I live at a residence. We have a doorbell. And if the Canada Post tries to deliver something to you and they miss you, they put a little tag on your door that says, "Sorry, we missed you. Your package is at X location at X post office waiting for pickup." So that's why I'm like, I'm gonna figure this out. I'm gonna get to the bottom of it. I'm gonna activate my my inner. Can I speak to your manager mode? Hell yeah, dude. What these mail delivering rat bastards who are trying to do their job walk all over me? Let's see. I live at a residential address with a doorbell. I work from home and am almost always home. General, when a package is undeliverable, the post will send the package to a post office and leave a note as to which post office the package is at. How come this protocol was not followed? Here we go. I'm gonna find it out. I'm gonna find all this information, baby. Yeah. I honestly don't get a lot of things delivered because of situations like this. Just weighs in my mind. I have to fight with these people. Yep. Go Inspector Shrimp. Damn straight. I'm gonna get to the bottom of this. All I need is a cigarette. Also, again, every time you hear one of those beeps, it's an issue.
The troll hurls a large bulky object into the castle.
Did I accidentally cast Dimension Door? Whoopsie. Anyway, I'm gonna join your party maybe next time. Ah, frick. Sorry, dude. One second. I gotta argue with this person. Oh god, this is good. To make sure the information in shipping is complete with the shipping label of the item. Advise the sender to advise them of the situation to make other arrangements to have the item resent? No! No way! They're like, yeah, it's gotta be the correct information on the shipping label. And I'm like, okay, what information on the shipping label? We can't tell you the information on the shipping label. Okay, sounds good. The address is my address. I'm mad. and you didn't deliver it to me. So I don't think you are correct. I don't know what to tell you, dude. These people are getting on my nerves. I'll give them the wrath of Strimtom. I just want to get an answer. I don't care if I have to go all the way up to the chain to the top of the manager. I don't care. I'm gonna figure this out. I've only ever had information or like from this individual producer, Maze of Madness. I've only ever had a package delivered to me from this user here, but yeah, all the way to Jeff. Yes. What do you hear beeping sounds? That's me angrily arguing with Canada Post customer service, where apparently they didn't return my package to me, or they didn't send a package to me. And then when they had some type of issue where they couldn't send it to me, so then they, instead of contacting me, sending me an email, sending me a text with all of the information that they have about me, they instead decided to do none of that and then ship my package back to the sender internationally. And I'm not paying for it to get my package back. They are going to send my package back to me. So, yeah. It's a big L for sure. No way, dude. These guys are maniacs. There we go. So I'm still arguing with them. Which shipping company? Canada Post. Just send the package? Yeah. I'm angry. We gotta get him. The anger never goes away. Thank goodness no Baldur's Gate 3. What? Because I'm angry? I just want my package, man. I just want my package. If I have to contact another person, I will. And I will get it taken care of. But I'm trying to understand why I didn't get my package. That's why. Don't really like that game. Yeah. I will say, you know, like I said, I'm going to try to, like, temper myself playing that video game and try to, like, have a better attitude. But, yeah, it's, that one made me want to go insane. Oh, Baldur's Gate 3. You guys, between them actually works? Yeah, I might try that. But yeah, I'm just trying to, like, understand, you know? Yeah, it's just like, I know that shipping something is complicated. It is difficult to make sure that things get shipped, you know, across countries and across borders and everything else. But the fact that specialist? Oh, perfect. Oh, great. They're just gonna call me. That's fantastic. That's not Discord blooping. That's my I am on the line with a virtual assistant customer service. Here we go here. They want the contents of my package? Alright, fine. You want the contents of my package? You're gonna get the contents of my package. I'm getting my money back. Alright, anyway, feast or famine. Again, I'm not paying for this thing. They didn't send something to me. So therefore, everything is fine. Yeah, they just refused to send something to me, so I'm not accepting anything less. You do it in reverse? No, I joined somebody's party that was already doing something else, and now I have to go backwards. Your package on stream, or you get banned. Yeah, I know that one. One second. Alright, done with that. Alright, they got me a contact. I'm gonna get a call with somebody later. Sorry. Anyway, I just don't like taking no guff from nobody. Especially when they're in the wrong and not me. If I pay for something and then I don't get it, I get mad. Especially because, like, I don't know, international shipping, just call somebody. Just call somebody. If you work for, like, an international shipping company, I'm not, like, a genius or an expert at these matters, but if you do end up, like, you know, working for an international company or business, and you do international shipping, and you try to ship something, and there's an issue with the shipment process, where am I? You should definitely have one person at one point at some time during the process of investigation call any of the numbers or send an email to any of the emails on file of those who are supposed to be receiving the package or sending the package. Pro tip. Be my recommendation to you, consumers. Good times. Anyways, I'll get it later. It's fine. I'm supposed to get a call at some point. I don't know when. Might be today. Might be tomorrow. I'm also not a big fan of being rude to people, so I never want to be rude to anyone, like a customer service staff, because I know it's not, like, their fault. I know it's not their fault that, like, the customer service representative, it's never their fault that, you know, whatever the issue is going on is taking place, right? So it's not fair to be upset at, like, that customer service representative, because they're just somebody who's doing their job, they're just answering the phone, you know, whatever it is what it is. So I try not to be rude, I just try to be direct. I just want direct answers to direct questions. Because they have a, they usually have a, like a protocol that they have to follow in terms of exactly what they say to people and when they say it. And so I would want to just make sure I'm like, this is the exact piece of information that I want. This is exactly what I want you to say, so please say it. So tired of waiting for punch clickbait, they deliberately rerouted your delivery? Yeah, it could have been also just like a tracking error. I mean, stuff gets lost all the time. Again, I just wanted them to say the things that I wanted them to say, if that makes sense. I wanted them to say, hey, we didn't deliver your package for whatever reason, and we returned it to center, and we didn't contact you. Because then I could be like, well, I'm not going to pay for it then. you should pay for it to get back to me. And then they'll have to be like, well, we did say we did everything wrong, so I guess we will. And you might be like, well, how much is it to pay to get your package reshipped to you? And the answer, $10. But that $10 is my $10, not theirs. That's my $10. I feel like I'm like one of these people that like, you know, arguing about like a sale in like a line at a grocery store. And I will say, when I used to work at the grocery store, oh, those people were the worst. When you would have somebody who would be very upset because there'd be a sale and the price would be off. But sometimes it wouldn't be off in like a bad way. It would be like a product would come up and it would be like $2 and it would actually be on sale and it's like $1.75 or something. It's like 25 cents off. And you're like, oh, that's cool. Your product is like 25 cents off. And then they're like, their eyes bulge out and like, what? 25 cents off? And I'm like, yeah, it's actually less expensive. And almost every person goes, oh, cool. I didn't even know that. Because that's just, what a good deal. But then some people would be very upset when they see the price and they'll be like, it wasn't labeled properly on the shelf. And there's technically a rule in Ontario where if something is mislabeled on a shelf, like a grocery store, then you, on whatever the item is, if it's mislabeled, the store is legally obligated to take $10 off of the cost of the item, or if the item is less than $10, to give you the item for free. And the idea of this is to ensure that stores aren't labeling products as being on sale when they're actually not, because they have to pay a cost for it. Let's do Cabal and Cruise while here. Or did Fod and Cry. But yeah, it was a, so it was just a, it's situations like that where the reason why a rule like that exists is because what would happen is if you didn't have a rule like that, then businesses could just like label products as being on sale, or like, let's say you just leave the sale sticker up for one extra day, and then during that extra day, not everybody, some people will notice that the sale is gone, or will say, oh, I don't want this item at checkout, but a bunch of people will just see something that's $1 cheaper, go to buy it because it's $1 cheaper, and then not notice at checkout when it's actually full price and pay full price for it. So it's like a good way to stop that. The thing is, it works both ways. So even if an item is on sale, but it's not labeled as being on sale, technically that applies because it's not the correct price. So the labeled price has to be the same price. And so, yeah, I've had a few people like explode over that. Where they're like, oh, geez, I'm so sorry. I thought you were getting a deal.
With that, the hobgoblin disappears into a passage in the wall.
So yeah. Anyway, I don't know. It's just, you don't want to get upset at, like, anybody who is, kind of just the person that's, like, in the way, if that makes sense. It's not their fault. They are not some international shipping person. They're the person that answers the phone. So, you gotta be nice. Because especially, I've known a lot of people that have worked in, like, call centers and stuff, and as somebody who, I have never worked in a call center, but I have worked in, I actually have worked in something semi-adjacent to, like, delivery and what have you, and, man, dealing with angry phone calls from people that you don't know, and you don't know why they're angry, but they're already angry at you, and they know why they're angry, and you're like, hello, hi, how can I help you? They're, like, already yelling at you, and you're like, okay, And then it's just brutal. You get a barrage. You get bludgeoned. Good. Can I open this treasure chest? No. But he can. Do this here. Oh, I want my remnants. What's up, Kicklese? How are you doing? How is everybody doing today? I hope you guys are all doing well. I hope everyone's having a good day. Ooh. Also, what's up, Sukai? How are you? You've been streaming all day, man. It's crazy. What are you doing today? Hopefully doing something good. I have no idea how you can both stream on the computer while also listening to a live stream at the same time. It's very impressive to me.
Giant's relic that brought you here.
Oh, it's just over? Go online so I can do nothing. How are you? Oh, nice. Relaxing and doing nothing? Pretty good. That's what I'm going to be doing all day. I'm going to try to just relax today. You might be like, wait a minute, Stream Tom, didn't you just have a frustrating experience dealing with the postal service? The answer is, yes, I did. However, feels good, you know? Oh, man. There's just something about, like, being mad at a big mega corporation that just feels very cathartic. It's like I'm part of the group, you know what I mean? We're all mad together. Crucible. Feels good. Like, there's different types of... I will say there's, like, definitely different types of anger. They probably come from, like, different emotional places, right? You've got, like, your, you know, like, frustration-bound anger, where something happens that you don't like, and so you are angry, but you're angry from a cause of frustration. There is, like, you know, your, like, sadness-based anger, which is, like, anger brought from, like, you know, feelings of, like, betrayal or, like, just general hurt, where, you know, you'll have, like, you know, the difference between being angry at a boss in a Dark Souls video game versus being angry because you found out that, you know, I don't know, you got, I don't know, something, like you got fired or something, because they're different types of anger. But then there's, like, the, like, sort of righteous fury, where you're angry because you know that, like, I don't know, like, somebody else is getting on your nerves, sort of, but it's, like, it's a fixable situation. I don't know. Like I said, it's that, like, I'm angry at a large mega corporation, where it's like, I'll just send them enough angry emails, and then they're going to take care of my problem, and it feels very satisfying. Like, it's not a good thing that you have to do that, but at least it's somewhere you can direct your anger. But not, like, direct anger is then, like, output the anger, but just, like, I don't know. Vindication, I guess, is what it is. It's like, you know, what fuels revenge. To go from peeved to a state of hatred, just decide naturally stop peeved. Honestly, not a bad idea. Oh, did we talk to everybody? I guess we did. Nice. Probably buff everyone, huh? Do you want buffs? Buff everyone. Must buff my allies. Oh, crossbow boy, let's get him. Oh, is this guy a Tabaxi Trailblazer? Yo, Tabaxi Trailblazer is so cool. Because they get spring attack into your, like, at the top of their Tabaxi tree. And so you can just spring attack whenever you want. It's very cool.
The sign reads, Maze of Cunning.
Anyways, I guess I'll do this. Want us to do maze. We have to do it? Question mark? Oh, if this person's gonna stay on there? Fine, thank you. You have to do it. Hey, get out of here, hobgoblins. Oh no, I can't shoot the hobgoblins. He's like blocked by the door. It's like a loading transition with the door. Very weird. We're good. Some people really hate the Crucible, and I understand that. I kind of get that motivation, or I like understand why somebody would hate the Crucible. I don't mind it. I find Crucible's actually a pretty fun quest. Okay, come over here. I think we are basically just done. Right, okay. And then we should be good. That's it. Did Misery Speak with the starter wand yesterday? 230 when I miss is really intense. Now I hate Misery Speak as much as you do. You did it with the starter wand? Was there anyone on K? Was it done? Oh yeah, no. Oh, they're... Yeah. Oh, shoot. I left. Okay. I thought no one... I thought somebody was on K and then no one was pulling it. The Divine Starter Wand? Oh, dude, that one's brutal. So I think that one actually does scale off of spell power, which is interesting. Yeah. It might scale with spell power. I'm not 100% sure. Yeah, I think we're done. We're good. And exit north. Oh, yeah, exit north. Hi. Here we go. Okay. Okay, go mid. Here we go. Everybody's got it. They're all going the right way. Look at that. Beautiful teamwork. Beautiful. I will say, I haven't used the starter ones in a while, but I do remember using the starter ones back in the day. Of course, when they first added Korthos Island. I thought the starter ones were really, really cool because they're kind of like cantrips from 5th edition, where there's something you can always do, and they do a little bit of damage. And I will also say, as somebody who, you know, used to play DDO before the modern VIP, where you can skip to Elite, even with VIP, you never used to be able to do Elite for the first time. It was basically once power creep happened to the point where there was no reason to do anything other than Elite happened. That was a different story. So, yeah. And so when you used to do all these quests on normal, it was cool because... Oh, shit. It actually worked. This guy's so fast. He's so fast. Several bags of wands. Yep. And nowadays, you can't even use wands anymore because everyone only plays on Elite difficulty. Wands and other objects of their type aren't actually designed to work on Elite because the whole point is the monsters have higher saving throws, so you really need to have your character stats to actually function with them. I actually think it's very interesting that in, what is it? Like, games like Baldur's Gate, so 2nd edition, there's actually a save versus wand as its own, like, unique effect, which is pretty cool. I think that's actually a really interesting mechanic. So that way, there's actually a reason to use wands because it has its own save. Or in games like 5th edition, where if you use a scroll, you apply your stats to the scroll. Yeah, or when I used to do the winter events all the time because you would get candy canes. And I specifically wanted to get as many candy canes as possible because the candy canes were an item that had 50 charges. It was basically a Cure Moderate Wounds wand, but it was cheaper because the thing is Cure Moderate Wounds, it's not zero. It's not nothing. It was expensive back in the day, so it was pretty good. Same with the cupcakes as well. Back in the day. Oh, if only we could travel back in time and get to enjoy all those eternal ones again. Oh, no. Plus 11. Wait, this is a level 1 item? Yo, I didn't know this was level 1. This is a caster level 11 for level 1. That's awesome. It does 11 D6s and no save. The funny thing is, that's still not enough to kill something in one hit on Elite difficulty. Oh, that's cool. It'll kill pretty much every kobold. So it's not all bad. It is kind of funny. Oh, dude, that's awesome. I love that. Alright, and now we've got G0, R2, B4. If you don't know how to do this puzzle, it's left to right. You just kind of look at it, and then you number it. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and that's how many turns the wheels need.
As the puzzle wheel clicks into place, a loud gear grinds in the southeast corner of the room.
There we go. The classic DDO server, the gameplay would be like it was back in the day. Are there some changes to meta due to knowledge? So one, there would be definitely changes due to knowledge and also people's computers. So that would be you'd get a very different experience from back in the day versus today. So it's part A. And then part B, also, one of the issues with DDO Classic is it wasn't too mechanically deep or complicated because we had fewer spells and fewer abilities. Remember, unlike today, where if I'm playing as like a melee character, maybe I'm using, Radiant Flourish with the blind. Maybe I'm using Color Spray on my melee character. Maybe I'm using War Chanter with the freeze on Bard. Maybe I'm using whatever. Every melee character in the game was attack the monster. A meta build in DDO Classic was repeating crossbow. You would be like, oh, what kind of repeating crossbow? Nope, we finished the sentence. High dexterity, repeating crossbow is pretty good. And if you could get, repeating crossbow with wounding and a puncturing, you were in business. Yeah, repeating crossbow was the bomb. Any particular one? No. No, repeating crossbow was pretty good. Because it didn't add anything to damage, but it shot 3 times, which is pretty good. So if you got like a +2 repeating crossbow, that was a crazy amount of damage. No stat to damage. Oh, man. Hi, why am I so early today? See, this is why I don't update the schedule.
Hobgoblin furiously bangs an alarm as you approach the arena.
Purple crit on a 20. Yep. Schedules usually lies. Very true. It is usually lies, but yeah. Anyway, I don't know. I wanted to get in some more stream time this week because I don't want to cut out DDO, but I do want to play more Baldur's Gate 3. And before people lose their mind, I've gone through a metamorphosis of sorts. Okay? I'm calm. I'm relaxed. It's going to be a good day. It's going to be a good day. I know it. Maybe it's a ceramorphosis? I don't know. It's going to be a good day. And where's... So like a Butterfree with Rage Powder? What a very specific reference. No. No. I'm going to be very calm. I want to do that for 2 reasons. Reason number 1 is I want to enjoy video games, and I think the video game, like I said, it is quite good. There are a lot of fun elements to it. I just got like a little out there. I got a little fired up. I was a lot fired up. And while to some, they may have found it very, very funny and entertaining, I look back at that and I'm like, and I'm not really happy about just my behavior. So I wanna curtail that and also work on improving that part. Also, Cypherino, welcome to the stream team. Appreciate the support. Welcome back. Hope you're doing well. Thank you for tuning in. I hope your day is going great. No longer viable as heroic? Yeah, you can use web all the time. You just have to be careful about fire characters, that's it. But you can web whenever you want. Oh, I only have Tor left. So Tor. Actually, web is very powerful. I will say a lot of people just don't use web. It's not that web is bad. It's that I actually don't really have a lot of bad things to say about web. It's also a conjuration DC, and really the only character that uses conjuration DC is Acid Sorcerer and Alchemist. Alchemists don't get web. Acid Sorcerer doesn't super get web. Or it doesn't really need web because they do enough damage. But web is pretty good there, but the problem is then you have to play an Acid Sorcerer. Fire Sorcerer doesn't want to use web, and they blow everything up. And then the last Conjuration character that actually gets web is Blightcaster. Blightcaster gets web, which is very cool. However, there's a major problem with Blightcaster having web, which is that they don't need it because they can just kill everything. You can play a Blightcaster on like Reaper 3 or 4 during the leveling process, and monsters just don't last long enough for web. You just don't need it. And so that's kind of the main core of the issue. On Warlock, web is also quite good as well, yeah. I will say Warlock makes good use of web, yeah. Because they get the Tainted Knowledge, or whatever it's called, from the Tainted Scholar Tree, which then gives them +2 on all their DCs, which is very nice. And they get Conjuration DC, I believe, out of a lot of places. Yeah, they do get some pretty good DCs.
A giant glowers down at you from a high ledge.
That's in your lap? That's
entrance.
good to know.
Within the
'Cause I didn't know that before, but now I do.
When you are prepared to swear undying fealty to the storm, the air around the circle crackles with magic.
Is there any way possible to get Fireball equivalent visually that does break web? Yes, that's Acid Blast. Acid Blast is Fireball, but acid.
Now, the giant says, hear me.
For everything? Yep. Actually, it's not that bad at high levels. Web works on a lot of things you might not expect. So, for example, web is extremely effective against giants. Giants just get obliterated by web because there's not a whole lot they can do about it because their reflex save is garbage. And it's a reflex save. And then it's a strength to break free, but the strength you need for web is disgusting. Constructs as well. So yeah, pretty much anything big, web is really unreasonably effective against. I say unreasonably because web in pen and paper is useless against big creatures. Oh, does he? That's good to know. Yeah. But, yeah, so if you're doing anything with, like, big giants, web is pretty nice for that. You have to be careful. Anything that's a high reflex save is going to be bad against web. Or, like, sorry, like, bad for web use. So, for example, like, web is not amazing versus, like, scorpions. It's, like, okay if you have high DCs, but because, again, they have a higher reflex save, it's not going to work as well. Similarly, like, a lot of animals can avoid web pretty easily, actually, now that I think about it. Giant Savage. That remnant. The old space remnant. Healer horse, level 15 cleric. Wow. I wonder who that is. Do you guys know who that is? I don't. I can't figure it out. Complete mystery to me. Stormstorm Pyromancer, get him out of here. Is that still a D10? I forgot. D10 law to chaotic and D8 law to other creatures. What's even chaotic? I don't even remember. Literally have no idea.
With no more giants left behind the portal.
Get him, dude.
To rush through the door to do you in.
Random cringe loser or something? I mean, most likely, aren't we all doing that? Stream, weren't you a warlock yesterday?
Giantish magic.
I definitely was not a warlock yesterday. Unless you mean IRL. In which case, yes. I sold my soul for DDO powers and this is all I got? Oxford, Michigan? No problem. This quest is gonna go pretty fast because this is a double W key quest because it's so short. Can I get you in like 2 minutes when I'm done ripping my way through this adventure?
The fiery wall, the magical giantish barrier is
Dude, I'm just like not hitting this guy.
You
What the
are
hell?
free to move deep.
Three. Not hitting out yet? Okay, hold on. We got this. I'm going fast. You do a lot more damage? Yep, that's because I actually started putting points in this tree. It's called Inquisitive. It's my main tree, and it actually does damage if you put points into it. It's amazing. Who knew that by putting points in the Inquisitive tree, my character would get damage? Amazing.
Where has the kobold gone? It's as if he scurried into the rubble behind the wall.
Go. Basically, I got +1 critical threat range and multiplier on my crossbow attacks, and I also got improved critical, so my critical chance went from 19 to 20 times 2 to 16 to 20 times 3, which is a pretty tremendous increase in my damage, generally, because I can go and then chunk guys for 400 now, which I couldn't do before. I still struggle dealing with Reapers, because I don't have any way to bypass their fortification, which I will in the future, I just don't have that yet. At higher levels. The reason why I took the lightning strike sooner is because I knew it was a core part of the build, and if I didn't take it sooner, I wouldn't get a chance to feel how effective it is. And the extra damage is pretty cool. It's basically like a rarer critical hit, is a way to think about it. Kind of inconsistent, but it applies to everyone in the party, which is kind of neat, so. And I'm excited to make good use out of some of the abilities in the Epic Destinies. The two things I'm looking forward to is, number one, Macrotech. There's a hammer ability you can get, which I think will work very well with this character. Number two is using the epic strike from Fatesinger, that shoots out the little blasts of damage. I think will be pretty good. What do you call it? The arrow sings? No, that's sword sings. What's it called? Pluck a string, I think is what it's called. And then just generally just blasting people with Shirati. Little ages on a melee build with a bad proc. Yeah, the proc rate is about 2%, what I can tell. It's also inline. It doesn't make a separate like line for it. It's like it's just the same line. Just kind of weird. All right, well that whole quest was 5 minutes. Conquest, dude. Getting Conquest way more often is very cool. Not gonna lie, very unexpected. I'm gonna get you the weather. The weather for Oxford, Michigan. Wait, is MI Michigan or Mississippi? Michigan. Got it. Sorry. MS is Mississippi, MI is Michigan. Okay. Sorry, there's a lot of places called Oxford, which should be obvious.
We interrupt this broadcast to bring you a special report on the weather with your host, Strimtom.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Strimtom Weather Broadcast. I'm at the top of the screen bringing you the weather from Oxford, Michigan, United States of America. Today it's 24 degrees Canadian out there, which is pretty warm. That's like a nice 73, not too hot, not too cold, but it is going to get a little bit warmer with cloud cover coming over top, temperatures rising up to about 76, 77. So it'll be warm out there, a little bit of humidity. So just make sure if you go outside, grab a sweat towel and a nice cool beverage, load up the old bottle of ice water and you should be good to go. However, as we get further on into the day, there is a high chance, or a little bit of a chance of rain overnight, so just be ready. There could be some rain sprinkling down on your head, so have an umbrella or something if you want to keep yourself fully dry. As we look out towards tomorrow, temperature is going to be about the same, but a little bit warmer during the day. Humidity high in the morning, but cooler temperatures with that overcast coming in the afternoon, and again, rain overnight, with rain coming down fully on Thursday. While that is a chance to spit, depending on where you are, there is a high likelihood of getting rain Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and oh my goodness gracious, I hope you don't like seeing the sun, because you're going to be getting rain every single day for the next several days, pretty much the entire next week, nothing but rain. So get your gardening in today, get your plants in so they'll be growing while they get rained on every day for the next week. This has been your Oxford, Michigan weather broadcast. Back to you, Michigan.
Can we get a weather report on the Paladin Kettle?
Yes.
Quest received.
High chance for a little chance of rain. That's right. There's a good chance that there'll be a little chance for some rain. I'm just grabbing all my sagas. I never do this, but I'm just doing it. YOLO. No, I couldn't grab my saga. 100% born to do. Wait, why do you hate that? Isn't it cool that I have something I can do? Why can I never impress you, Dad? Yeah. I don't know. Meteorology sounds like it'd be fun. Or like being a weather broadcaster. Can be a weatherman? Why can't I do both? Reports all over the world, or only in the Freedom States? I use this website. This is also the weather report for my city. I use timeanddate.com. If you can find a locality on timeanddate.com, I'll do it. Time and Date has great weather. It's just well organized and clean and easy to read. I like it. The only issue that I can imagine a lot of people would have is that it doesn't do things in degrees freedom, or at least it doesn't for me, and I can't figure out how to change it because I'm lazy. So it's just nice. It's just a nice thing to be able to look at. And it also only does like basically you need to, if there's no municipality present, you can't find the weather. What's this? Butt cop? Fantastic. Thank you. Thank you for butt cop.
Quest received.
Because yeah, people will recommend all sorts of different places, but they're like places that have names, but they're not like actual locations with weather stations or like areas that are tracked by the weather. They're part of like another municipality. So the reason why I track on that website is because basically if you can't find it on there, I'm not really gonna like take the time to figure it out. Okay. +1. No 1d10 law damage applies to all creatures. Is no 1d10 chaos damage applies to all creatures. Does it matter whether it's law or chaos? Wait, is Jaded and Vigilante now just the same thing? Or am I stupid? Because nothing is immune to either of them. Because the only things that are immune to chaos damage are, I guess, Slads? And there's nothing immune to law damage. So I guess I just take the law damage. I feel like I'm missing something. I feel like my brain is stupid. Don't answer that. Okay. I'm gonna buy scrolls and then I'm gonna head over. Jake. Running in South Park. I'm the European version of a Canadian. I mean, it sounds right. Any room for more? Oh yeah, I got room. I gotta open up the LFM. 14. This next quest is called Temple of Orchard. Necrop. There we go. Temple of Vol. Yep, and I remembered first life in your XP is literally twice. Yep. Slash and Smash. That's a great name. Slash Smash? I love that. Okay, I need Wand of Fireball. Probably just lock these, but you know, it is what it is. And Wand of Ice Storm. Should be immune to law damage? They might. Thing is, law damage and immunity to it are not the same thing. You would think so, but I'm not sure. It also says it affects all targets, so I don't know. Free freedom if you're in the freedom belt. Oh, does it? Does it automatic? So when you guys go to timeanddate.com, does it automatically convert to degrees freedom based on your computer? So like if your computer says do freedom, then the other computer goes like yeah freedom, and then does freedom. Honestly, kind of sick. Temple of Vol next. Nice. Okay, I'm feeling good about this. My character is also getting dramatically... Oh, nice. 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 My character's also getting dramatically more powerful as I level up. Like, literally every level, my character feels way more powerful than the last. So, it's kind of good. Not gonna lie. I can confirm it starts in degrees freedom. Ah, okay, cool. Yeah, well, that's the other thing, too, is, like, again, I'm Canadian. We don't really have any freedom up here. So, as a result, we can't really read things in degrees freedom. My mind is a little fragile. So, attempting to understand the concept of freedom as Americans have it is just, it's too much. It causes horrific pain and a reversion to the natural order of things, at which point I find a picture of, I guess, the king and quickly pledge allegiance because I'm getting confused about what's happening in my life.
This once magnificent temple of Vol.
It's degrees Canadian, thank you very much. Everybody knows that. What's your fax number? Fax you the Constitution of Freedom. Do you guys remember faxes? I will hold, in my opinion, I think the fax machine is like one of the best devices for modern business ever. I think it's one of the most pivotal devices in modern business. Because fax machines allow you to just move an entire document from one place to another instantaneously, and fax machines were in circulation for years. Years, man. I'm like not hitting anything with my arrows. Please hit the monsters, whatever MCUs shout. Email plus printer? Oh, yeah. No, I'm not saying you can't do that currently. But, like, think about it. If they've had fax machines since, like, the 80s, and for, like, 20 years, that was, like, the best way to go about it. It's a good product. Canadian freedom is rather healthcare than freedom of speech. I mean, there's also freedom of speech in Canada. It's not the exact... It's definitely not the same type of freedom of speech, though. It's like you have the freedom to say whatever you want, except for these very specific things in these specific circumstances.
Right now there's e-fax. Sounds suspiciously like emailing but harder. Why?
Wait, there's an e-fax service? Well, I think it's because fax machine manufacturers, they probably got all these fax machines. And they're like, well, we got to retrofit these somehow so we can liquidate stock. That sounds about right. But you know what's better than e-fax? A tablet. Just get a single tablet. It replaces your entire fax machine. Because somebody can fax you a document, and then you can return the document to them if you, like, say you got to sign something. Somebody can use a tablet and email you a document, and then you get it on your tablet, you sign it digitally, and then you send it back to them. And you can also do other stuff on your tablet. Like, look at it. Or play Angry Birds, because it's the year 2009. Phones for documents? They are phones for documents. You know, I call their fax and get through immediately. Okay. I used to work at a business that had a fax machine, and the number of people who would call the fax machine is so funny because you'd hand somebody a business card, right? And it's got your phone number and it's got your fax number in case someone needs to fax you something. And dude, the number of people who would not pay attention and call the fax number, and so you would hear the fax machine start beeping, and then all of a sudden you just hear like someone start talking, and they're like, "What the fuck why is this so loud?" Because the fax machine's just screeching at them because it's a machine, and they're just like, "Oh, what fucking fax machine?" And then they hang up the phone, and it was the funniest shit ever. I'd laugh every time because I'm just sitting there in my office and I just hear like the fax machine go, and because you hear their voice, it's like you can hear them through it. So you just hear them cursing and trying to angrily fight with the fax machine. And then they'd call like twice, and I'd have to look at the number and then call them and be like, "You're calling the fax machine." Why is it the same number? It's not the same number. It's a different number. it was always the funniest thing because nobody got hurt. It was just temporarily annoying for those people. But God, that shit was funny. Can you speak back through the fax? No, you can't do that. Our fax didn't have that capability. It was a one-way, so I could hear somebody calling you, but that's it. List which number is which? Oh, totally, absolutely. On my business cards, it definitely listed what my fax number was. I had my fax number as a separate number. It didn't happen all the time, but it happened, and there was also a few people that it would happen to more often than not, because, you know, some people, they call somebody, right? And then when you call them again, you're going to use the dial back feature. Well, if for whatever reason you accidentally call the fax number, and you're used to using the dial back feature, the next time you call, you use the dial back and you get the fax machine again. Advertisers realize by sending you advertisements on your dime, literally advertising you with your paper and ink. And by the way, they still do that. At least in 2017, when I still had a fax machine to my name, they still will fax you. You'll just randomly get a fax, and it'll be like a print ad for some type of service. A variable name instead of the correct content. Hey, it's been patched. Fixed a book and location. What book and location? What are you talking about, Mr. Dorak? Talking about faxes? I can't remember. I text so much faster now. Oh my god. Yeah, I don't have a good argument or reason as to why we're talking about faxes. I don't remember. Okay. Also, as I said, I'm going to break the mold. You know how I'm going to break the mold? I am not going to mold at all today. No molding. I'm going to break the mold. That's my plan. I'm going to break the mold. Yep. Today is a mold-free day. I just want to relax. You know what I mean? Did you? Inferno of the Damned. No mold. Shower time? No. I got the mold growing. But, I don't need a shower. I do need a haircut, though. I shower regularly, but I do need a haircut. The problem is, so my hair is like, it's like a little droopy and weird looking because it's too long and it's crazy humid here. Like, it's so humid. Gonna be like Excadrill. Did you have to Google which Pokemon had Mold Breaker? No, I'm more like Haxorus. Yeah, I'm more like Haxorus. Although, to be fair, Excadrill is an Uber tier Pokemon, and Haxorus is not an Uber tier Pokemon. Yeah, being over 30 and still having to cut hair. Yep, exactly. No balding yet. Hello, DDO. There's some lag going on here, ladies and gentlemen. About Dragon? Yeah, so Haxorus and Excadrill both came out in the same Pokemon generation. They both have the ability Mold Breaker. Excadrill is one of the best Pokemon ever. It is extremely fast. It has extremely high damage, and its ground steel typing allows it not only to have some of the best attacking moves in the game in the form of like Earthquake and other fast attacking moves, because it's steel type, even though it's very fragile with low defense and special defense, just being virtue of it being steel type, it has like a million resistances, and that got even better in the following generation, Generation 6, when steel typing was made as a weakness to the new fairy type. With fairy types being the best Pokemon in the game, any highly offensive steel types became powerful, and so all of a sudden Excadrill, which is already considered one of the best Pokemon in the game, became even better, which is hilarious because it actually has a pretty low base stat total, and is one of the lowest base stat total Pokemon in like the Uber tier because of just how good it is. Madness. Like the Uber tier is like all the crazy legendaries that you see in like the Pokemon movies and stuff, and you get it like the end of the game. And then there's just like this one that you get like halfway through that's just like, hey, what's up? I'm really powerful because I got infinite design. Yeah, it gets Ironhead. Yo, what's up, Holger Drew? Hope you're doing well. Hope you're excited about Pokemon talk.
The fourth torch flares alight, bringing
That's what I can provide you with today.
and defeat his undying soul.
Skip Gen 5, 6, and 7. Can't wait for them to make remakes so I can get up to date with Pokemon again. Yeah. Yeah, it's sort of the situation where I think a lot of people have, like, especially people that have gotten older, they're like, yeah, I'm too old for Pokemon. I don't need to get into it, which is probably true and, like, a generally good idea. But something you have to remember is that Pokemon is a bigger enterprise than Disney in terms of their total reach in product manufacturing and the merchandising, the movies, the TV shows, all this other stuff. So Pokemon is definitely going to outlive all of us. Like, if Disney can do Mickey Mouse for 100 years, yo, that Pikachu's going all the way, okay? So it's never really a bad time to take the time to learn about it, especially since, like, kids like it, you know? So if a day show ask Yara to random Pokemon when she logs in. Oh, that's fun. And Game Boy and Switch, yeah. Hopefully they will do a remake for Black and White, because they did, the last one was Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl. I didn't play them, but I heard they were well-liked as remakes. I wonder if they'll do a combo of Black and White and Black 2 and White 2 in one game cartridge. Whatever. Get older, you get kids, and then Pokemon is back into your lives. Yep, exactly. Honestly, it's a great idea. It's just like cool fantasy animals that also are allusions to regular animals. And the games usually have a bend on, like, you know, nature preservation and environmentalism, which is probably just a good idea to teach future generations in the first place that, like, hey, helping animals is good, and animals going extinct is bad. It's not bad. They do a reasonable job of, like, you know, just making something cohesive that is well-intentioned as well. Plus, they're cool as hell. Are you redoing all the movies too? Maybe. They're retiring Ash Ketchum, so I don't think so. Walk in all directions, and all the puzzles are up, down, left, right. Yep. Yeah, like I said, Pokemon Black and White was definitely my favorite of all of them. Black and White and Black 2, White 2 just blew my mind. Black and White was cool because unlike every other generation, there were no old Pokemon in it. It was the first generation to only use new Pokemon and the only generation to only use new Pokemon. So it was actually the largest. It's even bigger than the first one. I think it had 170 Pokemon in it because it was even bigger than the first one. Because it had to be, because 150 like wasn't enough with all the varied types and things that they had. Oh, we're basically at the end here. We're done. And then for Black 2, White 2, the sequel, they were like, cool. You know how we made a generation with all the new, with only new Pokemon and no old Pokemon? Cool. For the sequel, it's going to include like all 500 are going to be in the game. And they just went the exact opposite direction, included everything for the sequel. And I was like, that's awesome. It was so cool, man. It was so cool. Yours to be able to train our dragon shoot fireballs and it will not dismount. Oh, we're at purple alert? Yeah, this quest still purple alerts. We were still purple alerted. Oh no. I don't know how you fix in front of the damned. Which quest? Yeah, in front of the damn purple alerts on its own. It's because, so basically, the way the mechanic works, right? I don't know how you fix this. But when you kill anything on the base layer, so the regular layer, they go to the Inferno layer. Also, each portal of Damnation, every single portal of Damnation that spawns, summons a Mephit nearby it. And there are Mephits that are just waiting in the areas. But there's walls that the players can't get through, but the monsters can. So what happens is the players will aggro monsters through walls that they can't get to. those monsters will then aggro other monsters on their way getting to the player, because there's also like ledges and stuff you can't get to. So you aggro a monster on a ledge because the monster sees you like a method. You have to take, you can't fight it because it's too far away from you. So you take the Portal of Damnation, but they're not static creatures, so they path you. See how there's already monsters here? They're just like spawning into the game. And the problem is you can't also remove the spawns because the way the quest is designed, if you don't have a way to turn off the flames, you need the methods to actually breathe either wind or fire. So you need to have them respawn. So you have monsters that are double spawning. There's huge quantities of methods everywhere, but you need the methods for actually controlling the flames. So, like, I actually don't know how you stop this quest from purple alerting itself. Well, you guys are smart. You'll figure it out.
And agrees to aid you against the Black Abbot.
Solution: once you have Quiver, never run it again. I love this quest chain. How dare you? Flesh Maker Laboratory. Now you might be wondering, why are you recalling Stream Tom? Isn't there a rope there? Yes. That is a good question. At least when it comes to replays, Hard Gold is my favorite when it comes to repeat plays. Okay, so yes, Hard Gold and Soul Silver and Black and White are very close in terms of my favorites. I think I actually rephrase. My favorite all time has to be Hard Gold and Soul Silver, because Gold and Silver was basically the baseline for my childhood of like enjoying. I played the game over and over and over and over and over, and Heart Gold Soul Silver is like the best remake I've ever played. It does everything that it did before, but better, with better features, and is more fun and more interesting. But Black and White was such a good new experience. I found Sword and Shield was okay, but I really didn't like the character Hop. I found him very annoying. And I cannot tell you how long I was laughing with the reveal of Swordward and Shieldbert. That shit was so dumb, but I laughed so I couldn't believe it. I literally sat there and like my roommate can attest to it because I was bored. I was just sitting in the living room playing this game, and I was just howling. I was like a hyena. I had no control over myself. It was so funny. Just have less monsters in the quest? Yeah, maybe. Ready for a new catchphrase? The little Pokemon, not so much catch them, gotta catch them all. Yeah, especially since in most games you can't catch them all now. Like there's, like, for example, Lantern is not in Scarlet and Violet, my favorite Pokemon. So it's like, well, what are you gonna do? Yeah, I still have to finish Scarlet and Violet. I just really struggle with the fact that it runs at 15 FPS on my Nintendo Switch. Maybe when the new Nintendo architecture comes out. Apparently Nintendo, I think they said they're going to be announcing their new architecture next year. So maybe when that comes out, I'll buy that, and then I'll play Scarlet and Violet on it, and it'll run at maybe 25 FPS. Actually, I have a second. Sword, Bert, and Shield Word. Whatever his images. Oh, Sword, Bert, and... Okay, yeah. Okay, these guys. The best characters in any video game ever. These guys, the villains. Oh god. Give me the picture. So it's Pokemon Sword and Shield, so the bad guys are Swordward and Shieldbert. Peak character design. Yeah. Just come into Swordward and Shieldbert. Swordbert and Shieldward? Dude, I don't even remember. Damn, that trap hit me bad. Yeah, Sword and Shield was voice acted. It would be amazing. I would love Bethesda and the Pokemon Company to make a Pokemon game with Elder Scrolls depth. I mean, we'll see. I don't think that they would ever do that, but it would be interesting to see like an actual PC Pokemon game. Pokemon Go isn't against the idea of making or like not Pokemon, but Nintendo isn't against the idea of making something on like other hardware. They have lots of mobile games now, so I wouldn't be surprised if they actually did make a PC Pokemon game. No, not that it would leave Nintendo's hands. Nintendo would just hire like one of the developers who works on probably some of these larger products. Sandwiches loaded with hot giardiniera. That does sound good. You know what I had for breakfast? That's right. I had some delicious toast with peanut butter and Nutella. It was good. My roommate bought Nutella because she had a craving. And then she's like, eat Nutella. Eat it. I was like, okay, you got it. Sounds good. Thanks for reminding you. No problem, dude. As bad as peanut butter. I will admit it's not my favorite. I actually don't like Nutella that much. I think it's like tasty. Like I eat it, but I don't buy it. If that makes sense. Not a bad product. Just definitely not my favorite. My favorite, although something I do love about Nutella is the marketing. I remember, it's been a while since I've had TV, but like, you know, in the 2000s, you'd see these commercials for Nutella, and they would be like, you know, it's this hazelnut cream with just a hint of cocoa. And it's like, dude, the thing is almost like, it's close to black. There's not a hint of cocoa in there. It's very dark brown. You know what I mean? Hazelnut cream is white. So, I don't know, dude. I thought it was funny. Coffee and cigarettes for breakfast. Also lunch and hopefully not dinner as well. I mean, you do what you can, right? We're all just trying to make it to the end of the day. No, leave me. Flee! Oh. It's called Jean Foil and Jean Buckler. That's so awesome. Thank you, Japan. That's awesome. Alright, let's go. People paying taxes one leg at a time. They're all waiting for me to pull this lever. I'm trying my best. Got it. I'm very excited for this character to cap. Like, to get to 20 so I have all the powers. Time to live healthily and start eating fruit? No, it's time to buy paper plates. Don't waste your time. If you can't convince yourself to do any dishes, paper plates. Now, am I saying you shouldn't wash your dishes? No. I'm saying if you've fought the battle against yourself for washing dishes, and instead your solution is takeout, and you want to stop doing takeout, paper plates. Paper plates are made of trees. They biodegrade real fast. Is it the best solution? No, the best solution is like, you know, cooking and cleaning and doing your dishes. But failing that, paper plates. Stop eating? Oh yeah, just big gasps of air. Yeah. Cigarettes and coffee are probably not enough, but, you know, you do what you can. 3 loads of dishes yesterday. 3 loads? Yeah, I don't have that many. Loots a lot of water, does it? I don't buy paper plates, for the record. I just wash all my dishes. I've never had an issue washing dishes. In fact, when I was 16, I got my... 16 or 15? 15. I got my first job as a dishwasher at a diner. What's this quest called? Ghosts of Perdition. Ghosts of Perdition. Just use your hands? True! Yeah, just use your hands. So I've thought about this idea, right? So you and your significant other, you get very, very dressed up for a date. Okay? And you go to a nice restaurant, a fancy restaurant. Maybe like, you know, some place expensive where like the meal or like the the menu itself there's no numbers on the actual menu because that shit's like $200, okay? So you're going to this like really expensive restaurant, you sit down, nice atmosphere, it's quiet, and then you eat everything with your hands. So like they bring you like a glass of wine or some water, and you're like sit down, so you have like a nice glass of ice water, and so you like fish your hands into the ice water and pull out some ice cubes, and you're like just slurping down on the ice cubes. Or you order like a steak and you just kind of grab it and start eating it with your fingers. But you gotta be, again, you gotta be wearing nice clothes, going to the restaurant, you gotta dress up and everything. You gotta look the part.
You were a dishwasher? How did they plug you in?
I try not to think about it. But there was a way. You ever see The Matrix? Yeah, that's how. Find that big forge yesterday? Yeah, I found the big forge. I didn't do anything with it. That's actually, well, because I decided to finish exploring the Underdark, because I had more Underdark to explore. I explored the Wizard Tower instead. Speak with Dead doesn't work if you killed the person you're trying to interrogate, so you have to use disguise self so they don't recognize you. Oh, that makes sense. Oh, so if you kill somebody, Speak with Dead just doesn't work. Oh, that's interesting. That actually makes a lot of sense. Yeah, I got my package situation sort of resolved. Where I had, they're gonna give me a call back. I pulled out my ultimate, "Can I speak to your manager?" tone, and went to town. Oh. Animals are always worth talking to. This is something I have learned about Baldur's Gate 3. Speak with animals is like the best spell in the whole game. I wonder how many people are gonna play that game without Speak with Animals and have no idea. Ooh, I'm dead maybe? Hold on, I almost got it. Got it. Okay, good. Woo! Nice shields back. We're good. Didn't speak to an animal once. Is it good? So, I found that Speak with Dead, I pretty much couldn't talk to anybody when I tried to talk to them. But Speak with Animals, every single animal you can talk to, and some of it is so funny. No, my boss doesn't want to talk to you. Yeah.
Hey, I just killed you. You wanna give me information? No.
No, I find even people that you don't kill. I think it's because they just didn't want to put in voice lines for all of the dead characters, so they just decided not to do that, which makes sense. It would be expensive, considering how many bodies there are and how many random, like, generic schlubs there are all over the game. Have to give them all concrete backstory. So, like, as an example, when you go towards the Goblin Village right at the beginning of the game, there's, like, a whole bunch of bodies out front of the village because there was a fight. And all the characters there's like the different named goblins and named adventurers that were fighting each other. And you can't use Speak with Dead on any of them. But yeah, more important people it works on for sure. Could LAM be happening today? I don't know. I didn't pay attention to last week's Fridays at 4 because I was playing Baldur's Gate 3. So I have no idea. Said it would be this week. Oh, really? Oh, cool. I didn't know that. Nice. But I didn't kill had something to do? Oh, okay, cool. To be fair, I don't care too much about talking to most of the dead people. John's only got time for the living. You know why? Because the living are the only ones that can make sure he breaks his oath. I am curious to see how many times I'm going to break my oath before my playthrough is over, because I'm still in Act 1, and I've broken it twice. And I don't know how many acts are in the game, but we'll see. Going for world record, baby!
I'm sure you could find ways to break your oath with dead people.
I killed a... If you go exclamation point Oathbreaker is gives you the details, but I freed slaves. However, yeah, I killed a slave master. However, it was pointed out to me the reason why I broke my oath is because I killed all the people in like that were enslaved, or like all the slavers, except for the slave master. I used a bonus action to knock him out with my pommel slam because he had 1 hit point left and I had the bonus action. So I did that, which knocked him unconscious. In effect, I actually kind of didn't know at the time that it was going to knock him out. I thought it was just like a d4 damage. Anyway, so he got knocked out. The problem is, because he was still alive, I couldn't actually free the slaves. So, because he was alive, and I had to kill him to free the slaves. So, I just went up to him and killed him. Killing him while he was unconscious caused me to break my oath. But while he's alive, the fact that I got him 2-1 didn't break my oath, but because he was unconscious, I broke my oath. Push him in the lava did it? Honestly, that probably would work. Let's do Age of Rage chain. The manner of killing was the issue? Is the manner of killing correct? Yeah. Oh, is it Jarasco? It is Jarasco. Nice. There it is. No holds barred. I got it. Let's go. Level 16. Yep. DDO set in the Forgotten Realms. Okay, so Dungeons & Dragons Online is set in Eberron. It was originally released under Dungeons & Dragons Online. Eberron was the actual title of the game. However, they have since expanded into other territories. You can go into the Forgotten Realms. So that is also an option. So there's lots of content in Forgotten Realms. There's also Barovia, the Feywild, which is not a specific Feywild, they stated. It's not the Feywild from Faerun. It is not the Feywild from the general D&D canon. It is not the Feywild as in Thalanis from from Eberron. It is just a general imagining of the concept of the Feywild and takes bits and pieces from each individual one. And then there's also the Isle of Dread. You can also engage in, which I don't know where that's set. There's Isle of Dread, and then you also have Greyhawk, which is where the Temple of Elemental Evil takes place, as well as Keep on the Borderlands. Both of those take place in Greyhawk. Oh, Dungeons & Dragons Stormreach, yeah.
You arrive outside the night market just as dark.
Why? I'm not 100% sure exactly why they went with Eberron, but to be fair, Eberron is a very cool and diverse setting. I think Eberron, it's just a bit of a deviation from what I think a lot of people were expecting from Dungeons & Dragons, where people look at, are looking for like the high fantasy Forgotten Realms and all that, whereas Eberron produces something that's a little bit different. The settings are a smidgen more modern, where it's not it doesn't have the same magical power of like the Netherese creating 18th level spells and destroying gods and something. Eberron provides a different story setting because, one, there are no gods in Eberron. That's problem A. And problem B, there are fewer very powerful magic user. In fact, some of the characters that are even defined as gods in the additional edition of Eberron, like that are worshipped as gods, are like level 14. But by contrast, because of the existence of dragon marks as a concept, which is basically, people or like different houses and lineages that have, the blessing of magic upon them, magic is staggeringly common. Not everybody can produce magic, but pretty much everybody interacts with it in some way. Having magical lamps, magical lights, there's a lightning rail system that goes around the main continent of Corvair. Magic is very present in a not exactly as technology or even as a stand-in as technology, but does some. It serves like a different functional role in the story. But there are definitely some similarities, and again, you get like a different type of storytelling, if that makes sense. On top of that, Eberron gives you a lot more freedom when it comes to character motivations and alignment. Games like the Forgotten Realms are very rigid in their storytelling, in the sense that, like, you know, if you're writing a game in the Forgotten Realms, the Drow are evil. Full stop. If the character name isn't Dritz, the Drow are evil. And doing so, writing anything against that is blasphemy for the Forgotten Realms, because that's not how they are. The Drow are cartoonishly evil. That's what they do. That's who they are. Eberron is a little bit more nuanced in the sense that they kind of separate the idea of a individual group, or like, you know, the race being evil, and more make it the, like, they make it more an individual and like cultural distinction, so different areas that have conflict with one another. And so you get a lot more wishy-washy in terms of the exact alignments of things. And it's one of the reasons why you'll have, you know, things that are more monster adjacent or other stuff existing in cities, because it's not quite as cut and dry.
Rollo agrees to let you into the tavern's side entrance.
Yeah, and it's the reason why artificery is so impactful in Eberron, is because everyone has access to magic in some capacity thanks to artificery. Just, again, there aren't a lot of, like, very powerful magic users. Good. I hate that all the melee characters run behind you. It's very annoying. Anyways, so why did they do that? I don't know. Couldn't tell you. Great question, though. I did get all the Dungeons & Dragons when I went to visit the Dungeons & Dragons online offices in 2019. 2019? I think it was 2019. I got the DDO developers to sign my Eberron book, which is cool. I didn't get to meet Keith Baker, but what are you gonna do? Yeah, magic isn't cheap, but it's available. Yeah, I think they also have a lot more freedom to have their own interpretations as to what's going on. Forgotten Realms is very, as I said, it's rigid in its storytelling, where things happen for predefined reasons, and you can't really have a lot of your own interpretations unless it's like strictly of and by and for the canon. Whereas Eberron is intentionally vague, where the Keith Baker designed the campaign setting such that he will tell you events that have happened and reasons as to why people think the events took place, like something major, but won't spell it out for you specifically, so then you as the player or the dungeon master can decide exactly what the cause of the event was. So as an example, the Day of Mourning was where the country of Sire, or Kyre, I don't know how to pronounce it, was wiped out off the face of the planet when it exploded. There's basically like a magical nuke that went off, and it destroyed everything, turning the place into like a big glass plain called the Mourning Lands, or the Mournlands. And almost everybody died, and the war ended that day. But Keith Baker doesn't specifically tell you why that happened. So you get and he gives you like clues to say that it could have been this, it could have been this, it could have been this, it could have been this. But you, at the end of the day, get to decide for yourself in your own campaign. And so it means that everyone's Eberron is a little bit different, which is kind of cool. Realms fans have Neverwinter MMO Forgotten Realms? Yep. And also, there's like tons of Forgotten Realms video games, right? Neverwinter Nights 1 and 2, Icewind Dale 1 and 2, Baldur's Gate 1, 2, and 3. What's it called? Baldur's Gate Dark Alliance 1 and 2, Dungeons and Dragons Dark Alliance. Yeah. Like, there's so many video games that take place in Forgotten Realms. There being like an Eberron game is, you know, kind of cool. And also, there's lots of Forgotten Realms in DDO as well. You can go to Cormyr, and you can go check out Evening Star. You can do the Haunted Halls of Evening Star, which is a classic adventure pack. You get to deal with the Netherese. You get to go up into the mountains and take on some of the Netherese and Netheril directly. So it's not like it's in the game. Tethumar. More foxes attacked again. No, no. That's not good. But I didn't know there were a lot of foxes in Michigan. I guess that makes sense. Yeah, you actually... And yeah, once you get to Epics, Epics is where a lot of Forgotten Realms takes place. You just don't get to go to the Forgotten Realms right away, which I think some people that are more familiar would like to do. Also, there is no cameo of everyone's favorite Forgotten Realms character, Dritz. Dritz is not in DDO. Other than the hundreds of player characters named Dritz. So, no, it's also a thing. The wildlife of all kinds. Yes, wildlife. Yep, I feel you on that one. Get him out of here. Die, bastards. Lipsy almost said Bryn. So also, they did a vote a little while ago. They did like a survey on the player base about what content people would like to see in the future. And they had people vote on a whole bunch of stuff. I don't know any of the campaign settings, but a lot of people seem pretty excited about some of it. Stormreach Guardian Helm. Nice. Here you go. You might need it. Have it. Quarantine. What did you think? I'm literally unfamiliar with all of it. I haven't even heard of any of the campaign settings. So I didn't really care. Literally never heard of it. Like, I'm happy that people can look at it, but I looked at it, I was like, I don't know what this is, I don't know what that is, I don't know what that is, I don't know what this is. So I'm like, I don't know. The only one that people said was kind of cool is the idea of Sigil, which is what I ended up voting for, which is like the center of the D&D multiverse, which I think would be an interesting interpretation, because it would be kind of cool to do that. Because the best part about something like Sigil is you could just have a scene where, like, during one of the quests, they just have, like, a big party, and, like, all the greatest heroes are going to, like, a big party at some point. And they could just shove, like, a bunch of different, like, named characters in different rooms as, like, one big adventure as, like, your kind of your big, like, moment of, like, wow, look at all this guy. Look at this person. Look at this person. Is it pure skill? Oh, when I tumble out of the way of stuff? Like Dark Souls. Like Dark Souls tumble, it's not a keybind, it's a command. Gameplay, and you want experimental tumble controls. You're still ironing out the experimental tumble controls. Yeah, and then also from Sigil, we can do anything we want. If it was supposed to have chicken legs, we would have. So, for me, here is what I would like to see next. Okay? Because Baldur's Gate 3 is cool, and it has an opening where there is the Nautiloid. So here is what I'm thinking. Okay? Hold on. Listen. Get a hold of something, because something's going to explode here. So, Nautiloid. Allows you to travel across time and space. Mind Flayers have Nautiloids. Fred is a Mind Flayer. Lives in Stormreach. Has lived in Stormreach forever. Friendly guy. Why is Fred friendly? We don't know. What does Fred do? He rearranges your mind in exchange for something. Exchange for what? Dragon shards. What are dragon shards? magical items from the sky that have great magical power that can be used in many different types of alchemical reagents and such. Fred has been collecting dragon shards. Why has he been doing so? He's been doing so for nearly 17 years. What if Fred is collecting a huge quantity of dragon shards to then be able to purchase his or reacquire his own Nautiloid? At which point, afterwards, we then get to climb on the Nautiloid with Fred and go travel across the multiverse, going on some type of big adventure. Because he's the friendly mind flayer. He's like, look, you guys helped me by giving me lots of dragon shards over the years. I got one more job. That's what I want to see. Yeah. And so Fred becomes the captain of the ship, and then we go on a big adventure.
It seems there may be some sort of connection between the scorpion venom and the madness caused by the curse.
Where am I going? I'm lost. Yes, I am. So yeah. Sigil or sigil? I don't know. You're asking the wrong guy. An adventure where all the realms heroes gather for parties. So many villains are trying to exploit this party. Just many villains trying to step on each other's toes. I don't know. I kind of like the idea of like sort of like how at the anniversary party in DDO, all the bad guys show up. Like how last year at the anniversary, they were all sitting around a table trying to play D&D. Like all the major villains are like just trying to sit around the table play D&D. Imagining something like that. There's like a big ball, and all the heroes and villains all just have to show up and look at each other and stare at each other across the table. Yeah, the unfortunate reality as well, if Dungeons & Dragons Online does want to make more epic content, they actually kind of do have to leave Eberron behind, because Eberron kind of stops around like level 20, because then there's no one more powerful. Other than like the dragons, it's pretty much it. And maybe some like, you know, elemental lords of the plains or something. You're kind of like out of powerful beings to interact with, which is why this whole Vecna conundrum is interesting, because our characters are actually like, being level 32, that's conceivable to like stand up against, not win, but stand up against like a god. Like when our characters were level 25, yeah, we lost to Lolth, but 32, that's a lot of levels.
A woman issues orders to the nearby cultists. She turns to greet you as you approach. Welcome. With you here, we can spread
Yeah.
more quickly. Join us.
Running contest in the 13 planes? Yeah. Also, and I will say this, some people get very bent out of shape about the idea of like the level, like depending on what the level of the content is. So what I mean by that is some people go like, oh, well, I don't want to be like level 30 and still doing a quest where there's like a wolf involved. Like I don't want to fight a wolf in it. And like, I do agree that that is obviously not ideal content because that isn't as fun, obviously. The problem is, like, we are playing a video game and it's kind of hard to like make it so that every single person you're fighting, like, if you just obliterate all the monsters, it becomes a little more complicated, and there aren't a lot of very high-powered, high-level monsters that you can fight all the time. And at least if there are those types of creatures, it's hard to justify them both being everywhere in high enough quantities, and also not having, like, an unlimited quantity of magic you can just take off of them. So, like, as an example, did I see your pants? What pants? Oh, your outfit? No, you're moving too much. I can't see your pants. Sorry, dude. There are a couple examples. I have the Epic Handbook, and there's a few examples of some things in there, but yeah. Your belt is clipping? Well, then put it back in. Trying to show you. I looked, and your character was dodging all over the place. You're like a jumping jack, a jelly bean. Like some sort of moving creature. Concept 3.0, but understanding that your wolf is a fiendish wolf of legend. Oh, true. Yeah, is that so important? Yeah. Okay, where's the pants? Where's my clipping pants? Where's the pants? Oh, the belt is in you. Oh yeah, that's true. It's off to the side. It's supposed to be on you, but it's not. Also, I definitely didn't update this. We're on quarantine. We're definitely on quarantine, and I forgot to update. Are you flagged? I was gonna ask. This quest chain, you have to do it in orders. You can't red door any of it, so. just want to make sure I don't accidentally add somebody, and then they're like, oh, can I join you guys? And I'm like, yes, and then they can't. Get them out of here. Burn them to death. Oh, yeah, right. These don't count as kills. So even though you fight hundreds of monsters in this quest, you don't actually get the bonus, because those guys don't count as kills. That's funny. I forgot about that, because they don't die. That's why you can't instant kill them. They just disappear when they get to 0. It's only these guys you can actually kill. Ooh. And if from bug, they bug the quest? Yeah. Yeah, if you accidentally kill one, then the quest breaks. You can't complete it. But yeah, as far as like actually labeling the epic creatures, as I said, I don't really mind and I don't really care, but some people get bent out of shape about it. As I said, to me, it's not really that big of a deal. I've been playing MMOs for a long time, and in pretty much every single one of the classic MMOs. Okay, so we got Onslaught. Technically, we didn't kill all the ads in this room, but yeah. I think we missed, what, 3 monsters? Oh, we almost got 69. Damn it. Kills. Do they spawn Reapers? They don't spawn Reapers when they die, but they can spawn Reapers when they spawn in. Ooh, I got a text. I wonder if it's from the mail service. Actually, I gotta change this. Next one, let's go. I need my level ups. Anyway, what are we talking about? Something about animals? Yeah, monsters. But yeah, so as I said, you know, in terms of the scaling of monsters into the end game, does it make sense that the dinosaurs are like level 30 something? No, not really. Is it cool? Yeah, it is. I like it. I like dinosaurs and big monsters. Being outside to fit 300 dragons? Yeah. Also, the amount of violence we exact, like, I'm trying to think of it sort of like Baldur's Gate 2, where you're in epics. And so all of the people that you fight in epics, because you're like, you know, above level 20, you fight, like, a lot of drow and other people, but everyone that you fight has, like, crazy high equipment and stats. So at that point, you know, every single person you kill is dropping, like, +4 weapons and +4 items because they're all very, very high level. But it's, like, kind of unrealistic that that's something that you even, like, encounter, is all of these people with all of these crazy gear. And then every time you fight somebody that's not epic, you just, like, instantly obliterate them. So for a single-player game with a very different economy type, you could maybe make it work, but it's a little weird when you're in an MMORPG. Again, MMORPGs have the problem where they have to reset everything to 0 all the time that you can't get in a regular, or that you don't do in a regular RPG.
The Mother Scorpion fought valiantly to you take this.
Like, regenerating health and mana is kind of an important part of an MMORPG, because in an MMORPG, the resources have to be contained within the small adventure that you're doing, so you can do these things in smaller chunks. But in a regular RPG, if you you can deprive players of resources or put them in uncomfortable situations where they don't have access to everything, or have to make people think about how to use their resources a little bit more efficiently or inefficiently, and, like, you know, there's a bit more to the resource economy. But in an MMO, you can't really do that. Like, you can sort of do that by being like, oh, you know, you only have so much mana for this fight, and you can kind of do that in DDO with, like, the shrine system. But when you finish a quest, you go back to 0 and you start over, right? Whereas in, you know, Baldur's Gate, just finishing adventure doesn't reset you back to 0. You're still fighting stuff. You have to figure out when you're going to rest. And even then, resting doesn't set you back to 0 because maybe you don't get potions back or other types of consumables, or, you know, maybe you had a power that you can only use, like, once. And so it's different. It's a different level of scarcity. Oh, these drow are not attacking. Interesting. And what is his discard doing in a small town as AC is higher than 30?
You lay down
Yep.
a bed of furs.
Yeah, it's like complicated. You have to explain all this stuff. This is what's happened to my players right now in the pen and paper game. Is I tried to impress upon them that their characters are dramatically more powerful than everybody that is nearby them. And I think that might have like gone over their head a little bit, and they might have like missed out on that. That like it's like, oh, you attack the monster, and the monster explodes in a violent explosion of blood and guts everywhere because you hit them so hard. Because they're level 18, and they're around like sailors and stuff that are like level 2 and 3. It's a different universe.
By the forge, the fire giant stammers as he stares at you in disbelief. What are you doing here?
Bad thing. That guy dies. It's working very well. Okay, we're good. Dod power doesn't scale linearly from 1 to 30. Yeah, I don't know much about 4th edition, if I'm being honest. I only ever got to play in one campaign, and I think we got to like the whole... We had like 3 sessions before it ended, so... Just due to personal conflicts, among other things. Because I played... I think there's probably a wiki for this, right? There is a wiki for this. Right. Age of Rage next. Age of Rage next. Yeah, because what did I play? I played... I believe I played a Bard. And we had... what was the name of the class? Sentinel, I think, was the name of the class? No, Warden. We had a Warden in our party. And a couple other people. And I played Bard for a very short period of time. And in the short period of time, there was a lot of struggling with the rules between the Dungeon Master and everybody else. Because of the mechanic of Immobilize. Oh, what a poorly worded mechanic. They rectified that in Dungeons and Dragons. In future Dungeons and Dragons, but yeah. Or in 5e, but in 340 that was a video game.
Beyond the hidden doorway is some kind of fortified area. It looks like you're in the right place after all.
Unexpected for a headline? Yeah. Warehouse accidents are not cool. Always be careful. If you're anybody who works in a warehouse, remember, don't muck about or joke around with any of the machinery or different services, and always follow safety protocol.
You feel restless and agitated.
Even if your boss tells you gotta go faster. They had a Player's Handbook 3? Interesting. Oh yeah, because Bard was Player's Handbook 2, and so was Warden. And Monk is Player's Handbook 3. Look at that. Forgot about that. That's kind of cool. They had a lot of classes. I will say that something that would be interesting would be to see an MMORPG with the expansiveness of like Pathfinder, where there's like 40 classes and you can combine them interchangeably. And each class has 20 subclasses. Or like in a game like Dungeons and Dragons Online. That'd be interesting. I have to sate my hunger. Aye. It'd probably be too much. But yeah, seeing what people can do. I think the problem is you would need the budget, and then also, again, MMORPGs are generally designed to appeal to like, you know, lowest common denominator really heavily, because you need players in your RPG world, and so if people aren't playing in your RPG world, you have an issue. going for the bonus. Come on. Nice. Wait for the Kickstarter. They tanked it. Wait, they actually did make a Pathfinder MMO? Oh, I didn't know that. Or they were working on it, or there was some company. Who was the company that was responsible for it? Or do you know the name? That's something I want to Google right now. I'm very curious. Because I think this game does a really good job of, like, showcasing what you can do with Dungeons & Dragons. But yeah.
Almost as if they were guarding something.
It's called Pathfinder Online. Interesting. Hey, apple don't fall far from the tree. You know what I'm saying? Dungeons & Dragons Online. Pathfinder Online.
A strange volume floats over the altar. This must be the book the cultist mentioned.
Pathfinder Online.
Engulfed in flame. Yet before
MMORPG.
for a job well done. The burning
It's on Wikipedia.
intense pulse of arcane energy.
Um,
Destruction of the book. Now you've done it, cries the book's
Pathfinder Online computer adaptation was announced on November 27th, 2012, by Goblin Works and Paizo, and it attracted a Kickstarter fund in 2013. Official alpha test was announced in late June 2014, and early enrollment was announced in July 2015. On September of 2015, Lisa Stevens, acting CEO of Goblin Works and CEO of Paizo Publishing, announced layoffs of most of the Pathfinder Online development team. As of March 2016, the project was in the process of transitioning to a new developer. In March of 2017, a roadmap for the future development of Pathfinder Online was posted by Goblin Works, and on July of 2021, it was announced by Goblin Works that they plan to shut down the game permanently on November 28, 2021, after a big finale. They also announced it was shut down. There would be a write-up on Paizo's website that lays out how it affects Pathfinder's lore as a whole. There was never above an alpha? That sounds right. Yeah, probably. It is dead, yep. Like I said, on the flip side of things, Wrath of the Righteous is really, really, really good. So it's not like Pathfinder video games can never come out again. God damn, is Wrath of the Righteous good. I still gotta keep playing it. I'm not done. But that's a long video game. Like, Baldur's Gate 3 might be a very long video game, but my god, Wrath of the Righteous is a long video game.
If you want to get inside, you'll need to seek the favor of the three Scarrow
Holy
Elders
moly.
of the village. The cavern opens out, revealing a clearing that contains a small drow settlement dotted with tents.
Too much game in them? Give me something I can actually finish? Yeah, I think that's a problem a lot of people run into with the CRPGs, is you start them and you never finish them.
Refuses to help unless you first complete the warrior's trial. Apparently, it starts in the cavern to the west.
Yep.
The Scarrow Elder asks
This is one of the reasons why I fight against myself all the time, and I'm like, I like these RPGs, but they're so long. It's one of the reasons why I've been playing a whole bunch of Deep Rock Galactic. Because it's like, this game isn't something that you finish necessarily, but it's something you can just log in and then do a couple rounds and yell at people, and then you turn the game off, and you're like, that was satisfying. I had a good experience. Whereas Wrath of the Righteous, I need to, like, constantly sit and figure it out. Although I will say, and I've said this before, and I will say it again, the system that they have implemented in Wrath of the Righteous, where you can mouse over the text and it'll hyperlink everything in the chat, is genius. Every CRPG should do that. New standard. Please. Please. What I mean by that is if a character references another character, historical figure, place, or religion, there's a hyperlink that shows up in the chat, and it'll tell you what your character knows about that thing already. So if you take a 6-month break from the game and then a character references something that you, the human being behind the screen, doesn't know, that's fine, because, like I said, it'll come up anyway. And you'll be like, oh shit, okay, I remember now. Yeah. Woo! Because if you want, but there's basically an endpoint, such an underrated feature. Yeah, a lot of games that are MMOs aren't designed with ends in mind. They got to keep you running on that hamster wheel, baby. Got to keep that That returning player base coming back. Although I think that the seasonal cycle that a lot of games have fallen into is like kind of good. Because it means that if you're a total degenerate like myself, you can find like 2 or 3 games that you fall into the seasonal cycle, and then you just go like this one, and then this one, and then this one, and then this one, and then you don't need any new video games. Or really anything new at all. Your life can be stagnant, static. You can then begin to calcify and stop changing entirely. Isn't that everyone's dream of calcification? Of becoming so static that you literally turn into a stone?
And the gate blocking the temple entrance opens. The skeptical Scarrow Elder says you must pass the Hunter's Trial, which starts in the cave to the east.
I need to watch something. That's impressive. 74 hours is like a lethal amount of time. You should see a doctor. Is that? No. Without food? Well, it's dangerous. You probably shouldn't do that. I guess if you have cigarettes and coffee, that's basically as good as food, so I don't know.
You hear an eerie chittering sound coming from the chamber ahead.
I'm not too bad. So what I want to... Okay, so here is what I want to get out of Baldur's Gate 3, and I'm hoping to get that experience today, because I'm going to try to, like, take a mental step back and just try to chill out when I play the game. What I want is to have that feeling where I don't want to eat or go to bed for 24 hours. Because I got that feeling with Wrath of the Righteous. Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous, dude, I turned that video game on, and I really struggled to turn it off for like 24 hours. I had to keep going. Dice off, they're terrible. Oh, I don't have karmic dice on. Dude, some of the times where my rolls are like really brutal, where it's like I need a 10. 1, 2, 1. I'm like, oh no. Oh. It's very satisfying. I really enjoy the pure energy of it. If you guys haven't seen it, we can watch the video that Joel Haver put out. Dude, that shit is so funny. It's so good. Yep, I turned it off. That was one of the first things I did. So when I play, this is something that, again, I don't know if everybody does this, but for me, I always, when I start a video game, turn it on and then go through all the settings. Failed 8 times in a row. Yep, get good. Yeah, I've said this before and I'll say it again. I don't mind it when RNG is bad in like a video game. Sometimes RNG is bad, but that's why you gotta have ways to prevent bad RNG from ruining your run. It's the reason why I use, I like Magic Missile as a spell, conceptually, because it just always hits. E84s? Yeah, I missed a 96, a 94, and a 91 back to back to back. It was awesome. I was like, well, okay, now I gotta figure out how I'm gonna handle this situation. Now that was a problem. I really thought I was gonna kill the thing I was fighting. Or my favorite is when you read critical miss, critical miss, critical miss 3 times in a row, and you're like, ah. Or when you get critical miss with advantage. Oh, the critical miss with advantage is brutal. Roll 2 dice and take the highest result. 1. Kill everybody. Ranged. Oh shit, I'm out of ammo. Oh god. Yeah, that's why. So this exact example where you're seeing me run, not what you guys are talking about, I don't know, but the example where I'm like running backwards and I have to refight all this stuff, and I can't kill these guys in packs. That's exactly why I'm very excited for getting this character to epics. When I get to epics, this problem of running backwards all the time is gonna go away. Feels it 5 times in a row. I think I'm more likely to win the lottery twice and do that again. Oh, yeah.
The third elder grants you his favor. You have earned the favor of the first elder.
So it will eventually turn your AC useless? Oh, that's fun. Did puzzle boss just needs killing? I'm coming! A ton of 24's hit, and I finally up my AC to 24. Yep, they began rolling 25 constantly. Amazing. 25 armor class. Damn, that's a lot. John DeVere has a 21. So his armor class is pretty good, but I need to get like magic armor. I'm not sure when I'm going to be able to get magic armor, but we'll get there. And actually, I would just generally take full plate armor because that's a 18 armor class, so that would be great. Because full plate armor class would put John DeVere at... John DeVere Pepega would become 18 plus 2 plus 2, so he'd be 22, I think? No, it'd be more, and no, plus 1, so 23. It'd be 23 armor class if I had that.
You can return to the village elder and boast that you've completed the hunter's trial.
You do constantly? No, that's how 5th edition is designed. 5th edition is designed around a 50-50. The general design of 5th edition is that an 11 is usually a hit and a 10 is usually a miss. So it's kind of how it's put together. In a future 5th edition campaign I'm going to be running, it's going to be kind of 5th edition. I'm going to be writing all the character classes myself, and as a core part of the rule set for the characters, every character is going to start with 2 attacks per round. So that way, the end result, it might seem like it's a big overstepment of attacking, but the benefit of starting with 2 attacks per round as opposed to 1 is it means that the odds that you do nothing on a turn if you decide to attack is lower for every character, and it also means the disparity between classes that get extra attacks, like Fighter, Barbarian, Paladin, versus classes that don't, like, you know, Rogue, Cleric, other stuff, don't have that problem. Because it still is pronounced, but it's not as bad. It's bad, but it's not as bad. Yeah, I just wanted it to be like, through good decision making, there should be very few dead turns. If that makes sense. It should always feel like the turns that you take are valuable and you can do something with them. So yeah, so we'll see. They literally have 35% chance to beat and still hit 82% of the time. Or are you giving people disadvantage?
A guttural chant echoes down the hall.
I use disadvantage a lot on enemies. The dodge action would be very nice, yeah. Maybe your game's broken then. I wouldn't be surprised if there was like an RNG seed in Baldur's Gate 3, or like depending on your RNG seed, you had you know, actual different quantities of RNG taking place. Oh. Okay, I'm eating all the hateful stairs, which is good. Nope. Screw you. That's why I have my Harper pin. It's like the Harper Agent capstone.
It seems that chaos magic is fickle. The beholder's shield begins to fade.
Yeah, I think we're good. Nice. Just like I said, for me, the characters that I got going on, I got John DeVere Pepega, who's a paladin, and he's... I need to get second extra attack on him so he can do a little bit better, but he's still pretty good. I like having him around a lot. And we'll do Grim and Barrett. Grim and Barrett. Grim. So we'll do that. But yeah, I like having him, so he'll get in there. He's got a high armor class. And then I use Karlak, who's a barbarian, and I re-rolled her, so she has really high dex and constitution. So her armor class is pretty high. And then I gave her the bear rage. So when she rages, she takes half damage from all sources in the game. So she just takes hit after hit after hit like a boss. It's cool.
The Silver Flame are looking.
I'm gonna try a half-orc war cleric. Fighter multi, just not sure what level balance. I don't know, actually. I'm not sure. That's actually one of the reasons why.
Is this a Baldur's Gate 3 mod or something?
Yeah.
Sick third-person camera view.
Thanks, dude. Yeah, it is. This is in fact a sick mod. It's supposed to be balanced. No, shh, awesome person. Shh, don't think about it. Don't worry about it. Just let me have my class. It's very good. Let me have it. The breastfeed, don't have the equipment. That's quitter talk.
The planar orb is already mine. I'll leave my minions to deal with you. And what remains of those meddlesome gatekeepers.
But yeah, I will say that the this is a bad room to be in, like this. Even just shooting my way down here. Oh, I was like, oh, everything died. Yes, because the sorcerer showed up. Go, sorcerer, get him. No one wants me trying. But yeah, as far as the multi-classing go, so I've never multi-classed in 5. I don't really know much about it, if I'm being honest. And so I'm actually learning a little bit by playing some Baldur's Gate 3 about how some of the things work and don't work. It's definitely very different from 3 or 3.5, where you don't just like gain proficiencies by taking another class, like you get extra skill points or whatever. That's not how that works. You do gain some proficiencies. So for example, you could take like 1 level of fighter, and then all of a sudden from having 1 level of fighter, your character can now wear heavy armor and cast spells, which is kind of cool. I think one of the issues with 5th edition multi-classing is the same issue that 3.5 actually has with multi-classing, in the sense that a lot of the powerful abilities are at higher level, like DDO. So like when the level cap was 12 or 14, it was really easy to multi-class because you're not losing a lot by multi-classing, but giving up on like the Master of Storms is really rough. So multi-classing on a bard is like a difficult decision. But if the level cap is 18, do you really need Enhanced Bolt? Maybe not. So you could give it up. It's not a big deal. Right? And so that's kind of like the big difference. I think Baldur's Gate 3, because the level cap is 12, it's really easy to multi-class, because pretty much none of the classes in the game get anything at either level 11 or level 12. If you just go look at it online, every class stops getting stuff at like level 10. So there's really no reason to be anything other than like a 10-2 in the game, other than like you want to be a pure of one-click character. Yeah, but you could just take a different spellcasting class. You could take like a level of wizard to get the arcane regeneration back, and you could take a level of another class to get something else. And you still get spell levels, or you still get new spell levels and spell slots. Yeah, and that's the thing, is also a lot of people don't get to high level in D&D, so they don't worry about it. So like as an example, in my pen and paper campaign that I'm currently running, 2 of my characters decided to multi-class, so they don't get their characters' capstone abilities, which are some really crazy stuff, but they have some of the lower level stuff. They're level 19 now, but they just, again, they don't have some of the higher level abilities. The cleric decided to go pure, so they're a pure life domain cleric, and dude, I don't know if you guys have ever played in a high level campaign, something I personally didn't know, life domain cleric at level 17 gets this ability where it makes it so all of its heal rolls are at max all the time. It has maximize on all heal rolls. There's no rolls anymore. You just always heal for max. I didn't know that. And you get it at level 17 because I've never played a game to level 17. So all of a sudden he's like, yeah, okay, I'm going to cast Cure Wounds. I'm a Mass Cure Wounds. I'm going to heal for 70 something. And I'm like, oh. Shit. Okay. This is crazy. It's cool. I'm not mad. I think it's awesome. I think it's really, really cool. But I just didn't know that. But yeah, if your campaign is only like going up to level 8 and you know that, then you can make very different decisions. I think it would be fun to do a run through of Baldur's Gate 2, but take one of every single class in the game. So when you talk to every NPC, there's like a million options at down the bottom of like, you can, from the perspective of every class. Well, there's prestige classes and multi-classing, don't forget. And also each class has multiple different not subclasses, but different class archetypes you can follow. So like for me, for example, in Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous, I went with a Magus and decided to be a melee Magus. I should have, in hindsight, used the Sword Saint archetype for the Magus, which I didn't. I think there's a guy you can reroll your stats, but I don't remember where it is. Or like redo your character, but I'm not sure. I don't remember where it is. So goddamn long you can't get through it? Yeah. Next is Subversion. I think that's what it is. I'm just gonna double check, because I think I know what I'm talking about, but I might not. Pathfinder, Wrath of the Righteous, Magus. Counts to join my party. Welcome. Going to Subversion. You know how good it was? Yeah. Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous wiki. There we go. And then, yeah, so you get the Sword Saint. Gain access to any weapon type to get, apply weapon damage to spells, and apply intelligence bonus to AC. But you have to choose a single weapon. But the thing is, I went with a dex-based one, so I had to pick one weapon anyway, so I can only use rapiers on that build, because you have to pick, like, a specialization in Pathfinder, or in Wrath of the Righteous to get dex hit and damage. You take weapon finesse with one weapon, and then you have to take advanced weapon finesse with one weapon. And so you're already picking one weapon anyway, so the penalty of Sword Saint is not a big deal. The fact that you can't wear armor, also not a big deal, because you add your intelligence to damage, or your intelligence to armor class. So just before, in case anyone is planning on possibly spoiling some of Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous, I haven't finished the game yet, so I'm still working my way through it, because it's really long, and I got distracted by the entire Baldur's Gate series. So yeah, I'm playing a melee Magus. I also chose to be a Dampier, because it sounded cool at the beginning. I was like, oh, I can be like a half vampire? Dude, that's kind of cool, and like, you know, like really edgy, you know, I can be like a half vampire and stuff. It's like gonna be awesome. Except, I didn't realize that meant I can't get healed by anything, and the NPCs don't sell negative healing potions. They don't sell inflict potions, obviously. So, huge mistake. Catastrophic mistake. I don't know what I was thinking. But anyways, it's a major problem. But I'm going to deal with it and beat the game with it. It's fine. You also get no immunities because you're not a full undead. So you do not get immunity to critical hits. You do not get immunity to poisons. You don't get immunities to anything. I don't even know why it's an option. But anyways, yeah, that's me. Making choices that ruin me. Yep. But yeah, anyways, I picked the Azada path because I like the idea of freedom. I found that a lot of the issues that I have with like the Angel path is that the Angel path wouldn't let me, I don't know. I felt like there's like some level of self-righteousness with the Angel path of like, my character is holier than thou. So I went with Azada. Yeah. Good option for playing a Divine Caster, like evil player can heal themselves easily. Oh, yeah, absolutely. And so yeah, for me, the Azada just made the most sense. And, because it's all about like chaos and freedom, and I can make whatever choices I want, which is kind of cool. Negative healing BS really quick if you're a caster yourself. Yeah, I don't get negative spells because I'm a Magus. I don't get those. There's a reason they call me Eltrim, okay? And don't you ever forget it. Don't you ever forget why they call me Eltrim. about lawful aspect of seeing demon invasion as a problem against universal laws instead of just because they are evil. Oh, yeah. Well, so my character with the Azada, I figured that the goal is basically just like peace. So we can get back to status quo was kind of the goal of my character. So I gave everybody basically a chance to say, hey, by the way, let's chat it out and let's hang out and let's not murder each other. And then if they refuse, they die for going against it. Or whatever. Which made the most sense to me in the moment. I like to play characters with wishy-washy intentions, and playing a character who revels in chaos seemed to be good with you know, the idea of playing a character with wishy-washy intentions. Just to go back home because they don't belong to the material plane, same as demons. Oh yeah, that's cool. Yeah, I gave up on the Aeon thing because I had the Aeon voice in my mind or whatever that was like, you know, hey, do you want to do this or do you want to do this? And I was just like, oh yeah, whatever, I don't care. The voice, if you shut it out, the voice gets upset at you and is like, well, I'm taking my ball and going home. And I'm like, fine, do that. I don't give a crap. I really struggled between Angel and Azada. My pick. I want to be a Lich in every RPG? Yeah. Well, if it makes you feel any better, Cruiser, Dorak is playing a Lich in Baldur's Gate 3, because apparently you can do that, so it's kind of cool. That's what he's doing. It's too funny, playful for my taste, and it's more serious. It doesn't really feel too playful. So yes, you do get the pseudo dragon, who is very playful and fun. But I didn't really feel it being like playful and fun and not in a certain tone. Basically, the way I think of it is my character stands up to bullies. So if you're a bully, my character's going to stand up to you. Whether you're, you know, a member of the Crusade whose explicit purpose is to protect those in need, and by protecting those in need, you ignore those. You're protecting some in need, you ignore others who are also in need, then we have a problem, because you're just being a big bully. Or otherwise. And that's kind of how I interpreted the characters, like, you know, if you're gonna bully the hell out of some people, then none of that. Oh yeah, multitude of madness. Yes, I forget it. They are all cool in their own right. I've said this before, I really struggle with making video game characters feel bad. So, I know people do like the evil runs where they kill everybody and they're like, ha 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 ha. I don't like making the video game characters feel bad. So I don't like to do the Lich runs or the kill everybody runs. I find it very difficult mentally to do that. Dragonborn Paladin, a trusty sidekick, halfling, throw fighter, barb, rogue. Oh, nice. That's kind of cool. Did you know that if all of your party is halflings, and they're all barbarians, then everybody can throw everybody else as weapons? Yeah, just make a party of a bunch of halfling, or like if they all have enough strength, they can all just throw each other. So one person can throw another person and someone else. Wants multiplayer halfling barbs. Yep. And everyone's a throw barb because everyone's throwing everyone else. And but I like being put out of your comfort zone that way. No, I want to save the world and help everybody. I think it's one of the reasons why I enjoy video games that don't give you happy endings. where you like do your best and you realize it doesn't matter and your best isn't good enough and you just have to sit down and be like, man, you just feel sad at the end of it. I do like video games like that. It's one of the reasons why I liked the story of Cyberpunk 2077, where like basically no one in that entire video game is a happy ending. It's relatively depressing. Pretty much everybody leaves the story worse than they started, and no one has a happy ending, no matter how hard you try and how many good things you do. And I don't know, there's just something about it that's just really interesting to, and it's like none of it doesn't make any sense. It's not like you're confused, like, oh, you know, they should have done something wrong, or the writing is bad. No, it makes sense as to why everyone's having a bad day. Everyone's life really sucks. So there's that. What else is there? Or like in the Last of Us, the first one. I still haven't played Last of Us 2. Is that on PC yet? I don't remember. If it's on PC, I should probably play it. But anyways, in the first one, the ending is so brutal and goes so far against everything I would want to do, but also it's like, damn, this is a good video game. That ending, man. Whew. How was it ending? But yeah, so like I said, I'll play it eventually. I only have a PS4, and I'm not going to buy any more games for my PS4 because it's stupid. The only game, not a game I would buy for PS4, I'm never going to buy a PS5, with one exception. There's one exception to which I would buy a PlayStation 5, and that is if they either release a PlayStation exclusive Bloodborne 2, or a Bloodborne remaster that is exclusive to PS5. Then I will have no choice, and I will need to buy a PS5. But that's it. Is it a good idea to buy a video game console exclusively for one video game? The answer is you haven't played Bloodborne. That's why you don't know. Bloodborne's so good. Oh my god. Oh my god, that game.
And just look at all these lovely crystals. I can make lots of copies with them. And just imagine if I get
yeah, exactly. Like I said, if they made Bloodborne Remaster on PS5 that was 60 FPS in 4K, or not even, just 60 FPS in 1080 instead of 720, oh, with nicer looking textures, oh. So I'm just waiting for the PC port, so then people can mod all the textures and fix them up. Just first I go through without buying the console? Yeah. The 95 silver roll. Ooh, nice. Okay, I haven't got out of my chair in 3 hours, so I'm gonna get up real quick and stretch my legs, go to the bathroom and stuff. Nice. Moving on to 15s, but I need a 5-minute break first. Yeah, I'm taking 17. Bruiser challenged you to do silver roll. Is that true, Bruiser? Are you challenging me to a roll-off? You think I can't beat a 95? Are you joking? Obviously, I'm going to roll 95. Here you go, everybody. Put it on your prediction. Do the roll when I get back. I got to use the bathroom real quick. But then I'm going to show El Bruiser how I can roll better than him, because of his direct challenge directly to me with the text he put in chat. Easiest challenge of my life, dude. I shall return. I'll be right back. I gotta use the bathroom. Ugh. Oh, everybody left. What's up, everybody? Welcome back.
Quest completed. Man, 7 months already. What a ride it has been.
That's right, dude. What a ride it's been. That's crazy. My ship invite? I don't know if anyone's on the ship. Yeah. It has been quite the ride, dude. Can I how do I do this? Zeexil. Okay, so here, you know what? 7 months? Wow, look at that. Oh, shit. I actually wasn't following you, so there you go. Now you are. 107, bitch. Get wrecked. Destroyed. You got nothing left now. It's all over. Yeah, I'll go get it. Yeah, I'm gonna go back and go to the ship. I'm going to the ship. I'm going. But you know where else I'm going? Literally to the top, baby, because Cruiser Zero said he got a 95 and a silver roll, and he thought he's the best and the best in the whole world. But he doesn't know I'm about to hit a 96 or higher because I am better rolling than he is. Everybody ready for today's daily dice roll? Dice! Silver! Something! Shit. Okay, okay, fine. 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 Alright. Alright. And betting on Cruiser over Shrimp. Lost a lot of Sunflash because of that. Dude, you can't... You guys don't understand. There's a reason they call me L-Trim. It's not a secret. It's not like, ooh, L-Trim. I wonder why he's called L-Trim. I am haunted by the L's of my past. You know that... I hope you know that breaks your oath. No! Does that break my oath? But I'm L-Trim. That's impossible. I am L-Trim. L-Trim is me. Dude, it's 2k gold. The second one cost me 2k. Yeah, I don't pay attention to it. It just kind of goes up as I do quests and stuff. I don't really do a lot of endgame on this character. I kind of just TR with it. So, should be pretty good. The plan that I'm going to be using is I'll be getting Tonkin's Thunderhammer with this character to apply both just straight up AoE damage for free, as well as, since I have lots of spell power, it'll have the enhanced bolt, so I'll get the freeze with no save on it, and bonus caster level and max caster level, which will apply to my Tonkin's Hammer. And then the other plan is, so it's planned to go Macro Tech with Tonkin's Hammer, as well as Rune Arm use, and the extra Imbue die. All of this is just very good. And then, and also Technique Drive, the 6% extra double shot. So there's a lot of good stuff out of here. Then I'm also going to be going into the Fatesinger tree to basically grab the 2 Fatesinger attacks, the stun and the other ability. And then finally, I'll be going in for Shreddy Champion, because Shreddy Champion is the best one. And the best part about this is that Macro Tech gives range power, Fatesinger gives range power, and so does Shreddy Champion. Ooh! Yo, take care, horse. Enjoy your day! That was so dumb. That was so dumb. I'm so sorry. Do you have to pay for Macro Tech? You just have to buy the newest expansion, which is $20. Next time you do Charm, sick. Oops. Horse left you on Kenneth. Yeah, duh. H-Trim? Is that me? Is it Hammer? Yeah. Welcome. Well, also, remember... I also left you, but it's okay. I didn't do it unintentionally, I left you in a position of authority. So because as to wit, your character is now the de facto leader. Not the de facto leader. You're second in command, but definitely first in terms of command of Big Pipe. So
You appear underwater, encased
the
in a
middle one.
magical bubble of air.
If you want to look like a carrion knight, you gotta buy the middle one.
You over.
This I'm wearing the expensive one.
Sent to salvage the ship's cargo.
Eat lightning damage, bastards. I don't know what the proc rate is of the diplomacy, but man, that did not go off very often. Says you have a chance. Do I have to do anything? Or do I have to hit anybody with the diplomacy, or just press the button? I don't remember. It's been a while since I played. My diplomacy is 63. Jeez. I think I have to hit somebody with the diplomacy. I think it just accepts it. Daggermaw. If auto diplomacy, if not just click the button, doesn't have to pass, just click the button.
Found the entrance to this
Yeah,
underwater
can't
cave.
do these days. A bit quiet.
None have Vaunt's mark on them. The Sahuagin must have taken Vaunt's cargo inside the cave.
I just want to make sure I can keep max stacks of my observation stuff. This is the only way I get fortification penetration for quite a long time.
Have created some sort of magical barrier to keep the ocean at bay.
Because there, with this, now I get 25 extra fortification penetration, and then 10 armor class, PRR, and MRR. So my armor class, PRR, and MRR become 72, 41, and 59.
Fools, you've made enemies of the Daggermaw, he crooks.
For stable 2-4 rune arms, I have to sacrifice defenses from Renegade. That is correct, yep. Yep. I wish the stable charge tier was in all 3 of the trees. So as long as you're playing as a rune or like an artificer, you get the stable charge tier. Give me the dodge, baby. Get him out of here. I thought that would kill that guy. Feats would be interesting. There aren't any artificer or rune arm feats, are there? Interesting observation. I didn't even think about that.
Ambush was fierce. You've survived it handily.
Artificer feats, eh? Rune arm feats, eh? Oh shit! It's a portable hamstorm. Very fun. Have you guys never seen this, by the way? Goodbye. There's ham everywhere. It's very fun. Defenses for Renegade. Never played Caster Arty. The problem is the best charge tier is the first charge tier. Stable charge tier is nice because it gives you, like, between fights, you're always at a tier 3 charge, which does a lot of extra damage. So it's definitely not bad. Is it better than defenses? Depends on what your damage is at. Also, how good you are at tactical detonation. Like, if you have good control of tactical det and you're using, what do you call it? Not tactical detonation. What's that ability called? First of Glacial Wrath well, then you don't really have to worry too much about defense. Artificer is inherently tanky because of, like, the armor proficiencies, so. Oh, my goggles are broken. Which means they're no longer on, so I don't have Voice of the Master. No, my Voice of the Master, no. I'm just gonna shoot these guys. Ah, the lag. The lag. The lag.
With the pirates out of the way,
Feels good.
finally take a
3-4, everyone's in.
cargo.
Loot the device, please.
Covered Vaughn's mysterious shipment at long last.
We're all set.
It must be very
Nice, dude.
difficult to
Okay,
win
sounds
such
good.
attention, whatever it is.
All right. All these are bad. Let's go repair. Yeah, dude, I just said I was gonna go repair.
Now that you have arrived in the wondrous city of
Later on today, also, I will be playing some Baldur's Gate 3. When I do, I will be posting a prediction for whether I will or will not break my oath. So,
Clifftop Tower district of Sharn.
be sure to stick around for that. What's my oath? It doesn't matter. In Baldur's Gate 3, your oath will break from seemingly random events that are outside of your control. So, it doesn't matter. My character took the Oath of the Ancients to protect the innocent, and I broke my oath by killing a slaver. So, yeah, you gotta be really careful with that one. I freed the slaves. The game was like, no, I don't know about that. I don't think so, Tim. Yeah, I took Oath of the Ancients. The way to redeem yourself? Yeah, it's 1,000 gold the first time and 2,000 gold the second time. I know, because I've paid 3,000 gold. Alright. So, Sharn, welcome. Next. It's just money. I don't care too much about the money. It's more... I'm over it now. I'm over it. I'm good. No copium. I'm good. I'm good now. Okay? I'm good. I'm happy. I'm healthy. I'm ready to go. Ready to tackle everything. No money is good for redeeming things. It is funny. Also, hearing other people talk about it, I've heard other people be like, man, I'm just drowning in money. I have nothing to spend my money on. And, dude, jealous. I wish I had nothing to spend my money on. Sadly for me, I have lots to spend my money on. I like how in my endless fusillade, I killed... Oh, I guess I did kill 5 people, but... Yeah. A lot of learning spells from scrolls? Yeah. Pickpocket, scum, say, yeah. If you save scum pickpocketing, you probably will have a lot of money. I told you this, dude. What if you pickpocket some guy who's on his way to pick up, like, a delicious sandwich because it's Friday and he's had, like, a really rough week, and he's been thinking about this sandwich, like, all week. He's like, yo, I'm gonna go down. I'm gonna head down to Gino's, get a delicious chicken parm. Oh, it's gonna be so good. Gets to the store. Boom. Now he's got no money for the chicken parm. You just not only took someone's money from them and their hopes and dreams, you just took a chicken parm. Horrifying. Man, oh, now I want a chicken parm. Oh, that'd be so good right now. I'm out of ammo. Shit. Right, ammo. Farm. Should you use advantage in all performance checks? All the single gold pieces? True! I could busk as a bard. I didn't even think about that. New lamb threads posted? Oh yeah, right. Chris was saying something about lamannia. So lamannia is today then. Because I didn't watch the Fridays at 4 last week because I was too busy playing Baldur's Gate. Do you have a link to the threads, Sarkfa? Yeah. wealth should always push alignment towards evil. Yeah, there's no alignment in not in 5e in Baldur's Gate. My partner decided to just roll with it. Still doing good. At least think you're doing good? Yeah. Yeah, I'm just gonna roll with it. Tree enhancement tree tweaks? Whoa, 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 whoa. Is never balance, only rework SSG doing balance? No way, dude. No forkin' way. Yeah. I don't have open lock, so I can't open the chest. So all those people are upset. I can't open the chest. Yeah, we're gonna look at it in just a sec here. So I'm gonna finish this quest. I'm gonna take like 2 minutes to look at the new patch notes. I guess that means lamannia is coming up soon. Back, another preview of Update 61. Compared to the last preview, there are no new items and raid loot is not included. However, there are changes fixed compared to the last preview. Cool. Seems neato. Oh, it's just the loot? Okay, there's no like general preview thread. Mania official discussion. Yeah, it's just U61 enhancement tree and loot preview. Okay. I wonder when Lamannia is gonna go up.
I have a message for you, says Vaunt.
Okay, let's see here. Let's see what you guys are pogging about. Clam notes. Gonna read for a sec. We'll catch up in red rain. Hold on, there's new lamb notes. Red rain. Give the lamb notes. In case people want to read them. Okay. I can't be logged in to the DDO or the forum, so give me a sec here. Ugh. Okay. So, we have tweaks. Let's see what we got. So, Update 61, we have embarked on a slightly unusual kind of balance pass, where instead of targeting a specific gameplay feature or overhauling top to bottom, we're instead going wide. Thank God. This is like the best thing I've ever read. This means we adjusted 13 distinct features across 7 classes and 2 universal trees to provide a larger holistic set of changes mean to intrigue character builders and shore up some statistical weaknesses. These are the best. This is the best sentence I've ever read in my whole life. Holy God. Alright, Harp Agent. Cores 1, 6, and 18 now give +1 to hit and damage, and not just versus evil. Cool, so it's an extra hit and damage. Core 20 is all ability scores +1 hit and damage, +5 hit and damage versus evil, and 20 spell power, and Weather Traveler is now 2, 4, 6 resist. It's still all bad, but it's better than it was. Swashbuckler. Battering Barrage is now 2 to 1. That's good. And Thread the Needle gives an extra 5% hit chance, which is actually essential because bards have bad hit chance because they actually don't get hit chance in the tree. So very good. War Chanter. Spinning Ice, Frozen Fury, and Scalding Scream now use the highest of Dex, Charisma, or Strength. Dude, that's so cool! Actually amazing. Their DCs are now 0 times bard level, half bard level, 1 times bard level, and 10, 12, 14 as a baseline. Scalding Scream is 1 times bard level and 14. Sure. Spitting Ice is now at 3, 4, 5 cleave, and Northwind only costs 2 to 1. So for those that don't know, Northwind is the thing that makes it so you freeze on a Vorpal. That's going from 2 to 1 cost. Now you actually might take Spitting Ice. I never recommended Spitting Ice because Northwind was too expensive. Now it's not. Very cool. Sorc Savant actives are now using Charisma or Con. Cool. They're still probably pretty bad, but now you can actually click them and they'll work. And Earth and Armor now gives Armor Class. That's just a good fix. Nature's Warrior gives Armor Class. So Nature's Warrior gave, or not, this. I think this is the wrong tree. Not Nature's Warrior. This is Nature's Protector. Anyway, it used to give, natural armor, which didn't stack with items. Now it does stack. Ninja Spy. Tier 2 and Tier 4 Dark Key upgrades now grant extra damage, which is good. And Touch of Despair now grants +3 hit and damage, which it should have done. Cool. So that's literally an extra plus, like, 4 damage or whatever. Or no, 5 damage and 3 to hit. Cool. Shintao does the same thing. Cool. Lighting the Candle now applies fire portion of its imbue to key spells. Very cool. This is actually going to make the key spells a lot more powerful on Henshin Mystic. Quivering Palm DC is 10 plus monk level plus highest of wisdom or dex plus assassinate bonuses. So now Quivering Palm is going to have a higher DC. The problem with Quivering Palm is nothing applied to it, and now with assassinate bonuses, you're easily going to be able to get this over an 110 on monk. So he's going to body everything with Quivering Palm. Assassin. All active poison attacks up the line are now +3. Use full rogue level for their DCs instead of half, and now make certain enemies who be immune to poison weak. Cool! You only ever took Heartseeker poison and the other poisons were useless. Now you can take Ice Chill, make monsters vulnerable to poison attacks. Very, very cool. That's actually very cool. Anyway, Vistani. Kukris now function with the tree, with the exception that Core 12 only gives them +1 multi. This is to keep them in parity and crit-wise with daggers. They naturally have +1 threat range over them. Sick. Great change. You can now use Kukri with Vistani. That's awesome. Archmage. Master of Magic Core 12 now grants universal spell power and increases int from 2 to 4. Efficient metamagics have their AP cost reduced from 2 to 1 since Archmage having metamagics to be good seems flavorful. Spell Pen is 2 to 1. Energy of the Scholar is 2 to 1. And Cores 12 and 18 now grant +1 cast level and max cast level. Archmage, actually good. Vanguard. Stunning shield cooldown down to 15 seconds. Omega buff. Shield Rush. Cooldown down to 20 seconds. Pretty good. Shield Spec. Damage line down. Now visible to the player. Very, very cool. I love these balance changes. There's literally nothing bad in the balance changes. I'm pretty happy about that. So yeah, overall, good changes. There's some stuff that's obviously just underwhelming, like the Harper stuff. But yeah. Does they get doubled by Keen? Yes.
You step into Zealth Prospire's tidy office. The Inquisitive calls out.
But they're also a martial proficiency, so you're not always going to have them. Like, you have to, multi-class to get the proficiency. Like, the fact that you need the proficiency is not nothing. Well, and that's just it, right? Like, the best part about this type of change, and in my opinion, why it's so good, is because it's a small change, and then they can just buff Harper again in a future patch, and then buff Harper again in a future patch. Like, there's no reason that it needs to, they need to do it all in one go. Cool. Well, now I know I'm going to be posting his YouTube video tomorrow. Dude, I'm very excited. This patch note has me pumped up. That's awesome. And the Archmage changes are huge. The spell-like abilities are all pretty much all bad, but the Archmage change, just making it so Archmage, important note, is now going to cost, what, 3, 6, 9, 10, 12 points less?
After examining the corpse, you can see
no, 15 points less to max it.
His last gambling ticket lies
crazy.
Just out of reach. Fell into just one big, cleaning up on a match in an underground.
And it gets +1 cast level and max cast level to all wizard spells. And the capstone gives 4 int instead of 2 and 20 universal spell power. It kind of competes with Palemaster now. Yeah, that's actually very cool. And it didn't have to do anything. Just +1 max cast level and max cast level. The cool thing about the cast level change too is it might be like, oh, but what if I'm playing as a crowd control character? I don't need it. Actually, the cast levels gives you spell pen. So getting the extra +2 cast levels with all spells means that your mass holds get +2 on their spell pen value. Actually, very cool. Big fan of that. And then Vanguard buff out of nowhere. 15 seconds, by the way, on Stunning Shield is omega good. So Stunning Shield, I believe it uses your highest of your character, or your character level. So 2 levels of either Fighter or Paladin gain access to Vanguard for Stunning Shield is very, very good. Quivering Palm is also now going to be way more usable, because getting Assassinate DCs is incredibly easy.
As you turn to leave, you hear figures climbing outside the door. Zalith unlocks the gate, revealing a small
Viewers, handful of changes. Dude, I'm so happy with this. just small tweaks to several trees is so cool. I'm so happy with this. This is awesome. Oh yeah, I didn't look at the item changes because I didn't really care that much. Loot. They change. Rune arms do a thing. The library card now has a thing. Scepters now do things. And a bunch of bug fixes. Yep, there you go.
The door to the pawn shop is unlocked. Just as
Oh, true! Randall's got to sell augments. They probably have the Randall augment list, because there's got to be a Randall there.
All the other cast-offs in her.
Somebody just posted about Randall, and I'm like, oh, good idea.
No doubt they were hidden there so they could be fenced on the black market later. A different body, but the same song. A crossbow bolt.
Rune arm charge rate. Now it's not just on the raid rune arms. Yep. Said overall, I'm having a good time. This is fantastic.
A shattered pin bearing Von Arcanotechnic symbol. A closer look at the keg reveals a hidden compartment filled with smuggled goods. Another alley stretches before you. The more you learn about the victims, the more questions you have. You can only hope that Zulkus Prospire holds the answers you've been seeking.
We're just nerfed. Now it's in line with the other casters. It's fine.
Tiefling stands before you.
Like I said, for me, I'm very happy. Very, very happy. This is cool. It's very cool. Oh my god. The other thing, too, is that there's not a crazy amount of things to test on lamannia about the changes to see how they feel, because obviously it's like minor tweaks. It's going to take like a real playthrough. But man, Archmage Wizard, I kind of want to log into an Archmage Wizard and test it out. That's the thing I'm probably most excited about out of all of those changes. Archmage is like kind of cool. Like the War Chanter stuff is basically Bard is now better, which is good. The Shintao, I guess the Henshin Mystic. Maybe it's time after this comes out to return to Henshin Mystic and try that again. You're gonna be playing Baldur's Gate 3 on non-DDO days. I just do it in pieces. So I just do like 6 to 7 hours of DDO and then I play another game. Poison bypass, yep. I think Keycaster, unironically, could be quite good. Lighting the candle, getting to add extra fire damage onto the key spells. It's the reason why Sacred Fist key spells actually work, is because of the adding light damage onto the key spells with the enhancement. It's kind of cool. Just keeps getting better. Yeah, like I said, I've been posting the you know, my playthrough as I'm going. The next part of my playthrough is titled I Broke My Oath Again, and then my brain broke, because I basically broke my oath and then stopped playing the game for 2 hours. So that's going to be good. You do, does it add the imbue to the spells? Yep. But remember, that's the Cauldron, which is AoE, and it's the Flame Wave, which is AoE.
You catch up with Zealot and fill her in on the clues you found so far. She points you towards an alleyway.
I'm so tired. Exactly. Missed a few nights sleep, but it's okay. Oh, dude, because Draconic Incarnation works off of, like, whatever main stat you have. I still like the idea of the strength-based Draconic Incarnation. I think that's actually very cool. Because it uses highest stat. Quivering Palm just working off Assassinate, so it lands more frequently. If it's through the spell, it'll be through 300% melee power. Because that's what the spell does. Ooh, Moonguard. So that'll use that. But yeah, also the Assassin, being able to just... You might actually want to take all the poisons on Assassin now. Being able to allow your poison to work on anything is kind of cool. Do key spells trigger ED mantles? Yes, they do.
This adventure Like so many
The revamp
others,
coming very soon.
in a
Yeah. But you can ignore those people.
supposed to meet a disgruntled Vault employee.
Legendary kind of snow? Yes, they can.
He'll give
Key spells are spells. So anything that triggers off of spells triggers off of the key spells. And so they'll trigger spell mantle effects, and their damage, their crit, is based off of your spell crit. So you do want to get high spell crit if you can.
I don't want to lose my job. If you'll just follow me, I'll cough when it's time for us to part ways. What you do after that is none of my business.
Sounds quite nervous.
I've been saying that. No. The forums is it's a lot of bitter people. There will 100% be somebody saying that. There will be a user going, oh yeah, and I guess since they're buffing, I guess we're never gonna get a rework. Yeah, the people that engage in forum PvP. They're high rated players. No! Don't lag past me, that's unfair. Damn video game. Sneaking past me with lag. By the power of lag. Trash is trash. Trash is really bad. Yeah, but it's the stuff you splash in that got buffed. Like the first couple of cores, not too shabby. What are different forum PvP ranks called? Oh shit. On the rated PvP? Great question.
Someone is burning the midnight oil behind this door, but the sturdy door is fitted with an even sturdier lock. I'll have to find another one.
Yeah, Inquisitive is only hit chance. The first point will be better than Inquisitive because it'll be +1 to hit and damage. But did we already find it? Oh, we did. Nice. Your forum elo? Exactly. Not gonna brag, not to brag or nothing, but I'm gold in forum PvP. I'm a gold rated forumer.
You hear a gruff voice howling.
I don't know what I'm rated.
A more measured voice responds. What of it? The excited Noel bounces around.
The roof is on fire! Portal, now!
That was easy.
Snaps the being in a commanding tone.
You can grab both. True. Or 'cause it's an F-fighter. Yes.
Familiar voice somewhere near.
You can now use Kukris with Vistani. Isn't that cool? Which means you can use Kukri on Shader Kai, which means Shader Kai is even better than before.
Quickly, find them! You can't catch me! This is one of Vault's
Now all we need is Kukri with Paladin, and I can play my Shader Kai Paladin Kukri build. Oh, yeah. Dual wield Crunch Nemesis Kukri build. Honestly, that Blood Rage effect is so good. Yeah, because it gives melee power and Constitution. It doesn't give strength, right? So which means it doesn't really matter what actual stat you use. You could do like a Kukri Eldritch Knight or something. I don't know. 5 damage, yeah, exactly. And with enough attack speed, you can keep it up 100% of the time. You still need to get that threat range as well, though. So you could do Tempest, but you need the threat range. I'd probably do... How do you get +1 threat range? Paladin? Cleric? 12 Ranger? Because threat range is usually tier 5. Bard? Yeah, but then you can't dual wield. Also, Bard, I don't think gives threat range to Kukris. Oh, wait. But yeah, but doesn't have it... It has Identity Crisis, doesn't it? Like, it has Salt? Yeah. Bringing out a patch for that soon. Well, that's the expansion. Update 61's the expansion. So, August 13th, 16th, something like that. Wait, is the expansion coming out next week? Fuck. That definitely creeped up on me. 100%. Should I have lamb tomato? The notes are up. Expansion's on Wednesday? It's Wednesday, right? Yeah, Wednesday. Oh, thank God. I have D&D on Tuesday that I can't reschedule because people are like in town from outside, like they're in the city from outside of town, so no, fuck, shit, I don't do enough damage. The warlock's healing him. No. Oh, we didn't get all the prototypes because I suck. My guy is like sliding. Damn, dude. Well, the expansion's only $20. It's like because it's a mini expansion. And by the way, the quests rule. Didn't they say it's like 11 quests or something? It's 11 quests in a raid. They're good. I don't know what I'm gonna do. I don't know what I'm gonna be by next week. I might have reincarnated this character, but then I have to get back to 18. I don't know if I have time for that. 18. And they said that the saga bonus that you get from it is going to give you like an epic amount of XP for the saga bonus. So you can basically do the quest to cap out, and then when you take the saga, you're going to get like 150k XP or something like that. So that it actually works for your epic leveling instead of your heroic leveling. Yeah. Because people were like, why would I ever run an 18 quest when I don't have to? And they're like, well, you can. In fact, you can even do it at level 20. Yeah, exactly. Just very cool. It's very smart. I was never upset about the fact that it was level 18. A lot of people were, but I didn't mind it too much because I was like, yeah, more things. Good. Attack damage off. Oh no, you can leave it on. I was just yelling. I don't have enough damage to kill those guys anyway. I can't bypass fortifications. I can't crit them. Look at all of my beautiful diplomacy checks. Yes. You can be an epics? Yeah, it's level 18. So on elite, it's level 20. You can also get Reaper XP because they made it so you can now do Reaper, like you can do Reaper on whatever quest you want. Oh my god, I let him go? Dude, I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know how to play this game. Yeah, and also the set bonuses and all the items are super cool. And there's the new visuals and everything. Gets benefits from the Inquisitive? I don't think so. I think you just need to make the check, I'm pretty sure. But I have like 1,000,000 diplomacy because I'm a bard, so. My diplomacy is 54. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you don't have to make it. Same old song.
You've arrived at Club Coffin, a popular night spot owned by the board. Counselor Sevilla Patella pulled some strings to get you on the guest list. Perhaps now you can without a wedge between the portals.
Die, everybody. Nice. You can add a minus the end of XP and it would break things. Oh, what? Or add a 0? Yeah, they could add a 0 to the XP you get from this quest and it'd be fine. Doing level 18 quests and getting less than 10,000 XP is rough. Yeah.
Must not be on the guest list. The bouncer opens the front door, allowing you to.
A 0 is probably too much, but they could easily triple the XP in pretty much every single quest out there. Spellcraft. And the fact that I get all these extra skill points and I actually max out Spellcraft is great for my spell powers. So this character has 232 Sonic and 222 Electric, which are the only 2 spell powers I really need. I guess I need healing spell power as well, but it's fine.
You
Get him out of here. Thank you. Beautiful rat death.
Says that the door mechanism is
Yeah, hitting for like an extra 700 damage when my lightning strike goes off, it's not bad. It's pretty cool. I don't have any other melees in my party, so I can't give them the buff, but oh, if I could.
Fenwick is relieved to hear that the club is safe and secure. He gives you permission to approach Regina, Club Clawfoot's manager. A piercing alarm reverberates throughout. Regina turns to you and cries, "The alarm! Someone's breaching our magical ward!"
I'm really bad at remembering when I have to summon more bolts.
Do what you do best!
There's definitely a problem I have with this game, of like, or when playing a character like this, because you eat through bolts so fast, and I have to conjure them because they're not returning. I still don't know why conjure bolts doesn't make a set of returning bolts. Still do not understand this. Welcome. Yeah, that's actually very cool. I'm excited. I don't know if lamannia is going to open today, but if it do, oh, yeah. Oh, lamannia 4 is now open. Handsome Tree updates and new quests. Last set of quests available for you to try. You can visit these quests in the Morgrave public area, which is now available to preview in Sharn. The preview will open today at 4 p.m., so it opens in half an hour. Okay, so that half an hour should be enough time to finish. I'm going to finish off Cogs, then we'll go check out the preview. That's going to be my plan. You put the bolts in your bar and have it display the amount. That's really fucking smart.
It's uncool. The main stage must be under attack.
Straight -4. Also, I heard someone saying you can't crit with a non-proficient weapon. What is the truth? Okay, so it used to be -4. However, they changed it to a penalty on your hit chance. However, it's a much greater than it looks like. So there's a system in DDO called bounded accuracy. So armor class, you don't actually need to hit monsters armor class anymore. They made it so that if you, nowadays, if you roll a 16 to 20, that's a hit. So if you roll a 16 to 20, that's a hit. Just, that's what it is. You roll 16 to 20, that's it. If you roll from a 6 to a 15, you will get a, if you do not beat a monster's armor class, you will, like with your hit chance, you will then get a grazing hit where you'll deal a percentage of the damage that you would fully deal based on how far you are from their armor class. And if 1 to 5 is you got to beat the armor class or you miss. Now, the reason why this is important is because the bounded accuracy that you get in game only applies if you're proficient. If you're not proficient, you have to straight hit the armor class. So, the new content, like that just came out, the legendary Droam revamp that they did, the monsters have armor class over 200. So if you're not plus 180 at a minimum, you will be missing every single attack at the end game because of the bounded accuracy system. The reason why they did it and they changed it away from just raw as like rules as written accuracy is because they ran into a problem where if your armor class gets too high, monsters can't hit you anymore. And then also that means that if monsters can't hit you anymore, the way that they fix that is they make monsters with higher hit chance. But then if they make monsters with higher hit chance, then armor class is valueless unless you're a tank, which means everybody just has a 95% chance to get hit unless a monster rolls 1, which is also not good for balance. So the bounded accuracy makes it a little bit better. So yeah. So that's the short and quick and dirty as to why you want to be proficient with weapons. If you're not proficient, you're going to miss way more often. And the reason why they say you can't critically hit, it's not that you can't critically hit, it's that, let's say you can't hit a target, right? Let's say your hit chance is 50 and the monster's armor class is 200. So you only actually hit on a roll of 16 to 20, because that's how the bounded accuracy system is done. If your character crits on a 17 or higher, say you've got like improved critical into longsword, when you roll a 17, you then need to confirm your critical hit. Well, you can only confirm your critical hit on a 16 to 20, because you only hit on a 16 to 20. And so what that means is that if you roll a 17, you only have actually a 25% chance to critically hit. This gets made even worse by the fact that if you don't have bounded accuracy, So you're not proficient with your weapon. You can only critically hit on a 20 now, because you miss on a 19. So you roll a 20, and then you have a 5% chance to critically hit, because you have to roll a second 20 on your confirm. So yeah. Anyway, never read a bit. That's just how it works. It might be under armor class on the DDO wiki. I'm not sure. They made a change a while ago to change the system. Indie game Baldur's Gate 3. Indie game.
The streets are almost deserted at this hour. A lone figure stands idly on the platform next to a
Anyway, yeah, proficiency matters. If you're not proficient, your character's gonna suck. Anyways, what is this? Tomes of Learning and Epic Tomes of Learning, both great and lesser, have been upgraded, and now check each tier of difficulty independently to determine if you're repeating a quest. This means that completing a dungeon on Heroic will not count as completing it for the Epic Tomes. You'll be able to be eligible for the Tomes bonuses again. Nice. Huge black puddings can no longer subdivide into 8 slimes. Nice. That's good. That's for the pathing problem where you instantly red alert the game. Ravager Laughter works. Challenge XP panel no longer as a string table layer. Consecration now heals hirelings. When you have items in the store queue and clear the queue icon now appears. Sure, lighting the candles buff now is correct text. Fixed a mess of errors and typos in Tavern Keeper logic. Augmented summon feat now from temporary sources will now work on henchmen. I believe they mean hireling. The augmented summon buff will no longer be stripped from henchmen. I believe they mean hireling. Various summon enhancements from the Warlock Enlightened Spirit Tree and Magus will now work on henchmen. I believe they mean hireling. Knocked out animation on pixies no longer blip. Cash level scaling should now work as expected on all rune arm shots. Cool. You can no longer move the rune arm charge UI. Note, this is to fix a bug with attacking while charging a rune arm. Okay, sure. A set of performance updates and reply to the game that affect combat bonuses, spellcasting, login times, and regen in public spaces in an effort to reduce generalized and gameplay lag. Cool. Sick.
A necessary demonstration of my device. I wanted you to
all of that looks good. Okay, Wargrave public area, which is also a preview by visiting Wargrave and Sharn. You still need to speak to the Keymaster in the test to gain access to the quest. Note, this includes all quests with the exception of the raid, which will get its own preview very soon. The raid is supposed to come like a month after everything else.
It's time for the next act to begin.
Vaughn's henchman releases a strange whooping bark, and the darkness around you erupts with a choir of menacing responses. An ambush! Damn us for fools! Shouts Casper. The old man as giggling shapes descend.
1 blast with full damage and 4 blasts with 0. Interesting. Hopefully they fixed it. We'll see when the preview opens up at 4 o'clock.
You've dispatched Vaughn's first group of assassins, but they're surely not the last. Vaughn doesn't go in.
You gotta love reading? Who doesn't love reading, dude? I love reading in my video games. The hard part about streaming while reading is I feel like I have the obligation to read everything out loud. So I do, because it's part of the content. But man, games with heavy reading, you do a lot of reading out loud. Hurts the voice.
She's still alive. I bet my life on it. You've agreed to help rescue Isabelle. To do that, you'll need to clear the way so Casper can follow safely. He says to head to the southeast. Grabbing a source light first will help even the playing field. Don't forget.
How much time do you have, Kentos? You said you need a new indie game? How much time do you want to kill? Between today and expansion. Okay, never mind. I don't have a game for you. I was trying to think of a game, but I have a much shorter game. Because the last indie game I played was Superliminal and it was very good, but I also played it for 2.5 hours. So that one's probably not so good. Oh, have you tried Cats Organized Neatly?
The goblin shouts abuse at his normal escort.
Those nobodies made mincemeat out of your fleabag gnolls.
Yeah, the Superliminal was very, very, very good. And there's also, as I said, Cats Organized Neatly is also a good indie game if you need something to kill some time.
The
Library of Ruinia sounds like there's going to be a lot of reading. I can just feel the reading from here. People just skip the understand, accept agreements, go straight to PayPal? Yeah, why not? You don't need to understand what you're buying before you buy it, dude. Yeah. It's not a bad game. It's a puzzle game. So if you like puzzle games, you'll enjoy Cats Organized Neatly. It's also very cute. It's like very cute. It's obscenely cute. So yeah. I think of other games that I would recommend. Oh, Feeding Frenzy 2. That's another game. You go ahead and try Feeding Frenzy 2. Yeah. I can't recommend Wrestling Empire with good conscience, but yeah. Okay, I can do this. Bombats. Didn't even play it. Yeah, it was absurd. Need like a friggin' tutorial, not like there's no tutorial in the game to explain the controls, and I think because I didn't really play a lot of those like Nintendo 64 and PlayStation 1 wrestling games, I just didn't have the muscle memory to know the moves.
Exploding bats? Gods, what a circus! Who's going to explain this mess to the City Watch come the morning?
We have other good indie games.
As he coasts along behind you.
I have so many games. Oh, Baldur's 3 has an update queued. Oh, hopefully they fix the game.
Shadows move among the arches of a nearby market. More of Fonk's mercenaries await your attention.
Oh, thank you, Cruiser. Thank you for reminding me about that. I had forgotten that I broke my oath twice. I appreciate you taking the time to remind me about that. Hotfix 2. Oh, apparently in Baldur's Gate 3, if your dick is too big on Gith Yankee, it clips through your clothes. Look at that. What a patch note. Well, they patched it, so that doesn't happen anymore, but yeah. Amazing. Why is that a thing? I don't know, dude. Video games. Fixed long pauses and long silences and over 200 dialogues. That's very good. Painters no longer block camera in some dialogue. Fixed a camera issue. Fixed an additional multiplayer. It added additional multiplayer servers. Server scaling support. Fixed an issue causing wrong refresh rates to be applied if the game was not running in full screen. Interesting. Fudge cookies. I didn't notice that I lost my thing. Whoops. Hello? Excuse me? Uh-oh. Hold on. Good. At least something works here, so that's fine. Okay, how do I get out of this? Ladder. Ah, right up here. Perfect. A bunch of cinematic problems. Dude, like literally 100 cinematic problems. Oh, there we go. That's what I want. Thank you.
An iron defender prowls the storage room.
Yeah. It looks like I don't see anything here for all the romance issues. So I think if you're like me and your characters can't romance people, I think you may also be stuck. So that's cool. Yeah, it doesn't look like they've managed to fix those.
Oh, I'm a rogue. Good golly, 30 months, how nice.
Ooh, 30 months. There we go. Excellent. Welcome back to the stream, team. Appreciate the support for 30 months. Hope you're doing very well. You know, it's been a long time. It's been a long time, and I hope you've enjoyed that time, the entire time you've been able to enjoy it. Thanks for tuning in, dude. Appreciate it. I wouldn't be able to do this if it wasn't for people spending a whole bunch of their time for reasons I don't entirely comprehend watching my content. So I'm very, very grateful. Thank you for tuning in. I hope you're doing good. I hope your day is going well. And yeah, what's up? Welcome back. In Heroics, Esoteric is better than Feywild Dreamer. I never use either. I literally don't use any caster sets in Heroics, so I don't know. Somebody in chat might use caster sets in Heroics. I don't use any of them.
Casper gasps in surprise as he reaches the
Favorite stream? Thank you, dude. Oh, that makes me feel special.
Now I feel like an idiot. Thank the host you were here. The city watch.
Give me the shrine, you rat bastard. Oh. Oh, did I break it? No. Yes. Okay, good. You can use the shrine through this wall, by the way, if you didn't know.
Like they're using Skywards. Casper tells
All the crafting stuff is just finished dredge. Ooh, dredge.
Be careful.
You want to change gear? Yeah, I can see that too. Game works, guys. Trust me. Rush Dragon repairing. Something. I'm just looking at this.
The mercenary Gish stands here, his jaws frothing. The goblin says you're strong, but he's just a weakling. Enough waiting. I'll butcher you now. Feast on your flesh and keep all the glory for myself.
Goodbye, Gish. Also, farming Sharndocks is a pain. Also true, yeah, farming Sharndocks is a pain. Hey, wearing robes on a bard. Also another reason not to do that. Again, this is the reason why I usually don't do any of it. At all. To be fair, though, on a bard, I would probably just use the Flame Cleanse Fury set, if I'm being honest. Call it a day. Because it's really easy to get medium armor on a bard, unless you're a Warforged. Dude, it doesn't matter. Can't wear medium? You definitely can. It's in War Chanter. Right here. Oh, I actually have War Chanter. In War Chanter. I don't know where my War Chanter is. You're not going 23 into War Chanter on a caster? I do, literally every time. Where else are you spending your points? If not War Chanter. Not a 15? Maybe not a 15. Spellsinger? Oh, yeah, if you're a Stormsinger, yeah, I would agree with that. I'm a Stormsinger for sure. Sorry, I didn't oh, so you said Stormsinger for Heroics, okay. Sorry, I apologize. Shaylon, I apologize for leading you the wrong way. I didn't read Stormsinger. I kind of just started reading, and I put what you wrote, and I just, in my brain was like, Bard? And then I stopped thinking about any other extended answer that could be different than what I was thinking. Yeah, I will admit, I don't really use any of the sets. I usually wear like a mishmash of... I usually wear like a mishmash of Feywild and Ravenloft gear to 30 or to 20, and then I rescale at 20 and just get some like higher level gear. Aren't I supposed to get the horse? It's auto added, so when you buy it, when you log into your character, you get it added. So you just go there. It's very convenient because now on Hardcore League, when you log into the game, it's just going to be in your inventory. It's very cool. They did a great job with that. Yeah, they did. It's really cool. Really smart. I like it. I hope they do that in the future. Just having it so when you buy the thing, the mounts go in.
An odd yet strangely familiar blade piercing his torso.
13 replies. Okay, I got 10 minutes, so I'm going to do cogs before we go check it out. So cogs, 15s, starting with smash and burn. Smash and burn. The game being quirky. I know, isn't it nice? let's see. Let's read some of the things. First person that responded to the thread. I'm excited for the Monk and Archmage, and everything else looks really nice. If future updates have this style of balance, that'd be awesome. I agree. As a request, can you look at Morning Lords and reductions for changes? That one's pricey. And also someone says I really like it. I like this kind of approach somewhat better, so there isn't a wait for years and years for specific enhancement trees to get updates. Yes, I agree. Kensai and War Priest are both glaring omissions from this path. Both trees need attention. Okay, why does everyone think Kensai needs attention? It's easily one of the strongest damage trees in the entire video game. I'm not saying that there aren't other things that are better than Kensai, but it's like one of the best trees in DDO. Like, with 18 fighter, you get 60 melee power, just all the time, no conditionals. Like, so many amazing abilities. You get an instant, an execute, an auto crit, huge hit and damage. So I'm baffled. Yeah, I will say the requirement of 8 fighter for a tier 4 is weird. I do think that requirement is weird, but it's not the tree. Like, the tree isn't bad because of that. But yeah. Bye. I love just being able to point and click and shoot all these guys. Very satisfying. Can't point, click, and shoot this guy, though. Type of thing interrupting my vision. That's what I wanted. Apparently it's Friedrichs and Capstone from what I read. Oh, I see. Capstone's super good. The problem with the Capstone is it's not as good if you're capped out on stats, but 15% double strike is so much double strike. Anyway. Sweeping buffs are incredible. Way better than sweeping nerfs to get everything on the same level. I am, for one, I'm happy to see love to Archmage. That's just a true statement. When was the last time there was a sweeping nerf? Like, it's a true statement, but I am also curious. I don't remember. What was the last time there was a sweeping nerf? I'm sure you guys can probably remember better than I do. Worse than the Vistani Capstone? Yeah. Caster Reaper damage. I guess maybe I'm confused. I didn't think I was assuming sweeping nerf would be like adjustments to a bunch of enhancement trees going down versus up. I don't know. Happy to love for Archmage. Force casters needed with the elemental damage of Immunity Strip. Its gimmick is a tad useless. Yeah, basically. I'd love to see more love to shield bashers. Well, I mean, they did buff them, so that's good.
The door is sealed.
Yeah, so someone, yeah, what does it need? So yeah, some of these changes were decided by players for years, like Quivering Palm, DC normalization, Archmage AP reduction. I hope to see them realize in the game. It gives players hope that other classes can do adjustment in the future. Yeah, that's the thing. Is for me, it's much just like I'm excited because a lot of these classes are really fun to play, and I'm stoked to. Oh, I'm so dead. Oh my god, the heal come in clutch. Thank you so much. Oh my god, thought it was going down. The class changes in here are fantastic. Just the fact that they're gonna touch the game and change it in a small way is like really good. Oh, I don't have this. I didn't get the key. I can't open locks.
As you enter the room,
oh,
you hear someone
the door's open.
barking
Oh god.
orders
Oh jeez. Oh, I'm stuck.
Protect the special
Yeah, me too. Because I don't know if it takes a long time to do a lot of those changes, but like just picking like 6 trees and changing 2 abilities in each tree. Oh my god, that's amazing. Yeah, they just hit, and it's also like really easy small changes. Because like, is this gonna make Archmage competitive? No. Is it gonna make Bard competitive, like War Chanter? No. But it just makes it feel better, and you don't feel. It makes it so you don't feel as bad compared to the other things that feel really, really, really good. I think that's awesome. Just making it so that the thing, like, I feel bad when somebody goes, like, they start playing the game and they go, dude, I'm like really struggling with Wizard. It's like super hard to do anything. I run out of mana and I can't do anything. I'm like, oh, are you using Archmage? And they're like, yes, I am using Archmage. I wanted to be an Archmage. Huge mistake. Yeah, getting rid of noob traps is awesome. So yeah. Very excited, and yes, please do it again. I like this approach. Many things end up feeling abandoned when they haven't been touched for several years. Yeah, like I said, we were laughing about Archmage needing a buff in like 2017, and now it's like current year, so I'm very happy. Yeah, but the cool thing is it's not like a major change. This is why it's exciting to me. Instead of it being like a major change where they're like changing everything and they don't know how it's going to end up, with these minor changes, it's just going to make stuff a little bit better. And if it's not good enough, you can just nudge it again in a future patch. Yeah. So yeah, that's great. I'm really stoked about this change, you guys. I'm very excited. You know, I'm very happy that SSG is doing like a smaller adjustment here and there. Some of the different like class abilities. 120 items transferred from hardcore. Oh, I forgot to do that. When does hardcore close? Definitely forgot to do that. Og 15? Okay. Maybe I'll do that like tomorrow. What's blocking? Okay, that's a big stone. Why am I not able to? Why am I not able to hit this guy? Okay, time to go over here. This guy at endgame. That's the plan. I put it together the whole gear set already, so might as well. Yeah, and then I think afterwards, if Archmage is getting patched with update 61, it might be time to play Archmage Wizard afterwards. Test that shit out. Bring him to Mar-10s. That's the plan. I just want to see how effective this ability is. The Storm Singer melee thing. I'm just going to see how effective it is. If it works at all. That I don't know. That I do not know. Yeah, absolutely. Jumping in, doing some R10s. Because the gear on this thing isn't too crazy either, I don't think. Is it too crazy? Okay, I'm not going to think about that. But anyways, the gear's fine. Don't worry about it. I just looked at it. Of the fungus among us. It was all my points to get more int because my DC sucked. Yes. But like the capstone giving stats, the only thing I'm going to be missing off of this gear set is alluring elocution because I don't have that set yet. But everything else looks very achievable in here. Not even that much farming either. It's 1 raid item, 2 raid items, and alluring elocution.
The ring is quiet, and the stands are empty.
Yo, welcome. We just finished Smash and Burn, and we're heading to Thralls of the Fungus Lords. Thralls of the Fungus Lord. Yeah, we'll be logging in to lamannia here in just a couple minutes and checking it out. I just wanted to finish the 15s because I'm here. No, no. Oh no, that guy's getting mauled. Oh. Yes, use your blade barrier, cleric. Humble choices. Usually fighters gonna be so many games. Oh yeah. Double gem anymore on your wolf and bear. Yep. Like I said, I think that it's easier to make better gear sets now for sure, especially because we have so many more items. And the new expansion is going to make it even easier by making super strong augments relatively available to most players, which is going to be kind of cool.
Neat cloak.
Thank
Smile.
you. I like this cloak too. I got it for free. And this should be very easy to implement. Well, that's it. Like, because a small change, like changing a number, I feel like that's a lot easier than changing mechanically how an entire tree is going to work. So being like action point 2 cost action point 1, I have to imagine is not a terribly difficult change.
Perhaps this is the source of the zombie.
I could be wrong. I don't know. I'm not a doctor, computer programmer. I'm not an expert in that sort of field, but yeah. Yeah, Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous is like a 100-hour game, so if you don't want to play a 100-hour game, the Pathfinder games, maybe not. Yeah. Okay, Spaghetti Squid, you're right. Yeah. Like, I have to assume that, like, that can't be crazy. Like it personally, because I like grinding aspect of the game. It's better for most of the player base. Well, but it's not that you have access. Like the top tier gear sets are still going to be better than, you know, the more accessible versions. Alt runs that stopped in Canabres. Yep. That stopped in Canabres. You didn't even leave Canabres in your alt runs? Oh man.
You feel a chill in the air. The draft seems to be coming from the western color.
20 different builds? Oh, yeah. I forgot, you're like the alt god.
The familiar musky smell is stronger. The source of the red musk zombies must be close.
Baldur's 2, Divinity 2, Baldur's Gate 3, when it's on sale, Red Dead 2, both Pathfinders, all games like the 100 plus. Yeah. Yeah, it's true. It's not about respecking, it's about who your character is as a person. Sometimes you gotta make a dude murderer, sometimes you gotta make a dude saver, you know? Yeah, exactly. You need headcanon for each one. You gotta make a new story. God, first few levels are rough? Oh, I can imagine, yeah. 30 cash levels, merged angel spellbook shenanigans. Really? Oh, I like the early part of the game. I think it does really well by making it interesting. I'd say the only part I don't like about like the early parts of Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous, Wraith Callers, is the fact that the demons that you fight sometimes can feel really brutal when they're just like resistant to everything, and you're like, oh. A lot of damage with its imbues, so I find I looted a weapon with a lot of damage. A lot of creatures are immune. So there are different take care. Thank you for there are some there are different types of the same types of damage, which is deeply annoying. But as Inquisitive Law damage is special, where you get this ability up here. Damage from your law on your side is a D10 and applies to all creatures. So this is special law damage that applies to all creatures. But regular law damage on a weapon is not special. Yeah, they could have just picked a different damage type, but I don't know. Well, the text specifically says here applies to all, whereas the text on a weapon says it only applies to chaotic creatures. So it does tell you what it's doing, but like at first glance, or like if you're not paying attention, it is easy to see them by being the same thing. Because the Inquisitive one, you can see law on your side, it changes damage type based on what you're doing. So yeah, you're bad. Oh, you're a Castellius? No, you're bad. It's right. Oh god. Good. Uncanny dodge. Lamb is up? Don't worry. We'll be checking out Lamb once I'm just done with the Cogs 15s. I have a party. We're going to finish Cogs 15s, and I'm going to go to do lamannia. The builds simply don't work. Like, I made a poisoner build in Wrath of the Righteous. It simply doesn't work. Well, I will say that I was really happy to find out that you can get pretty early on, like, immunity and resistance bypass pretty early, which I thought was pretty good. Like playing level 1 iconic vaults. Actually, very highly requested feature. A lot of people want to be able to play level 1 iconics. Yeah, the weapon effects are weird. They're also outdated because lawful, so it's basically a timing thing. So Dungeons & Dragons Online is an old video game, and as a result, it has a lot of old rules, and as a result, some things will seem inconsistent because the old rules are different from the new rules, which is to say, the old designers based it based on pen and paper book, so law damage only applies to chaotic creatures, which makes sense because that's how it was in the book. That's why it's law damage and not just damage. But then a newer designer comes in and makes law damage that applies to neutral and chaotic creatures. Well, the old law damage isn't updated, so now you have two different types of law damage running around. And then an even newer designer says, hey, this law damage applies to everybody. And now you have 3 different systems in the same game, and it's like, well, here you go. And then the other problem is you might be like, okay, well then why don't they just go back and fix it so it's all the same? Because you gotta find it is the problem. And I wouldn't be surprised if there were like 10 different versions of this law damage that only applies to chaotic creatures, and every weapon was different, because they were talking about before with the old spaghetti. Yeah. Backstage Village had a level 1 option? Yep. Did DC poisons give debuffs, for example? Yeah, I could see that.
The cult is destroyed, and the city is now safe from their schemes.
Okay. Next is ruinous schemes. Then I'ma go to Lamannia. Let me just load up the preview, get Lamannia down. Loading. Most enemies are chaotic evil? Yeah. I mean, okay, I will say, just on the subject of the paladins are better than other things, very specifically, the title of the video game is Wrath of the Righteous. So, it should be a surprise to no one that Paladin is very good in Wrath of the Righteous. That's just one of those things you gotta know going in because of the title of the game. It's on the box, you know what I mean? It's like when you buy Pokemon Red, you know, and then there's like Charizard on the box. It should be no surprise that Charizard kicks ass. He's on the box. Good Pokemon. But that being said, I see totally where you're coming from. I'm sure there's probably mods that fix that, if I'm being honest. I wouldn't be surprised if there was like a modding community that fixed stuff like that. It will destroy Charizard? Yeah, that's true. Because I don't think Charizard can learn Solar Beam in Generation 1. I only think he can learn Solar Beam in Generation 2 when they get Sunny Day. Can Charizard learn Solar Beam in Gen 1? Because I'm pretty sure in Gen 2, Charizard beats Blastoise, but I don't remember.
Find yourself in a dark chamber.
The builds won't work? Oh, yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Fortunately, that's where I think modding community will come in. Like, just give it, like, a couple months, and then Baldur's Gate 3 is going to have, like, the Tabaxi mod, and the, you know, all sorts of different mods. They'll probably have, like, a Gith Yankee mod, but you don't have to be a jerk to everybody. I would know I beat Gary. Oh shit. Don't you mean Blue? Playing in a single player game? Yeah. This is why Pokemon Green wasn't ever sold. Bulbasaur cannot get good ever. Actually, funnily enough, between Bulbasaur, Blastoise, or not Bulbasaur, Venusaur, Blastoise, and Charizard, the only one that actually made a good dent in competitive Pokemon was Venusaur. Grass types are good. So Grass types are good. There's better bulky water types, and sleep powder's a hell of a drug, dude.
Dust grunts are gathered inside this spacious chamber, rigging explosives to a large heap of boulders.
But yeah, so I'm assuming they'll probably have mods for that sort of thing, because the people that play Wrath of the Righteous, okay, not all of them, but a fair number of them are probably mega nerds who were as upset, if not more upset, about the balance point than you are. And they're like, these guys, Larian came, or not Larian, what was it, Owlcat Studios? You got Owlcat can't even balance their own video game, and I'm gonna have to balance it myself. So I'm gonna have to make a mod that does all this, and so like, just give it like a week, or like, I'm sure that actually I think the mods probably exist currently today.
A familiar voice coming from the platform above you. Is that Malik the gnome?
Right? It's like, if you ever want to get an answer to a question about a video game, you don't ask the question in a video game forum. If you're like, hey guys, what's the best way to build, like, crossbow rogue? You don't ask that. Because if you say, what's the best way to build crossbow rogue, people are going to ignore you. What you type into the chat is, the best crossbow rogue is non-inquisitive light crossbow, and everyone that argues with me is wrong. And then, bro, you'll get the deluge of... No, actually, it's not. You have to play Inquisitive because you get double the damage, and actually you get the law and imbue, and...
Surprised that you managed to best him in combat. This can't be.
So, yeah.
The world must remember
Team.
my name.
Take care. Take care. Drive safe. It's like big patch. Mm-hmm.
And the remaining
Basically.
demons are thrown back into the depths.
Time is up if you're curious. I'm going as... I had to finish Kogs, man. I had to finish Kogs. Tried my best. I just had to finish the Kogs. Youth party. Also need to level up to 18 because I am already like here. Board trainer. Then we're gonna go test out Lamannia. Okay, next is good. So let's take Force of Personality. I don't know if I'm ever gonna take Force of Personality. Did I take Precision? No, I did. Okay, Precision it is. Thank you. I think I'm just gonna not take Force of Personality. That's what I'm thinking. Oh, ready to get Thunderstroke because I'm the Bard. It's kind of cool. Autos sounds good. Mind Foog. And Sonic Blast. Now, I can get this ability, Undaunted, which gives me +4 max dex bonus, 1 imbue dice, +3 all saves, and 10 range power, which is crazy. And I get Slippery Mind, which is also crazy. Okay, and then we go grab Charisma. I think I'll go with reduced cost of maximize here. Efficient maximize is pretty good. And max this bad boy out. I kind of like the idea of the implement, though, with Ride the Lightning. So I think I'm probably going to do that as well, because it's a lot of spell power. Probably grab Ride the Lightning, and 2 more points into maximize, and then grab the auto freeze here. Seems good. So now, my saving throws are with boofs. 31, 35, 40, which is not crazy. I make 2 will saves instead of 1, which is also pretty good. I got 32 range power standing around. Cheaper maximize twice. You didn't see anything. Literally, you saw nothing. Okay. Turn the stream off. That was my bloops, by the way. Those are my Windows bloops. Okay. Let's go to Lamannia. 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 That's transferring, so my characters are transferring. So I need to do something for like 5 minutes. So, I need 5 minutes of time to kill. What do I do for 5 minutes? I have no idea. I'm just currently sitting in silence and not doing anything. It's very more entertaining. 12 forms for salt? I don't think so. Pipega for 5 minutes? No way. There's also not a lot of salt, I don't think. I'm pretty sure people are excited with the changes. So basically, they said at the end here, let us know if this kind of bounce pass is something like to want. And everybody was like, yes! With people being like, you know, I like this approach. So there isn't a wait for years and years for a tree to get updates. Again, people have been wanting updates to Archmage since like 2017. It's been a long time. And these are great changes. They're really, really good changes, so it's exciting. Anyway, I vote to keep doing these kinds of changes. Thank you for the tweaks. All Savant capstones could be made better. True. The Sork actives. Blah, blah, blah. Thank you for that. Would the DC be irrelevant currently endgame? I thought they added DCs to them. As soon as the day the Harper desperately needs improvement, and how Sato was never prioritized, these changes are awesome. Yep. So, remember, Sorcerer is one of the best classes in the game, but it's the enhancement trees suck. You have to take a bunch of stuff that's bad to get to the top of the tree. And then even then, the top of the tree is kind of bad. So, like, it's rough. Like, the reason why the capstone is good is because you get the elemental form. So, the capstone, you're right, it is good. But, like, yeah. Having two-hand fighting Universal Tree is on part with Universal Range Wizard would be nice, but it's cleanly out of scope for this. That is correct. Well, I'm glad this person recognized that what they were asking for is out of scope. Also, this is definitely me. This was me yesterday for sure. I think this is what happened with why I freaked out with John DeVere Pipega. Is I had some more coffee and I was like, oh, right, I could do more things. So I had myself some rogue energy, and I think I had too much energy, so stressing out. Anxiety is the wrong axis. Now you're stressing yourself out. See, you're focusing on the stress. Maybe it's just the title of the graph. It's the title of this bar, because there's no ticks here. So it's this thing is anxiety, and this is the level, the amount. You see? Anyways. Yeah, so there's nothing really interesting going on over here. And then with the gear changes, Lamannia official discussion, just double check in. Lamannia 4 open, there's only 2 replies, class tweaks, and then the loot changes. It's hard to talk about loot, if I'm being honest. 4 p.m. Eastern, 20 minutes. There you go. Yeah. So there's not a lot to like browse. So we got nothing to browse. I think I should be good though. I think I'm good. I'm just gonna double check. Yeah, I'm good. Okay, let's go. Public area should be available. That's when we go walk around and look at that. Then we're going to look at individual things. What's the deal with L61? Alright. I don't think I have a character with... Oh, Strim Gym has a wizard level, so I can actually look at the tree. That's kind of cool. Yeah, I'll grab Strim Gym for this. Why not? Then I can look at the tree. Yeah, we'll take a look at the public area. Probably... I don't know if there's any new quests. So we'll see if we're going to do them. Archmage. Archmage. Here we go. So, Archmage. The capstone now gives 4 intelligence, 20 spell power, 5 spellcraft, and all meta magics cost 1 less. All of the meta magic feats now cost 1 instead of 2. Actually crazy. Energy of the Scholar, which is very cool, is now 1 instead of 2. Spell Pen is now 1 instead of 2. Improved Heightening, 1 instead of 2. And then Arcane Bolt and Blast are still useless, but that's okay. While these spells might be valueless in the game, it doesn't matter, because this shit is crazy. You can actually kind of just play like an Evocation Wizard now if you wanted. It still says cost 2 AP in here, so that's text that needs to get updated. But, yeah. And then Arcane Supremacy is really, like, now on the table. And the crit is also, like, on the table. SLA is useless. So Arcane Bolt does old damage. So it's just 1d6 damage per caster level. Which is a spell of this scale should be doing. Knight, Balemaster. 4 to 10. So that's a d6 plus 3. This one is only doing a d6 plus 0. So this spell deals double the damage of this spell. However, this spell is a necromancy spell and gets boosted by necromancy DCs. This spell has no typing and is not boosted by any DCs. So therefore, its save is just 10, or I think it's 12 plus your intelligence. So just complete garbage. And then we go to Arcane Blast, which is still also a d6, but Necrotic Blast is a d6 plus 5, which is the standard for this type of spell. It's a 5th level spell, therefore, see, it counts as a 5th level spell. This one counts as a, oh, this is a 4th level spell, so it should at least be a d6 plus 4, but it's not written as so. So these spells are bad, but it doesn't matter, because with the reduced meta magic cost and the extra spell points, you can now play a wizard, like an Archmage Evoker if you wanted, because you can get like the reduced cost here, you can get the extra spell points here, you can get extra spell power, universal spell power with a staff or while using an orb, so it's a whole lot of spell power. And then once you get to the cap, that's extra 25 universal spell power, so 35 universal spell power. Each point you spend is also 1, so 41 plus 10 is 51 plus 25 is 76 universal spell power from Archmage alone, on top of the crit. And then you can also take Efficient Maximize, Efficient Empower, and Efficient Quicken for 9 points. And then you also get Arcane Supremacy, where when this triggers, you get 25% spell crit and 100% spell critical damage. What you need to remember is that this effect is at a 10% chance to trigger. That's not how this works at all. That is not what this does. It has a 100% chance to trigger, but it has a 90-second cooldown. So the first damage you do in a quest will trigger Arcane Supremacy, and then you just have to keep track of your Arcane Supremacy timer in your head. So very, very cool changes. Just a bunch of really good changes to the tree. And then also, for enchanters and people that want to do it, they also made it so that all the cores give +1 to cash level and max cash level with all spells, here and here. So not only are you picking up more damage, but also it means if you're, again, an enchanter or an illusionist, so let's say you're an illusionist with a Phantasmal Killer, you need Spell Pen to be able to get this to work. Your Spell Pen is now going to be higher because you also gain +1 caster level with it, so it increases its spell penetration. Same thing with the next one, you get another one. You might even use, what's Evocation here? Evocation, it's Flesh to Stone, no, Illusion. Cyclonic Blast? Wow. Brutal. Fire Shield. Cool. Oh, this one I think is programmed wrong. I think when somebody was editing this, they like broke the ability here. Stone to Flesh is kind of cool. This is what, a cooldown of 6 seconds? Honestly, kind of sick. Okay, but I always hated the cost 2 times as much as it should. Yeah, now it's actually really good. Honestly, Archmage Wizard is like looking pretty spicy. Oh no, I need the academic steed. No, I need my blue steed. Is that Stone to Flesh? Oh shit. Flesh to Stone is 18? Never mind. Never mind. Oh man. Disheartening. Oh, I can teleport to Moorgrave. Sick. I can just teleport there. That makes that easy. Whoop. Okay, so now I can teleport to the lower quad. So you can just teleport into this area. And now I have to go to the upper quad. How do I get to the upper quad? I don't think you go to the lower quad from the upper quad. I think I have to go from Sharn. Mage Wizard changes already released or pending. This is update 61, the new expansion releasing next week. We're on the preview right now. Upper Morgrave University. Lareth Hall, Vecna Unleashed. Upper Commons. Ooh, Morgrave University. Okay. Okay, I'm outside. We got a bunch of people here. Dean of Facilities. Codex Expert. Hekla Hargenstalker. Damn, look at these names. Available on Lamb. I just clicked my teleporting item. It's in the teleporting item. Fighting for Purpose, the legend of Byron Scout Sword? This book chronicles the life of Byron Scout Sword, famed hero of the last war. It goes into considerable detail about his astonishing war exploits, as well as the time he spent searching for and preserving relics of the last war after the Treaty of Thane was signed. The last chapter describes his retirement, how he lives on a small, obscure island, helping new adventurers find their place in the world. That's awesome! And on the religions of Eberron, amazing. Oh, cool! You can actually just learn about the religions in the game. That's great. Can't go over here, though. I'll end up talking to the NPCs that don't have collision in a bit. Here you go. How has Heroic Fighter Kensai variability been looking recently? The best damage build in the video game is 18 Fighter. So there you go. Vecna Unleashed. There's the first step, and you have the quests over here. Okay, cool. Oh, there's like new music. Oh, the Traveler is just here. So we have Vecna Unleashed Part 2. So you have the Traveler in dragon form. Elise Dunbar hanging out over here. High Priestess Valyria. There's the lower city back alleys. That's a quest. Okay, we got Jerkan. We got Bernor Galmok. Sick. Oh, this is where the airship drops you off, right here. Okay. We got Vigilance. In a quest area. I'm just looking around. Yeah, who's Byron? He's a legendary hero. He's the Warforged hireling you can get on Korthos Island who can solo the whole thing for you on elite difficulty. Secret hidden hand base. Conveniently that it's labeled. Basilica of the Dark Six. Okay, cool. Hornlands Training Camp. That's from Keon, who sends you over there. Alright. Rakayan. When was this? Vecna Unleashed Part 1. Okay, so all the Part 1 quests are the boat. All the Part 2 quests are over there. They actually have, like, doors and stuff. Oh, there's a tavern, too. We have the Saga guy here, Aster the Trailblazer. Many paths converge here at Morgrave University. Vecna's Codex of Hidden Plains, the Travelers. Your own. Come walk the path of a hero. Thanks, dude. Mailbox here. Oh, we have a bank guy. Very cool. Store sleds! Oh, people are parking their sleds. Damn. Can I stand on this? Can't. Can I go outside, though? Okay, you can fall down. I don't know where you fall. Is it? Nope, that's somewhere random. I don't know where that is. We'll find out what happens when you jump. You can just shard skip all of it? Oh, true. Karacul, the hireling vendor. They have level 15 and 16. They should probably sell level 18 and 19 hirelings, considering the area is level 18. That's a bit of feedback I would give. These hirelings are fine. They just have the epic ones. That's fine. More people standing around. We got the barkeep, Gel Hanthus. Would you like to browse my wares? Oh, I like it when the barkeeps have text. All right. Winma Sedge. It was eradicating evil. Heroes like you, we may yet succeed. Yeah, sure you will. Alright, we got the general vendor, Lena Brookvale. We got Reliquary Keeper. Hey, the name Steps. I run the Reliquary here for better or for worse. You got shining Reliquary weapons you don't want? I can trade them for ones you do want. Shining Reliquary item and esoteric relics. Oh! So you loot these items from quests, and you have to trade them for the ones that you want. So let's say you pull like the light hammer and the light mace. You trade 2 of them plus these esoteric relics, then you can get the scimitar instead. That's kind of cool. I don't hate the like weapon trade, and I actually think that's perfectly fine. As a general rule, that's cool. Whoa, I love the music. Got the auctioneer, Dromar Drath. What's up, Mr. Drath? We have all the trainers out here. You have Smoke, the Tabaxi trainer. Cool. You got a favorite soul human. You have a dwarven barbarian over here. This way we have a human artificer. We have a gnome wizard classic and a dwarven alchemist. Very cool. Nice little fountain here. This is one of the new fountains that don't cause lag. Oh, new lagless fountains. It's very cool. So I like the lag-free fountains. Very beautiful. Oh, God. Oh! It's a good thing my character defies gravity. We're all set. Anyway. Where are we going over here? We have all the trainers. I like that the fighter trainer's in like a combat stance against the paladin who's blocking, and it's a dragonborn. See, I like seeing dragonborn and tiefling and other races intermixed. It's kind of cool. We got the ranger trainer with a dog, Pippin. Bark, 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 bark. That's good. I like this. We have the cleric trainer, Dean. The rogue trainer sneaking in the grass. Nice. One of my favorites is the bard in the marketplace right at the beginning. The marketplace bard is telling a story, and a bunch of people are listening, and the rogue trainer is pickpocketing a guy who's listening to the bard story. I always thought that was really funny. What's over here? Some students. Oh, this is where, I guess this is where you come in from Sharn. And there's a little thing that puts you over there. Very cool. Did I miss some trainers? Ranger. Did I miss some trainers? Oh yeah, I did miss some trainers. Okay, there's trainers over here. I didn't go the whole area. Oh, we have the machine for upgrading. So this is how you add your set bonuses to stuff. Very cool. There's a manual. You are my mage light. La 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 la. Oh, they're all listening to the song. That's fantastic. Light me up with a mage fire. Then we have the rest of the trainers. The sorcerer trainer, the druid trainer hanging out with Willow, the dog. Willow the dog. Gimbal and Cecilia. There's a lighting issue somewhere here. I don't know what's up with this, but here's your lighting issue. It's right here. I don't know what's causing it, but it goes light to dark all the time. So there we go. I don't know how to fix this, but there's a problem. With the light. And also, there's no epic trainer here. And considering this place is level 18, you're probably going to come from here directly into epics. Like, you're going to level up and then get to 20 and, you know, want to do your epic stuff. So there should be a fate spinner somewhere here. Considering this is literally the bridge between heroics and epics, there should be a fate spinner here. And also, there's no Randall Lyric as well. True, yeah, there needs to be Randall Lyric. Every expansion comes with Randall Lyric, so he should show up somewhere. I didn't see him. I might have missed him. I'll double check. This one doesn't lag. Why don't they change them all over? Because it's a lot of work. It's the same question as to why don't you do anything? It's because it takes time. It's not an instant task. I'll double check. I didn't see Randall, though. But he's supposed to be around here somewhere, and there's no fate spinner. So those two things I would definitely adjust. All right, you want to see how much XP you get for this? Give me a second here. Wait, open the store. Can I not DDO store here? Store? Oh, I can't look at the store in-game. That's interesting. Not working. Astral. Any fountains? No, the biggest problem fountain for me is the fountain in... Check your inventory. I have 2,000 shards. It's the fountain in the anniversary event. It lags the game like crazy. Alright, so there's 13 quests. So we have 9 quests from Cephas Lestrimus and 4 quests from the Traveler. Nice. Give me the details about the next quest. Donate shards. Yes. Yes. Donate shards. Oh, I can only donate 1 shard. I can't take the whole saga? Oh. Okay, well, I can't tell you what the saga is worth. So, I apologize. Still, very cool area. I really like it. I love the music. I like the story about Byron. The names clip into the wall. I don't know how you fix that, but they're, like, in the wall here, which is a bit of a problem. Same thing with, like, this. It's just, like, you can't really read the names of the books. I don't know if you can fix that one. These guys also don't have collision. I didn't read their tag. Oh, my God. But they don't have collision, so you just walk through them. So that's a bug. There's that light patch over there where the lighting was all screwy. And this area should have a Fate Spinner and Randolyric. Randolyric is the augment vendor that appears in every expansion. So he's got to be around here somewhere because Randolyric appears in every expansion. And a Fate Spinner just makes the most sense. Where do you put the Fate Spinner? I don't know. You could put her at the fountain. You could put her at the bar. You could put her behind this machine. You could put her listening to the music. You could replace the singer with the Fate Spinner. I have no idea. These guys are all standing around the Vaunt. They got nothing. I'm not sure a magic device does. I'm not sure a magic device that does my thinking for me is a good idea. When did they at least change the name? It's not like mentioning Vaunt inspires confidence these days. This guy's got nothing to say. Cool. And then what happens with that fall? Oh. This is just another area? Where am I? Moorgrave Commons? Oh, there's more areas. Oh, Lareth Hall? Where's Lareth Hall? What? You can just go down there? Oh, this is Lareth Hall? Okay. What in the heck is going on here? You can just walk around the whole of Moorgrave and climb on town? Okay, not gonna lie, this is like one of the best features I've seen in a long time. Because, look, this might be a bug. I love climbing in town, and look how much town there is to climb in now. When I get bored and I'm waiting for raid or I'm just shooting the shit with friends on Discord, dude, I'm just running around climbing in town. Look how much town. It's empty and unpopulated. You're probably not supposed to come down here, but oh, I love climbing in town. Oh, town. Okay, very excited. There's also more Sharn citizens down here. I don't know what they're doing. Is this guy another quest guy? Cool. There's the dormitories. What dreams may come. That's gonna sound cool. The Arcane Arts Party 101. Oh, there's a manuscript page. I can't click it, but it's a manuscript page. It has no description, so that's interesting. I don't know what that's about. Spread the quests around in this area instead. Well, there's a lot of different areas. I thought the area was just upstairs. I think there's more area. Okay. There's a Sharn Inquisitive Newsboy. Does Moorgrave support the Lord of Blades terrorists? Read the Inquisitive and find out. Great question. Callop? Nice. Perpetual Bond, Devils to Pay. Oh, that's the Perpetual Bond. That's hilarious. Is this expansion area? Yeah, this is town. Okay, this is Paper Trail. Okay, sounds good. Oh, new sign. This guy's got a bloody nose. Gross. There's like a big statue of somebody. I don't know who the statue is. You got some more Sharn citizens. I found a piece of silver on the sidewalk. Kol Karan be praised. Nice. So Lareth Hall and Upper Commons. Okay, sounds good. Yeah, no, it's all good. I'm exploring around like you guys. Oh, cool! Flesh Render. Look at that. So Flesh Renders are a monster unique to DDO. And so it's... when I wanted to use them in my DDO campaign, it was very hard to get a good picture of one. And this is a really good picture of one. This is very cool. Water, which hides what secrets? Waterfall. Yeah, yeah. And water something. Wall. Okay. And there's a fish. Look at it. Look at the fish. You don't get to swim with fish in the water. I will say, Dungeons & Dragons Online has very few fish in the actual water anywhere, so that's really cool. This tree is just sticking out of the ground. But it is solid. That's kind of cool. It's not touching anything, so that's weird. We can go up here. I know this is obviously probably not what you guys want to see when you're like, but dude, look at the numbers. But I'm exploring. This is a fun little town, guys. Yeah. It's a charm tree, magic or whatever. There are floating trees in DDO. It just doesn't have one of like the little floaty planters or whatever. That's the student party. More people. That's another one. I guess this is like the area back here. Oh, more plants. Oh, more plants. Okay, what's over here? Water. Very cool. Love that. Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. What is that? Yeah, the lighting changes on the shadows of the plants here as well. So the lighting, there's like a couple areas where the lighting is like, it changes depending on where you are and where you're looking. I don't know how that works, but yeah. That one's like weird magic. Look at this. It's like a little place for like a little, a little romantic meeting. I could totally see this being like a restaurant. You sit down with your friends and you're overlooking like a good chunk of the city, the quad down here. That's cool. I like this area. I don't think I can get over there, but it's cool. What dreams may come? Yeah, I don't know which quests are new. I'll have to figure out which quests I haven't done yet, and then we'll be doing those here soon. Soonly. Lyric is hidden somewhere in the climbable town. I don't think Randall Lyric is hidden somewhere in the climbable town, but maybe he is. Okay. Where does this go? Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Also, this whole area, my FPS is very stable, which is really nice. Like I said, regular Sharn I get FPS drops everywhere, but not this area. So this one's like way better put together. Okay, cool. Oh, so Lareth Hall is just the other side. That's cool. All right, sick. Very happy about this. This area overall, I'm in love. I love this design. I love this area. It's cool. Can I go this way? What happens if I go this way? That's what happens if you go this way. I see now. You can escape the Matrix. Yeah, me too. I will admit, I also do like not having invisible walls. The problem is that if you don't have an invisible wall here, the obvious answer is that you can just like use /death to get out of here. But some people won't think about that, and they'll submit tickets and be like, I'm stuck. I'm stuck. I don't know where I'm going. I'm just going to go. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay. There we go. Where are we now? All right. Let's go. Okay. Oh, yeah. Okay. Uh-oh. No, I'm stuck. Wait, am I stuck? Hold the phone. Oh, God. All right. Well, that's going to be the end of that. So let's /death out of here. Actually, I can just teleport. Hello, dear chat streamer. I would like a very lazy question. Oh, if you want a lazy question, probably something about, like, Here's the I think probably the laziest question that you could ask about any video game probably is like, is it worth it to play this game? Because the problem with the question is that it's not even something that has an objective answer. It's very, very subjective to the individual. Only the individual knows the answer of what is worth it to them, because worth is literally a subjective thing. So someone else can't answer the question of, is it worth it to you? You can make comparative assessments of value on different things, but even then it's going to be person to person. And I think it's probably one of the worst questions to ask somebody. So if you're looking for a question that's lazy, that's a pretty good lazy question. So you'll get stuck in a lot of times where you ask somebody that question and you don't get like a good answer back. So I hope that helps. Death count counts as true death for hardcore. You can't use /death on hardcore because yes, it counts. Oh, look at this. So there's no invisible walls that have been put in, which means you can explore the city indefinitely. So, no, you can't. It teleports you. Okay, so it does actually catch you in some places. That's kind of cool. That's neat. I heard that game very hungry to your wallet. Yeah, so Dungeons & Dragons Online can be expensive, in the sense that there's a lot of content to buy. But what you need to remember is that two things. One, because the game is free to play, you can actually earn the currency by playing the game. There are players who have never spent any money on the game and own all the content, because you don't actually have to pay any money for it. You just got to play the game a bunch. But yeah, that's pretty much what I got for you. It is fairly daunting when you get started. I would consider Dungeons & Dragons Online is less free to play in the sense that there's so much content to purchase. You're going to spend money at some point. And more so, it's very similar to like a VIP subscription game. It's more like there's like a pretty robust free trial in the game, and then you end up paying a bunch of money. Not a bunch of money, but like a $15 a month sub. And then eventually, if you want, you can just use that time to earn the points and buy all the content outright. Then you don't have to pay anything, and you can get rid of your sub. So there's that. Anyway, I'm going to actually do the new quests, see what they look like. Check state of D&D Online. Is that obvious? They're very, very different games. If you're looking for a game in the experience of Baldur's Gate 3, you'll probably be disappointed by Dungeons & Dragons Online. Not because it isn't a disappointing game, but they're very, very different. Baldur's Gate 3 is like a, it's a cool game, but it's a like a single player RPG, and an MMO will kind of deliver on different needs, but they both are Dungeons & Dragons. On expansions, and have all content up to Sharn. Yep. Because especially since the expansions also go on sale fairly regularly for like the DDO points, you can just play the game and then buy the expansions that way. Okay, so I need to find the new quests that I haven't done yet. I have no idea what those are. List your quests. Okay, so I did turn the page. I did Grand Theft Orient. I did Vecna Unleashed. I did the... maybe. Hold on. Notepad. Okay, so What Dreams May Come is new. Vecna Denied is new. And I think Law and Order is new. I don't remember that. I think I've done all these other ones. So there's 18 and 32, or 34, so they're different. Same source. They're made by the same video game company, and they use the same video game engine. So your feeling is correct. You got a good hunch there, good eye for detail. Alright, so let's go do some of these new adventures. The Dream one is down here. Where am I going? This way? I will say, Feather Falling, very nice here. That is not showing because Vecna Denied is in the saga twice. Oh, I see. Is it this guy? The dormitories? Okay, this is What Dreams May Come. Alright, here we go. Give me your quest, bud. So, as I said, for doing these on the preview, I just try to make sure all the content functions. And so my goal here is to... I'm just going to play through these. I'm not going to be reading a lot of the text. I'm just make sure the quest functions and you can get through it. I like doing the full playthrough when the game actually comes out, but I want to see what's actually in here. So we'll take a gander. Take care, Bodvin.
Dormitory hallway. You notice 2 students by Aaron's door.
2 students by the door, eh? Hey, what's up? Again, I'm not currently reading the text because, 1, I want to see if you can complete the quest without reading the text. I love these statues. And 2, I just want to have the full release when it actually comes out next week. I'm going to sit down and take like hours and pour over the quests. Whoa! This guy's got lots of beakers everywhere, dude. What are you, falling asleep? Hey, wake up! Maybe I can help you with the nightmare station first? Oh yeah, nightmares? Okay. Ooh, I'm going into his dreams? Let's go, dude. It's called The Evil We Know? Okay. The Evil We Know. Ooh, Dream World, huh?
Aaron's dream resembles a classroom.
I love that the desks are just like floating in the air.
Aaron frantically scans the area for an unknown danger.
Also, there's the school looming in the distance. There's like nebula that kind of look like weird hands or tentacles coming down. There's a black hole in the sky. Multiple of them. This is a cool looking quest area. Also, the music's kind of neat in here.
4 figures suddenly appear before you. They glare menacingly.
We have Existential Dread, the Nightmare, Imposter Syndrome, Verity Corlay, and Willem Tuilerier. You don't belong here, and you're just taking up space for people who actually deserve it. Stop pretending and quit. Oh, don't worry, dude. You no longer have Imposter Syndrome. Done. Taken care of. You failed your test again, didn't you, Aaron? Or are you even here in the first place? At least watching you fail is so entertaining. Oh, she died. I'm helping him. Hey, Aaron. Anyway, I can take a look at your test. Come on, I just want to peek at your answers. Give me your knowledge. This must be like a buddy of his. Ooh, Knowledge Thief. Ooh, and it's one of the new monsters. Cool. Yeah, nothing really matters, does it? I'm just gonna die anyway. Goodbye. Alright. And now we have more... Oh, the nightmares are respawning. I see. So that gives you a taste of what each of the nightmare does, and then they come at you in force. Is the game non-target, or am I blind and missing the tab targeting? This is an action game. So you gotta aim your spells and you gotta aim your attacks. They're gone. You're amazing. You bet. Yeah, you can also tab target to like grab things, but generally your facing and your aiming is relevant. Yeah, you can use either system. Oh, this is an illusory desk. How did I not notice that? Oh, and my ooze is just taking all this. Nice. Yeah. Sometimes you will if you have, like, specific things you need to target. Also, this thing is hitting me really hard. Okay. That's cool. Thank you, Consecrate. Okay. I'm rested. Wait, what's this way? His anxiety dream? Let's face those fears. I'm confused. Am I just fighting stuff in a room? Is this just fighting stuff in a room, the quest? I should have gone into the anxiety dream. Oh, optional. Okay, so there's secondary parts of the quest. Okay, that I didn't do. Whoops. I didn't realize that was the optional. I didn't see that at the top. This is what happens when you don't read the text of the characters. Oh, God. Oh, God. Okay, the Nothics actually do a ton of damage. Woo! Good Nothics. Aaron, deep breaths. You gotta go for those first. Pretty cool. Or really cool. Imposter Syndrome. Is that an actual... Ooh, it's an actual collectible rack. Nice. Okay. Ominous feeling of something big is coming. Now would be a good time for rest. Okay, so let's go into the anxiety dream, because I didn't do it.
Would be a good time to rest and prepare. You step through the portal.
Find yourself top security classroom with the second Aaron in a difficult situation. Alright, what's his problem?
Second Aaron.
Okay, I gotta find something to... Oh, he doesn't have pants? Oh, no, dude. You hate to see it. Haven't you ever had a dream where you just... All of a sudden you think you have pants, but you don't? Ugh. Poor guy. Don't worry, I'm gonna help you out. Is there pants here? None of these are pants. Oh, there's a feather, though. Well, I got a feather. I have a token of the spider. But no pants. And have a calm game. Anytime, dude. But yeah, DDO is free. No, I swear I put clothes. Offered the item. Aaron doesn't recognize what you're offering them and continues sobbing. I should keep looking. He should accept the feather and use it as clothing. The book? I can click on the book, but how do I click the book? What's happening here? Okay, give me the book. Oh, I can pick up all of these things. Oh, you just can't click them. There's like a spot you have to click them. It's like the object is very, very small. So you have to like be really close before you can click anything. Yeah. There's only like a tiny little thing for it. So they're hard to click. Okay, I see. I thought you could just give them anything. Well, I probably can just give them anything. Hey, bud, I got an item. Doesn't recognize what you're offering. I should keep looking. Offer item. It just says offer item. So I'm assuming eventually... I picked up the clothing. Didn't I? Oh, it's not in my inventory. Been fixed. It's soft lock now. Oh, I got you. I get it. Alright, next one. Next wave. Apparently something big is coming. Oh, there's a restaurant. I didn't even notice. No, not my professor.
Huge gnome appears before you.
A huge gnome.
With disappointment. Well. Look at that, Aaron. You failed your exam. Just as I expected.
Oh, no.
Figure chuckles. Why don't you just give me all your knowledge? It's not like I...
This guy has very specific dreams. Oh, and it's a giant nothing. Okay, cool. This thing hits really hard. This lamannia? Yeah, this is the preview. This is the new. These are some of the new quests. Oh, nice. Ooh! There we go. Hey, what's up, Aaron? Alright, sweet dreams. Nice. Alright. That was a pretty quick quest. Simple, straightforward. I got some esoteric relics. Cool. Legendary Azure Tower. It has elusive target on it. That's actually like kind of crazy. Oh man, some of these items in the expansion are really good. I don't know what to think of them. Oh, and this has the prototype cooling mechanism. And I got the Mocking Passage. The Dexterity Spellcaster boots.
Get me out of this hellhole.
Yo, welcome for the thanks for the raid, Syax. Appreciate it. Hope you're doing good. I don't think I'm gonna use these boots.
I'm a rogue. Celebrating 2 years with 1 GBS download speeds.
Nice. Canicus, welcome back to the stream team. Hope you're doing well. And also, I know you had to disconnect because of your internet, but now you're back because of your internet with 2 years sub.
Rogue cast to when?
I don't know. We'll probably have to wait till we get Arcane Trickster. Okay, cool quest. That was fun. That reminds me of, because it's a dream, right? So there's a video. There's a video that makes me think of dreams. So we can watch it. It's like 2 minutes. This is like one of my favorite videos on the internet. It's fantastic, and it makes me think of it. Makes me think of dreams.
Running. What am I running from? Me. Who are you?
I forgot to tell you, the title is Me Sleeping, My Brain, Hey, check this out, because it's like he's having a dream.
Amy Murphy. We graduated high school together. I sat next to you in algebra too.
But we never spoke, and I haven't seen you since.
You have memories of me that don't exist.
Why?
Because they just keep going place to place, like in a dream.
I don't know.
I miss you.
I miss you.
And then you just start saying things in your dream, and it makes sense.
Double car. We need a double car. You need to put the cars together.
What do you think I'm doing?
Forever. It's taking forever. You have to put them together.
Car.
Hurry up. Do it faster. You're not doing it fast enough. You gotta hurry up.
I'm trying. I'm trying. I'm trying.
You're driving.
I'm driving.
No, you're not.
You're back there.
I'm back here.
And that's bad. Too small bathroom. You're in a bathroom and it's too small. It's way small.
It's just that it's so frantic and there's stuff happening and you can't make sense, but it makes sense in the moment.
JFK. You're dying.
I'm dying.
And that's what dreams always make me think of, because my dreams are all like this.
Yes. I'm dying.
This is you. This is what you look like. This is how people see you.
No.
This is you.
No,
this
no,
is
I don't. No, that's not me. No, no, please, no.
Yeah. So that's how my brain thinks of dreams. And so when he's like, I didn't realize you could pick up things other than the feather, but I thought when you picked up the feather and you like brought it to the student that he would be like, the feather? Of course, that's what I was supposed to wear today. And then like would just like put the feather on, and then like it didn't matter which item you grabbed because it's just a dream, and in your dream you just kind of go with whatever because it just makes sense to you in the moment. The video? Yeah, I'll throw the video in Discord. That's like one of my favorite YouTube videos ever. It's so good. Here, I'll link it in the chat here. And I'll throw it in the stream chat on Discord as well. Yeah, like I said, I love that YouTube video. It's so good. It completely and perfectly personifies how my dreams function in my mind. Just that moment where he's like, he's just, the guy's just screaming at him. He's like, double car, you got to make the double car now. And he's like, oh, I'm trying. And then the guy's just like, you got to do it faster. I'm like, that's so in my dream where somebody's asking you to do something that makes no sense and it's impossible, but you're trying to do it, and then they're mad you're not doing it fast enough. I'm like, 100%. We gotta go, there's a rush. Wow. Is then discover him in the back seat. Yep. So yeah, like I said, great video. And anyways, I'm not saying that the video game has to be like that. I just, I saw that. Okay, student loan office. This is a quest. This person has a quest, but nothing above their head. So, Calliope, what are you doing? Okay, this is Paper Trail, so I did that. So I need to find Vecna Denied and the Evil We Know. Which are in here somewhere. Yep. Did things make sense in dreams? Like, yeah, I gotta go to that Walmart my dad owns. Yeah, that you also live in. Don't forget you also live in the Walmart. But the Walmart is also an apartment complex, but it's not an apartment complex because it's an apartment, but half of it's a hospital. And when you go to bed, you have to go through the jungle gym, but by the time you get to the jungle gym, you're now over at your friend Tino's house. But you don't know anybody named Tino, but that's where you are. Okay. You give me, turn the page, you give me Great Grand Theft Orion. You give me Vecna Unleashed. How goes Baldur's Gate 3? I had a meltdown yesterday because of how frustrated I got with the game that I couldn't play it for 2 hours. Okay, enemy of my enemy. I've done that one. Evil We Know. Didn't I already do this? Yeah, no, this is the Basilica of the Dark Six. I definitely did this. Yeah, I've 100% done this quest. Is it Law and Order that I need to do? I think it's Law and Order. An encounter or a mechanic? Paladin. Plains of Shavarath. Oh, yeah, this quest definitely I have not done. This is a new one. Big patch. Oathbreaker? Yeah.
Into a small hidden cavern in Shavarath, the plane of battle.
It was a triple. I still encountered a lot of bugs, and then I got a triple bug of, not really a bug. I broke my oath, which I didn't think I was. I killed a slave guy, or a slaver, so which broke my oath, which was confusing to me because I'm supposed to set people free, but whatever. And then I found out that because I had talked to another NPC earlier, I missed out on the chance to get explosives because I freed an NPC and they ran away. Then when I talked to NPCs, so I was supposed to blow up some wall, that they were like, oh, this person has the explosives, go find them. I'm like, oh, I already talked to them, and they already left. And then they were like, oh, well, that sucks. I guess you'll have to find explosives somewhere else. So I got punished for exploring, which made me even more upset, because I'm like, why would I be punished for exploring in this video game? And then I got triple punished. Not punished, but like it tipped my mind. After I actually exploded the wall, then the evil bad guy walks out, and the first thing he does, so then my character's in frame, crossing his arms like this, and then the evil bad guy goes up to one of the gnome slaves and shoves the gnome into the lava and kills them, and then my character has paladin dialogue, hey, you better not touch another innocent. And I'm like, okay, so I don't understand the game. I can break my oath by killing a slaver, because I didn't realize that paladins say you get one, everybody gets to kill one. Everybody gets to kill one. So you get to kill one, so that's fine. Everybody gets to kill one. So yeah. Because my paladin is like, he's like, hey, don't touch another gnome. I watched you shove somebody into lava, and I watched it, and it was fine. That's what the paladin text says. It says, don't touch another one. Everybody gets one. Yeah. You can shove one innocent into lava. It's free. Okay, this person needs some help, and this person needs some help. So the angels and demons are like... Oh, the devils and the angels are both getting invaded by demons. They needed me to clear out the demons for them. All right.
Now to clear out the demon-infested bases they've described.
I'm not arguing that there aren't other ways to break in. Right? Again, it's not that there aren't other ways to solve the problem. Right? It was that I literally found someone who had the resources that I needed, and because I just didn't, because I explored instead of going directly to the dot on the map the game wanted me to, it meant that I missed out on that opportunity because I just didn't do the thing the game wanted me to do immediately, which just feels like antithetical to exploration video games. Or it just feels like it's the opposite of what you should be encouraged to do. So in the future, I'm going to try not to explore, because the game is teaching me exploration bad, and I should always go to the quest markers first, and then explore. Always go to the quest markers and talk to those characters. Also, I'm failing versus the Stinking Cloud. But yeah. Oh, there's a little shrine room. That's kind of cool. Also, I like the music in here. It's sick. Good productive adult day off. Now time to goof off. Nice. Love goofing off. But yeah. Anyways, it was... I don't want to dwell on it because it was very annoying. But my lesson to anyone in the chat is if you are going to play Baldur's Gate 3, just don't play a paladin. Just play another class. You'll probably have a better time. This door I can't... Oh, it opens because I have crest to follow. Okay. Yeah, exactly. Like, you're just gonna break the oaths. You might as well just recognize that. Okay, so... I can't connect both of these at the same time. Oh, the oozes going on top of the tile puzzle is very annoying. Okay, I actually didn't want to do that. It's half of this. Nice. Okay, that's the second puzzle. Okay, so now they're both open. So I should be able to go into this... Yeah, that door open now. But there's also this door I didn't go into. Have I played Divinity 2? No, I own it. I'm going to play it eventually. They didn't get rid of You Can Break Your Oath. It's actually so easy to break your oath that I do not know what the rules are of breaking your oath and not breaking your oath are. If you want to see how I broke my oath, I'm going to record all of it. ! Oathbreaker is all the ways I've broken my oath so far. It's very fun. I don't know what the mechanic is. Okay, we have the invading Ice Flenser Lord. That's kind of cool. I like this monster. Okay, Ice Flenser dies. Now there's more area to explore. This dungeon seems kind of big. That's cool. I don't mind the big combat dungeons. Oh, what is this? Especially since this is very thematic. Secret door, nice. Yeah, the Vengeance Paladin's probably a little easier. As I said, it's just a situation where it's just annoying. Okay. Invading Bebelith? Oh, there's a Bebelith that's sneaking in. Oh, shit. I have slower attack speed. No. It's actually fine. You have no self-defense against fiends. They're no good. No good. Neutral, eh? NG? Alright. And I freed the captive Rennies. I can't do anything with this captive Rennies. Okay. I think maybe if there's an optional to be able to capture the Rennies, you can't do it. So I don't know what's up with this character. I don't know why they're here, but sure. They're there to look pretty. They do that. That they do. Oh, there's a Marlith down here. Marlith are demons? I should know that. Oh my god, it hurts real bad. Legendary Marliths are no joke. Okay, so that's the demons in the Devil Fortress, but there's an entire doorway I didn't go into. Called the Demon Queen? Well, yeah, but the Demon Queen doesn't hurt very bad because she's lower level. Favorite fight so far in the pack? It's really hard to say. There's a lot of really good quests in this pack. I know that's like a bad answer because you probably want something more concrete. I like the reflective surface. And the fact that it's like icy because there's ice flensers there. Instead of just dropping ice flensers in, there's like ice because of the flensers. I think it's cool. Rocks. Uh-oh. I'm not sure. It's going to take me some more time to replay these quests. Okay. Oh, secret door. Okay. These quests are very, very, very good. Didn't you get any kukris? I didn't feel like it. Can I open this lock? Okay, so now I have a chest. And a lock popped off of it, which is kind of fun. Wait a minute. Am I reading this right? I did a puzzle to then open a door that went up to an area where I needed the ability to see a secret door to get a chest that drops no loot? Like, it drops, like, trash. But it doesn't have, like, there's no materials in it, or resources, or named items, or weapons from the pack. Weird. I'm gonna look again. A big small patch? They did a small big patch. They did. Yeah. I like it, by the way. I really, really like this patch that's coming up. I'm very excited for it. All the changes are awesome. It looks like there's a way you can go this way. There's even like a seam in this wall. Like you're supposed to go here, and it's drawn like you can go there. There's a room down here. Maybe I missed something. There's like a secret I missed. Let me try searching, but with like a higher search. There's definitely a wall here you can go past. Its texture is different from everything else. Maybe I just break it. It's an illusion. Okay, that same wall is over there. There's another wall texture. And you can go past this wall too. So there's something I'm not doing here that allows me to get past these walls. Because those walls have a different texture than every other wall, and they have art on the map. Interesting. There's a secret door here. Apparently, that I don't see. Maybe it has something to do with these things? Interesting. I'm going to be spending some time here searching. I don't know how to get into this secret room. Secret room, eh? Maybe I have to go backwards and undo the puzzle piece? Oh, wait, no, that's not the door. This is the door. That's just a different room. Never mind, hold on. I'm confusing myself. This is the puzzle door. Devil Fort, complete the jumping challenge. Okay. This is Lamannia, yeah. Well, let's complete the old jumping challenge. Okay. All right. Kukri's work with Vistani, that is correct.
Pull the lever.
Now there's a doorway. Interesting.
I'm available to you.
Anything that would help in slaying a giant.
Okay, still same thing. So there's no resources in this chest. There's not even like any ingredients or anything, but that's also kind of weird. How do I get this door open? I don't think you get this door open because it's on the edge of the map. But how do I get those doors open? Okay, so there is a pack ingredient in here. It's the like tradable thing, the what do you call them? The esoteric things. So they should probably like drop, I think, in the like the small chests, so you actually feel like you want to do them. Like that's been the biggest lesson of all of these pieces of expansion content, that you want to do that. Now that being said, it's entirely possible that that actually will be the case when it releases, sort of like how there was Nebula Fragment. There's going to be some ultra rare ingredient, just like Salt Marsh, but I don't know. Whoa, laser beam. Programming test with 20 hours to spare, including the extra credit features. Should I send it off early or work until the deadline on extra features they didn't ask for, which is a bigger flex from a hiring manager's perspective? I would at least spend another hour double checking QA. And from a hiring manager's perspective, you don't do it the 11th hour. If you're supposed to hand it in tomorrow at 5, hand it in tomorrow at 12, but add in or something, but add in any features you can until you get there. Okay, so that's there. So now I gotta take this, I gotta ride the skiff up to the Archon hideout. Okay. That's probably what I would do. Like, if you're given 2 days, you should use your 2 days to make the best thing possible, and you definitely want to make sure it works. Like, if you hand in something early, and then there's a bug that's really obvious or noticeable, or some type of glaring flaw that you should have fixed, you're going to look stupid. Maybe should be grabbing Blinding Speed. The thing about Blinding Speed is it doesn't stack with speed items, which are very common at the level cap. So if you have a speed 30 item, which is on like a lot of gear and pretty much every pair of boots, it doesn't stack. Yeah, the Project Nemesis Kukri is really crazy. It's like it's like a better Gold Curse dagger almost. Doors. Yeah, and you can even get an augment. This is the door. Archon Fort puzzle. 5? Okay, what am I trying to do here? Archon Fort puzzle challenge. What am I supposed to do? Because they're both balanced. Fire, air, and cold. Okay. I don't know if I have enough information to do this challenge. Wait, that's the default? I'm confused. Whoops. Oh, wait. Oh, that one. Okay, that opened that door. Uh-huh. I have no idea how this puzzle works, but basically, that light's still on. It's the same as all the other puzzles. So this one was 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, and this one was 1, 2, 3, 4, 2. It's the same as all of the other puzzles of that style in here. I don't know if it's like always going to be the case, unless they change the order of how the orbs move. It's always going to be the case that that's the solution to the puzzles. Why are they numbered? Because of the stages. You don't recognize this quest? This is a new one. We're looking at the preview. This is the quest Law and Order. Pretty neato. Not gonna lie. And we got another chest. Combat music. It also doesn't drop anything. Yeah, I feel like there needs to be something pack related. It doesn't have to give named items, but I really like the fact that you get like, you know, filigrees or something out of chests. So, yeah. So more Archon? More Archon what? Get them out of here. Get these Vrocs out of my face. The Vrocs are very cool, by the way. They have a bunch of sick animations. They have like a frontal cone attack. They have a bunch of stuff. They're a really cool monster in here. Like, are we going to have more quests with Archons? Yes. Based on the nature of the expansion. Okay, I go down here. Where does this go? Oh, all right. I always love that the fortresses here are like video game puzzle dungeons, because it makes no sense to have all these levers in these random places. But in a video game, you don't even think about it. What's up with this head? Oh, I can go this way. It's Lamannia? Yeah, this is Lamannia. I'll change the title so people can see that. So we're at Lamannia U61. Here we go. If they have variable max height for each stone in those puzzles, it would make it harder? Probably, yeah. We had 30 levers? Yeah, exactly. Okay. Also, this quest time is probably going to look pretty long, but that's because I'm just genuinely exploring around and looking at everything. So if you're like, damn, these quests are huge. I mean, or like, it took you like 30 minutes? I mean, yeah, because I'm doing all the optionals and looking at all the things. Your first... Okay, so that's... That opened... It's a light there. I don't know if that opened something special. New content tomorrow on the live servers? No, they're dropping the new content on August 16th, which is the date of the release of the new expansion for Dungeons & Dragons Online. Woo! Woo! More monsters. I was like, where's Blessed Blades? But I don't have Blessed Blades. What's in that base? I don't know what was happening with that, but all of a sudden this insane bass line just comes through. Ooh, that was good. Can't see me. Oh, I can't hit anybody with my assassinate. Okay, it's in this way. There's like stretchers or something? Or like places to just lie down and hang out, to just like have a laugh. What is this? Little angel statues or Archon statues. Those are kind of cool. I like those. What's up here? Ooh. Stretch is all hanging around a fallen Archon. The bones. The bones. Poor guy. secret in here. I'm just also looking for secrets. This is one of the reasons why I'm playing the rogue. Because the rogue's pretty good at sniffing out the secrets. Oh, snap! A Vrock teleported in. Unexpected. What's over here? What do we got next? It's a nice looking door. A new door texture. Ooh, nice looking floor too. Okay, there's a nightmare in this room. I like this carpet. I don't know why, but the use of all the extra red in this fortress really does make it feel better from the perspective of like... Oh, dude, I forgot they updated the poisons. On damage, target gains Assassin's Mark state, plus 140, minus 142 save, and if an elemental is vulnerable to poisons. Oh, which means I could actually take the other poison strike, which allows me to hit outsiders, and I could have different poisons. Cool. There's actually reasons to do that now. Because you have the different poisons, so you can hit undead with poison. I forgot about the buff to rogue. Yeah, cool. All right, I'm very happy with this. I am very lost. Expansion scheduled for the 16th. That is correct. Yep. This content should be releasing with the new expansion, and there's also several buffs to several different classes as well coming along, which I'm very excited for. I think the new class buffs are not new class, but the new class buffs. The new buffs that they're adding to the different classes is going to be awesome.
The flesh render looks up and sneers.
Flesh render lord. I wonder if these guys have Vorpal. I have no way to test. Okay. And I can't make them vulnerable to poison. I don't have the power. Find the cause of the invading demons. Okay, well there's the demon stronghold. Okay. Got a patch note for the buffs? Yep. They're all in the preview. On the preview forum. Okay, so then you actually get to invade the invaders. That's nice. Okay, there's lava here. This goes nowhere. I always check every lava pool, because in case there's something in the lava pool and people miss it. Okay, there's a shrine here, if you want to use it. I might as well, I'm out of action boost. I thought we got something new to look forward to. What? I'm confused. Yes, there is a new patch note. I was just in the middle of doing the quest, so I was just encouraging you to like go to the lamannia forums and look it up yourself. But sure, give me a second here. I'll stop what I'm doing and I'll find it. Here you go. What's this? More lava I can swim in. There we go. Yeah, so in there's the notes about the buffs, the item changes, the new quests, and then also just a couple general patches and changes to the game. This space is very cramped. I kind of like it with the lava. I wish the lava did more damage in epics, because you don't even notice it, because, you know, you have 2,000 hit points and lava does like 50 damage. It's kind of crazy to think that my character's higher in left level, so I can just swim in lava without any problems. Hello, Globberzoo. I like that the Globberzoo animation still didn't work after all these years. Yeah, it is very funny that you like barely even notice lava. Uh-oh. Oh, Vecna made a promise to the demons. Interesting. That adds layers. Again, I don't know the details of how the expansion story actually goes. I've just ran the quest without reading any of the text. Yo, what's up? Being dead to Pages. Yes, congratulations. She's like, you're quite useful, perhaps you can more lucrative. Oh, and there's 2 chests. Chest 1, 2, and 3 with nothing. Is it only the Archon chest that gives you anything? Okay, so it's the Archon chest that has the loot in it. The other chest doesn't have loot. And we have the reliquary quarterstaff. Nothing. Nothing. And nothing. Damn. Alright. And the demon stronghold is also here. Okay, cool. Since they buffed the acid volume damage? No, I haven't yet. I should. Okay, so now we're going to get to probably the most spoilery thing, which is this quest here. Nope. This quest here from Vigilance. Which is Vecna denied. So if you don't want to get spoiled, this is the last quest of the expansion before the raid. So I'm just telling you right now. Now use your chance. Travel to the astral plane where Vecna is conducting a ritual channeling the power of the planar eyes and the Codex of Infinite Planes. If he succeeds, Eberron will fall under the Whispered One's power. So he's trying to take control of everything. Ooh, rocks floating in space. So we're now on the astral plane. So this is the astral plane. And we're here now. Whoa, low gravity, dude. Oh, let's go. That's cool. Talk to the traveler at the fortress. Okay, we have a Mind Flayer missive over here. And troglodytes that are working for Vecna. Yeah, the traveler's actually in town. Thralls maintain surveillance of the newcomers. Nice. Okay, so you gotta jump up here. Okay, I like that the jumping, you can just kind of float around. It's kind of cool. Like, make a ton of, like, the low gravity movement is kind of wonky, but I kind of love it, too. It's like, up there you can get to, and up there? Oh, cool. Little lampposts in space. There's a Mind Flayer here. Hello. Oh, and a large dragon. Mind Flayer just keeping a dragon? Hey, we got a gift. Hold the dragon still. How do I open this cage? Slay the dragon. I think I have to kill all the Mind Flayers to open the cage. Or there's something up here, I don't know. Hey, what's up, Archpillow? How you doing? Okay, you can't go up there. So then that's not the right way to go. The Mind Flayer with a Nautiloid? I don't believe so. But we are on the astral plane, and that is how they get around. And yes, the music in this expansion is very good. Die, Vecna, die. I mean, it might be called Die, Vecna, die. For those of your ship, do not desert your post. You do not forget you live to serve the colony. Here we go. Any who resist will be shipped out to the experimentation chambers. Yeah, the music in this expansion is quite good. The new pieces of art is quite good. I like this purple drape. And these weird Mind Flayer art statue things. Kind of cool. Mind Flayer man. We also maintain the base on high alert. Elder Brain is concerned that not one but two divine entities are in the area. Oh, the Mind Flayers are kind of getting disrupted. I see. I believe that lets me fight the dragon now. Yes, the door stands open. Come to me, dragon. Hello. How are ya? I guess there's a little campfire here with the dragon. I wonder if this is going to be hard. Oh, it hits hard. And, oh, the knockback, but with low gravity. Oh, no, I can't get to it. That's amazing. But like most red names in DDO, it's just a red name. You just chop it down. Probably only has like 150k hit points, so. Ooh, but it drops a special weapon. Alright. Nice. Dude, the music is so good in this expansion. Oh my gosh. And actually, I think I might play DDO in this expansion with my music turned off because of how good it is.
You find yourself in the alien vastness of the astral plane.
Astral plane. Hey, what's up, hidden hand jerks? The thing you have to be careful about in here, by the way, in the new expansion, is the Nothics. The Nothics are quite dangerous. They do a ton of damage. It's like all force, and they're fast. So just be mindful of the Nothics if you're going around here. Okay, so we gotta get to Vecna's fortress. These guys are defending the fortress. I like how there's just a campfire here in the endless void of the astral plane. Message from Vecna. This is where I will combine the planar eyes with the power of Codex, which will grant me mastery over Eberron and its planes. I brought you here to guard the fortress while I conduct the ritual necessary to fully remove the protections from the Ring of Sibris. I trust you will not permit anyone to disturb me. So that's basically the game plan, is Vecna needs to dispel the Ring of Sibris so then he can have control over Eberron. The Ring of Sibris is the reason why there's no gods in Eberron, for those of you that don't know. Eberron cannot, like, the Divine can't interact with Eberron because of the Ring of Sibris. It's basically like a magical barrier that protects Eberron from the influence of the Divine. And Vecna wants to break it so he can have control over it. That's the reason why Vecna doesn't just, like, delete our characters, is because he can't. He needs influence from others. Yeah, you're Nothics. Although he can when he gets control. The Traveler is an owlbear. Hey, what's up? Looks like you're busy. Come back when those hidden hand goons are dead. Do I have to go into the entrance, or is there more hidden hand goons I didn't slay? I think I slayed all the hidden hand goons. I'm gonna double check now. Oh, there's another note from Vecna I just missed. Something. When the ritual is complete, we will transform this fortress into an outpost of the Hidden Hand. You may remain here to protect my interests and part of the astral plane. Oh, there's a raptor here. It just went stealth. Okay, there's a stealth raptor that I missed. God, that violin is so good. Also, I really love the floatiness of the jump. It's very satisfying. Okay. You found the place. We're too late. That's something. So you're the one who made the planar eyes? Wait, he made the planar eyes as bait? Exactly, and he took the bait. So I have a question. Codex exploded recently. Weren't the planar eyes created long ago? Part of the champion always asking annoying questions. Please explain all the answers. This guy's gonna explain all the answers of the entire planar eye quest line and the Codex quest line? Damn, that's cool. We're not reading it, so you're gonna have to buy the expansion if you want to find out.
By pulling special levers inside. Of course, only those worthy of representing the Traveler will be able to pass the Trickster God's trials and pull the levers.
Okay.
Clearly, Vecna and his followers have beaten you.
There's Hero, the Gorisro.
And the God of Secrets is called more.
Sounds a lot like Feywild. I actually didn't find it sounds a lot like Feywild. But yeah. Train looks like Demon Web. Yeah. I mean, isn't the Demon Web sort of built out of, like, as an extension of the astral plane? I don't know Forgotten Realms, so you Forgotten Realms lord guys, you tell me. Oh, the music is so good! Alright, Mark of the Traveler. Let's see what we got in here. I have to reconfigure Vecna's ritual by activating Traveler's lasers. The Traveler's here again. Hey, what's up?
Asked you to choose between the path of struggle
or the path of snares. Okay. Path of struggle or path of snares. Well, I guess I'm a rogue, so I might as well choose the path of snares. Okay. Sounds good. And there's also a rock here. Hello. Oh god, and there's exploding demons everywhere. Oh god. How did Lolth get through the Ring of Sibris, and why didn't Vecna use the same back door? Because Dungeons & Dragons Online devs said that the Spinner of Shadows is directly related to Lolth, and as a result of her direct connection, she was able to collect a very high quantity of dragon shards and then use those to tear a hole in the plane from the inside to contact Lolth and open the gateway. So Lolth could not come through into Eberron either. And that's the important distinction. Lolth is just able to basically create a doorway that her followers can go through. A lot of traps in here, I gotta say. God, being a rogue with no fail save reflex saves on a 1 is very cool. Yeah, isn't it good? Also, look at this lever. Like a big ass sword. Alright, there's one. Can go through, but the gods can't? Exactly, that's the Ring of Sibris. Uh-huh. No knockdown in the Undermine quest? Mm-hmm. Especially if you do the legendary version. Wait, the portal has the Traveler's helm on it? The Traveler is the portal? Amazing. Hey, bud. Reach the portal, but nothing comes through. If I help you against Harrow and his ilk, you must prove yourself to all the Dark Six. Earn a boon from the Dark Six to complete the quest, The Evil We Know, before this quest. Oh! If you don't do the other quests, then you don't get upgrades from the Traveler. So you get, like, special powers and boons if you do the other quests first. That's kind of cool. I like that. That's neato. Because I did those other quests before. I just didn't do them here. On this preview. Does this hurt? Yeah, it does. SPF 1 billion sunblock? Exactly. Oh, god block, yeah. Message from Vecna. Members, do not trouble yourselves with the side patch of the fortress. Turn attention when search is complete. Whatever that power of whatever god or empire originally built this place has been long since waned. Too bad it hasn't, because it's the Traveler. Sneaking about. It was all a trick. Hey, it's the Traveler, posing as a Azamar or an angel? More than life force for any challenge. Use the power within you. Traveler says you need to draw upon the power within you for this trial. Okay, draw upon the power from within. Is this going to reduce my hit points? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay. Use the power within. I don't know what the power within exactly means, but we're going to figure that out. Lever here. Mm-hmm. It could be the friendship. It does take your health, yeah. Is Traveler not a god? No. Like a powerful figure. Being able... So, the problem is also being able to determine the Traveler's identity and, you know, to understand exactly what the Traveler is. It's kind of very against the kind of the story behind the Traveler in a nutshell. The Traveler is just a being of chaos that thrives on chaos. Alright, let's go here. Crack this old lever. I like these new levers. I think they're very cool looking. I feel like this quest will probably be pretty quick if you have a group of people, because you can just split up and go different ways. But yeah, there are no gods in Eberron. You have beings that are quite powerful, but they're not powerful enough. They're not so powerful that they can do things on their own, right? So, for example, the reason why you're doing this is because the Traveler can't interact with you. He can't do all this stuff. He's not powerful enough to be able to do that. He set up these things ahead of time. Planar portal. Okay, you could get the Blood of Vol if you did the enemy on my enemy. Alright, cool. Refreshing fountain. Take a drink. Ooh, it gets rid of the debuff. Cool. The Lord of Blades? Yes. And the Lord of Blades, again, is the closest thing you have to a deity, where he's just like he's just a powerful guy. Not the closest thing, but he's up there. Also featured in this expansion. I was kind of hoping... So it looks like you gain powers from doing these different like rooms if you do the other quests ahead of time, which is a cool mechanic. I was kind of hoping I was kind of hoping that the way that they would do it is it would be kind of like an Avengers sort of situation. Where, hello, Traveler.
The Traveler tells you.
Sacrifice to achieve your goal. Okay. Sacrifice yourself. You got it.
Pull yourself together.
The Traveler is surprised at how far you are willing to go with your sacrifice. Impressive. Well, more than necessary, really, but it will do.
Okay, now what? I am dead. Oh. Okay, we're good. We're good, we're good, we're good. Oh, you can sacrifice other things. There's a soul bag you can get to make sacrifices here. I see. So you can come up here instead. Soul bag, dream bag. You can sacrifice the frog, probably. You have other options. Okay, that's cool. I don't hate that. That's a neat mechanic. It's a kobold soul. The frog. This is a frog. This is a frog. Not a prince enchanted by a frog. Not an illusion of a frog. Just a plain frog. Oh, do you sacrifice the frog? You appear inside the bag of dreams. Recommend one of your own dreams. It's a typical ordinary day in Stormbreach. You see yourself visiting the marketplace, going to the bank, and talking to your friends. There's just one strange thing. You're not wearing any pants. No! You're in Sharn, surrounded by adoring fans. The crowd sing your praises. They lift you on your shoulders and carry you to the Temple of Kol'Karan, where you are crowned Emperor of all of Corvair. Yeah. That's totally one of my dreams. Okay, this dream, you have to earn the Lord of Blades boon if you want to get this boon. Okay, I didn't do that quest either. Okay, so you basically have to go upstairs, get one of the things, then bring it back down here to sacrifice it, or just whip a player into the sacrifice altar, which is perfectly fine. That's a cool mechanic. Hello, hidden hand bastards. This message back to members. I'll need to devote a considerable amount of my power to the ritual, but when the ritual is complete, nothing in Eberron, no country, king, nor god, will stand against me. You have chosen wisely in becoming my followers. Serve faithfully, and you'll be rewarded. Fail me, and die. Oh, also, so the question is the interpretation of the Traveler as a god. So, or any of the members of the Dark Six. This guy. The thing that's really important about Eberron is that it's all up to interpretation. It is entirely fair that SSG can interpret that the Traveler and the entities of the Dark Six are in fact deities. And that is totally fair for them to say, you know what, we think that the Traveler is a deity, and we think that, you know, the Lord of Blades is a deity, and they put these things on that category, because it's not 100% clear in terms of the interpretation from Keith Baker that they are in fact deities. The general interpretation that a lot of people have is that they're not, but it's very fair for them to say, you know what, this is our interpretation, this is what we think. Oh, and you can get powers from doing a quest. Oh, I got protection. All is in order. A Darkon and a Devil from Shavarath arrive. All is in order. You have arrived at the appointed time. You say battle is nigh. Let us fulfill our duty as guardians. We can partially shield you from the Bitterhorn's chaos. Okay, Law of Shavarath. Lawful denizens of Shavarath have made a pact to protect you from the chaos bolts of Harrowhorn, Vecna's corrupt unicorn. Oh, the final boss has crazy mechanics. I see. There's Bitterhorn, Dancing Sword of Doom. I don't like the Dancing Sword of Doom, if I'm being honest. Oh, Bitterhorn is able to dispel magic, and it dispelled magic on my ooze, which then caused it to attack me. Also, this is a nightmare. That does chaos damage. That's a chaos circle, not a fire circle. Where'd it go? Oh, this is the boss? Oh, Bitterhorn's up here. I have no idea what's happening right now. Yeah, that's chaos damage, so I gotta get out of that. Okay. Is this the final? I think that's the final boss. Okay, so it summons the Dancing Sword of Doom. That might be the final boss. I don't know. DDO still working? It only opens in the thing. Okay, maybe that was the final boss. I'm gonna try. Why do you think Baldur's Gate 3 should still be in early access? Because of the unrelenting quantity of bugs and unfinished content I've run into so far. Again, I know my experience has not been the same as everybody else's, and I've had a very different experience, but yeah, that's why. I do still think it's probably, they probably shouldn't have released it this soon and could have taken an extra month to fix it, but yeah. Alright, let's go.
You can see the result
Red Tooth, Vecna's lieutenant.
The energy produced by 4 of the planar eyes has changed, altering Vecna's ritual at a fundamental level.
Okay.
Vecna thought he was creating a net to ensnare Eberron and its planes. But, thanks to the Traveler's trickery and your own deeds, that net has ensnared him instead. Whispered One struggles unsuccessfully to manifest himself inside the fortress.
Vitane's T-Rex minion.
How is it that you are able to oppose me? You must be punished.
Yeah.
for this defiance.
Gonna have to compete with Starfield, probably, yeah.
I cannot do it myself.
That's why they delayed the console release, I think.
Has many fingers.
Oh, the Nothic hurts real bad, dude. Get him out of here. Ooh. Holy moly, that Nothic hurts. Okay. Bugs, just a lot of small ones. I can't keep my Paladin Oath to save my life. Also, my Paladin's okay with murder. I lost my oath because I murdered with somebody, murdered an evil character, and then I watched an evil character murder someone, and my Paladin was okay with it. Like, literally within the span of 5 minutes. And... so there was that, and then what else happened? My romance broke. I couldn't romance one of the characters in my party. I wouldn't be surprised if another one breaks. Hey, it's the Traveler. Like, there's like an infinite number of titles.
When the Codex was destroyed, it broke the barrier that hid Eberron from the worlds beyond. I could see what would happen next. So, I created the planar eyes as bait.
Oh, there we go.
This fortress built as a trap. A trap for gods. And
There we go.
a greedy god came along.
Oh, XD69 it is.
Who was so sure that Eberron was helpless and ripe for the picking. All it took was a brave soul or two to help me spring the trap I had prepared. Now, return to your own domain and tell others of your kind. Eberron has its own gods.
There you go. Eberron has its own gods.
The Traveler turns to you, gives you a grateful nod, and vanishes.
Alright, see ya.
Vecna gives one last shout of incoherent rage, and then disappears. Thanks to you, the Codex has a secure holding place, and the Whispered One has been expelled from Eberron and its 13 planes. Yet, there are many more planes. Infinite.
Cool. That was an interesting end. So they did it. The Codex Infinite Planes is over because it was actually the eyes that were created by the Traveler as a trap. So when all of the eyes got collected by Vecna or whoever stumbled across it, they would not only need the Codex, they'd have to imprison it, basically using their god power to close up Eberron again as a trick, but also it would clean up both storylines. Yeah.
Anything that would help with slaying a giant.
Give me items. Give me items. Give me items. The crystalline wristlet. Oh, this bracelet's really good. Cool. I don't know what the raid is going to be like, but we'll have to take a look at the raid. Overall, very cool quests. I really like these. Did you take an oath not to murder people? You? Nope. My oath actually requires me to kill. I didn't kill, which broke my oath. So then I thought I needed to kill, so I killed, so I broke my oath. It's a very, very good video game. Anyway. Do other classes have that? No, I don't think so. And there it is. I'll return to the Astral Fortress and see that the Codex stays there. All of Eberron owes you a debt. After this, I think my long road leads to a bed. Yeah. Cool. Alright, so I've done all the quests here in, I've done all the quests here in Vecna Unleashed, in the expansion. These quests are really, really good. The music is fantastic. The new monsters are super cool. The visuals are great. The storytelling is great. The writing is good. I'm really, really excited for this expansion. Every single quest has been an absolute blast to run through. Again, I knew right away that Witch Hunt was not going to be very fun when I loaded it onto Feywild, and it has not grown on me. Every quest I've done so far, like all the quests, I've ran all 13 of them. Or is it 13? Yeah, all 13 quests. And I've had an absolute blast. So, definitely looking forward to the actual release of Vecna Unleashed, which is next week, and I'm very stoked. Damn it. I just want to escape. How much Saga XP? I don't know. I'm not doing the whole Saga to find out. But I'll let other people, if they want to do that, to find out. I was confused when to pick which dick you had. It's funny, there's actually a bug that if your dick was too... If you pick the dick that's too big, it would go through your clothing on Githyanki. They fixed that. As of today, it's in the patch notes. So, in case you didn't know. So yeah, anyways. Very cool expansion. I'm excited. I'm very excited for Vecna Unleashed. This is very, very cool. I'm stoked. I can't wait for the expansion to come out. Yes, I can, because it comes out on Wednesday. We'll probably be playing a bunch of it when it comes out, looking over at some of the new content, some new quests, armor packs, pieces, getting used to the new equipment, looking at how to put builds together, things like that. Can I land on this? What is happening? So that's very cool, and I'm looking forward to that. However, there's the second part, which is, along with the patch, is something that a lot of people might not be aware of. There's also a whole bunch of class updates coming with the patch. And so there's changes to Harper Agent, Swashbuckler, War Chanters, Savants, there's actually Nature's Protector, that's a typo. Ninja Spy, Shintao, Henshin Mystic, Monk, Assassin, Vistani, Archmage, and Vanguard, all of which look very, very cool. So I think what I'm going to be doing is, I think maybe tomorrow I'm going to try to play some Archmage and see how it feels with some of the changes. The most of the stuff is just like buffs that'll make things that already feel pretty good feel better, which is nice. I thought this was Update 61. Update 61 is the release of the expansion Vecna Unleashed. Update 61 is the expansion. That's because you live. Wait. Time moves forward, Lorenzo, and Vecna Unleashed comes out next week, which is in the future. Because you don't live in the future, you live in the present, you're playing on the current patch, Update 60. Update 61, which is in the future, which is not now, which comes out on August 16th, which is Wednesday of next week, you'll be able to play in Update 61. That they promised. There became an unfortunate circumstance that slowed down their progress on the VIP rewards that they wanted to give out. So we don't have a new date on that. So yeah, this isn't the future. It's close. Is a Sentient Jewel available on Lamannia? That's a great question. I should go check that out. Let's go find out. How do we get to the marketplace? Yeah, that's what I want. When will then be now? Later at some point.
Giants! We'll teach those overgrown sloths not to mess with the dwarves.
All right. I just wanted to, because it's just like, it's just a soft subject. But yeah, the reason why is that they haven't released it, the update to the benefits, is because the person who was working on it passed away unexpectedly. So, it's just not ideal. It's not really you can do a lot about that. Yeah. Just kind of a sad circumstance all around. Yeah. All right. So does this guy have it? I don't know. Admissions papers. Oh, and the sentient jewel. That gave me lich wraps. That also gave me lich wraps. Okay, so you can get anniversary or the admissions papers, which does not have a picture for it for the teleport. But yeah. One of everything, including the only items. Okay, so yeah, there's no sentient jewel yet. It's not in the game as of right now. Hopefully soon, but not yet. What's up, Gwen? How you doing? But yeah, so I do want to look at the Archmage. I don't know exactly what the best way to design it is. Probably a Warforged Archmage seems right, because then you can heal yourself. But then maybe it's better to be like a Pale Master, because then you get all the extra intelligence to be like a Gnome Pale Master. I'm not sure. Too soon? Yeah. But yeah. Anyway, like I said, it's just something I, we just don't talk about all the time because, respect for the dead and stuff, and, when people unexpectedly pass away, it's not something I usually make jokes about, but like I said, everyone deals with pain in their own way, so, it's something that makes you, that's how you get through that, and that's how you handle those sorts of things. Anyways, I'm going to take a quick 5. I'm just going to jump up and get some water and use the bathroom. I will be right back. So, yeah. Expansion content.
The real law reason for Strimtom breaking his oath is that he is a person that naturally breaks everything. He broke his stomach with Texas-shaped waffles. He broke the quest being released in U61, and he breaks his oath in Jockheck. Beware Strim the Destroyer.
rogue.
Quest completed.
I shall attend to it in a trice.
I'm back. What's up? Oh, thanks for the gifted subs, dude. Appreciate that. What did I miss? You're one of my 2 favorite YouTubers? Hell yeah, I'll take top 2. That's pretty good. Thanks for the gifted subs. Oh, I gotta replay this message because it played and I wasn't here. Dude, I have so many tabs open because I was yelling at Canada Post for not delivering my package. They haven't called me yet, but they'll call me later and I'll yell at them more. Goddamn Canada Post. Oh, can I just do this gently? There we go. I missed this.
The real law reason for Streamtom breaking his oath is that is a person that naturally breaks everything. He broke his stomach with Texas-shaped waffles.
Oh, I did.
He broke the quest being released in U61 and he breaks his oath in Jockheck. Beware Strim the Destroyer.
Okay. All of that is accurate. I have done all of those things. Oh, that's so... I did break my jaw. It was a good time. Also, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. Welcome to Stream Team, Knife Bomb, Neither Terror, Flame Whisper, Clyde, and Spoof, as well as for the bits. Ludicrous, appreciate that. I hope, thank you so much. That's very kind of you for your support. And I hope you guys are all doing very good today. Something I wanted to test here, they changed up the poisons for rogues. Now each poison can bypass poison immunity. So in theory, it should make elementals vulnerable to poison damage. I deal poison damage to my attacks with venom blades. So I actually want to see if that works. So if I hit the elemental, there's no poison. If I hit him with the actual disease, am I doing poison damage yet? Okay. I'm in a bit of a bind here because I can't get this out of the way. Oh, I think I actually have to hit him. He has to fail the save to the poison. Oh, but it's 10 plus half rogue level plus intelligence.
Oh, I'm a rogue.
Okay, so it does work, but you need intelligence.
The slod almost smiles, but it seems we have company, master. So much.
So they just need to add a DC onto the poison, like add Assassinate or something, or make it like highest of dex. Just make it use the same DC as Assassinate. Honestly, that would solve the problem.
I expect results, or I'll burn you to ash.
So that it does function, so that's good. So that's I'm gonna note that. Rogue poison DC is very low, but the buff is good. I would recommend using the Assassinate skill DC, which is 10 plus Rogue level plus Assassinate plus highest of Dex/int for the poisons as well. That's pretty much it. New Poisonous Assassin is supposed to be used full rogue level according to the patch notes. Well, it definitely doesn't do that. Because the DC on mine is 44. But the DC on Assassinate's 98. So it's definitely not using the same number. Because my Assassinate is usually 103. And this character doesn't have gear. I'm still wearing like this is a level 15 item. This is not the right piece of equipment. This is a level 23 item. So I'm still missing a bunch of gear on this character, and yeah. But don't I have experimental tumble controls? Oh, maybe I don't. There's still a pause with the front roll and the back roll, unfortunately. If your tumble is high, your character won't use the experimental tumble controls properly, because your character will still stop. So they need to clean that up as well, but for low tumble, it feels really good. Okay, so that's good. Very cool. I'm trying to think if there's anything else I wanted to test in particular. The black puddings don't split. Cash level scaling network is expected with all rune arm shots. Answer trees. I want to play wizard. I want to test out archmage to see how archmage feels now in comparison to other stuff. But I think I'm gonna test that out later and not like right now. Probably do that in like 2 parts, which sounds kind of good. So maybe I'll save that for like running around and testing on lamannia tomorrow, which I'm okay with. So probably end up doing that. A lot of this stuff doesn't really need testing. Sorry, I'm looking at it, I'm not showing. A lot of stuff doesn't super need testing, like the Harbor Agent cores being a little bit better. It's one of those things where it's good and it's powerful, or not powerful, but it adds damage. So like +1 to hit and damage and +1 to hit versus evil. So this is +2 to hit versus evil, +1 to damage and 1 spell power. This just adding an extra +1 to hit and damage is nice. And then this just adds another +1 to hit and damage is nice, just generally. So again, is this amazing? Not really, but it is a buff. This adds an extra +1 to hit and damage and 20 universal spell power, so you just get more spell power. I mean, it's not terrible. It's just nice to see show up. And then, of course, the tier 5s are still awful, so what are you going to do? It is what it is. So there's that. Swashbuckler, these buffs are great, so there's no downside. War Chanter, all of these are great. Spinning Ice Northwind was way too expensive, so you never took Spinning Ice. So now that they fixed that, that's awesome. Also, the fact that they use Dex, Charisma, or Strength is really cool, because now it means that, like, one of the problems with, like, the Barbarian, the idea of mixing Bard and Barbarian, is that you get a lot of Strength and not a lot of Charisma, so all your freezes wouldn't really work that well. But now, if you do it this way, you can do, like, 12 Barbarian, 6 Bard, 2 Favorite Soul or something, and actually have a pretty competent Barbarian, or 12 Bard, 6 Barbarian, 2 Favorite Soul, and go like max out Strength. All of that's pretty good. So I think that's an interesting combination that they've got there. Also, what's up, Mad Jams? How you doing? So that's neat. And Scaldic Rage will be useful because I actually give you Strength. Again, these are all cool concepts. Sorcerer's Avant is very cool. Like, just making it where scale is neato. The Ninja Spy is just more damage, Shintown more damage, Henshin Mystic empowers the key spells. Quivering Palm is cool, because it's going to have a higher DC. Kukri is good. This is just a buff for Kukris. Kukris are basically a weapon type that was never used because Dagger is better with Vistani. And now you can just use Kukri with Vistani. So Kukri is good now, which is very exciting. And then the Vanguard stuff, this is just really powerful. Stunning Shield is neat because it uses character level in its DC, which means 2 levels of Paladin or Fighter, and then Stunning Shield is 8 points for a stun on any creature in a 15-second cooldown, which is sweet. So did the vendor not give you the Sentient Jewel? No, the vendor did not give me the Sentient Jewel, unfortunately. The vendor gave me the cosmetics, like the Vecna Lich cosmetics. And then Archmage looks good. This change might make Archmage good enough to use. As I said, the main thing about Archmage that's still scary is that the SLAs haven't been changed. But reduce the cost of the tree. This is reduced cost by 12. This is reduced cost by another 3 for 15. This is another reduced cost of 3 by 18, and that tree is still expensive. But they just took 18 points off the top. For perspective, DDO wiki. If I just go to the DDO wiki, I gotta get. I'm using Edge here. I gotta get a thing. Anyways, if you go to Wizard, Archmage, nope, I don't want your ads. It'll get me demonetized. 75 points in this tree. Brutal. To take everything at 75 points. Compare and contrast this with Fighter Kensai, where everything is... Oh, that's not everything. Where's everything? Sacred Stalwart Defender? That's 80 points? Jesus Christ. Dude, what is happening? Beacon of Hope? 60? It's a bit more standard. Like 60 to 70 is usually... Or like, 50 to 60, somewhere in there. Damn. Like Acolyte of the Skin Warlock, 60 points. Tempest is a lot, I know. Oh, 71. 70 points. It's because everything's like so expensive. What's Dark Hunter? Dark Hunter 70? Dark Hunter 65. It's on the higher end. But usually around 60 is how many points trees cost. And so consider the fact that also Archmage, this is a full tree with every spot taken, 65. And then Wizard Archmage has 1, 2, 3, 4 open spaces, 75. Oh, it's so good. So yeah, that's awesome. So yeah, so taking 15 or 18 points off the cost of this tree is really, really good. Is there a benefit? It's not really a benefit. It's more so just a good way to gauge how the value of each point in the tree, right? If that makes sense. Like as an easy example, tier 1, you have Energy of the Scholar, 30 mana, or 90 mana total for 2 AP each, so that's 6 AP for 90 spell points, compared to Feydark Illusionist, which has 100 mana for 3 points. So you get more mana for less than half the cost. And so it's just like older stats. Wait, Baldur's Gate's out now? Holy shit. Baldur's Gate? Oh my god. So, yeah. Is Runar Muse getting turned off by Rage? Did it always do that? I don't know. I don't know if you can Rage and use Runars. You're mad too? Yeah.
Time to weigh anchor and set sail.
Yep. Time to weigh anchor and set sail. Okay, so... Henshin Mystic. So now, lighting the candle... does it tell you? Okay, so it doesn't tell you in the description in the game that your imbue will apply to the abilities, but that's interesting. So now you have Heat Death, which is 10 plus highest of Charisma or Constitution plus Sorcerer level. So the DC right now on this is 10 plus 18 plus 40, which is 68. Which is still not good, but at least it's better than before. It's still very bad, but it's better than before. Do you guys remember when 2,000 damage was a lot of damage? That was a good time, wasn't it? Heat Death, 2,000 damage. Oh my gosh. Or it's like somebody will hit for 20,000 damage, and you're like, yeah, whatever. It's not a big deal. Oh, the times have changed. Just ideas of how to build it out. Oh, 100%. That's why, like I said, I don't think every tree needs to cost the same, but I do think being in the same net or range is a good idea, because if two different trees, like if Vistani Knife Fighter costs 50 and Eldritch Knight costs 80, that means Vistani Knife Fighter is going to just give you more for the same amount of points. Like if you spend 40 in each, you're going to get more out of Vistani than you will out of Eldritch Knight because of how many points they cost. So I don't think every tree needs to cost the exact same amount, but they should be within the same general ballpark in the total amount of points you're able to spend. So that way things don't, because like you'll a lot of it's just like older stuff where, you know, one tree will have something that's like too expensive by comparison to another. So it's sort of like how some trees will have toughness where it's like 5 hit points, and then others will have like 2 points for 5 hit points or whatever it is instead of the 1. So like stuff like that should like get smoothed out, if that makes sense. Anyone give me a guild ship for buffs? Oh, if you like ship buffs, then what you want to do is join Blue Light or Barbarians Guild. Just message those guys. They'll let you in. Point per power. Exactly. Yeah. As long as, like, and not everything needs to be the same in all cases. Like, for example, you know, if there's a more efficient, like, let's just say, you know, War Soul, right? So, War Soul gives, I don't know, nah, this should be about the same. There should be, like, a cost. 41 Harper next league? No. The problem with Harper is that the capstone shares a cooldown with the Harper pin. I can't even put Harper on here because my tree is full. This build is good. I like this build. But, yeah. Yeah. Well, I think that's all I really want to test today. We're going to look at Wizard tomorrow, because I think that's kind of cool. But that's all I really want to test today. So I don't really have much else to do on the preview. I did the new quests, and we looked at some of the stuff. The new buffs are looking good. Actually, do I have a bard? Let me go at the bard. See, make sure things are looking good. Oh, the floor didn't load. There it is. I will say the new area is cool. I really, really like the new town. It's good. It's missing Randall Lyric. It's missing the Fate Spinner, but everything else looks really good, and I'm stoked. Board stuff. Yes. The Swashbuckler. So they said, not second skin, Thread the Needle now grants an extra 5% to hit while Swashbuckling is active, which is very, very cool. And what was the other thing they changed the cost of? Wind Up My Back. Oh. Battering Barrage. On the mark. Was it on the mark? It got cost down to 1? Attack, fast movement, sword stance. This is still 2 per cost, which is just like, not only is this ability abysmal, like really, really bad, but it also costs 6 to max out. Ugh. I think it was on the mark. I'm just gonna double check. Swashbuckler. Oh, Battering Barrage. Oh, it was this. Okay, yeah. So Battering Barrage, now you can get Improved Destruction while Swashbuckling for 2 points. Which, that's fair. That matches some of the other trees in the game. So that's actually fair. I like that. Now, War Chanter has Frozen Fury. It doesn't... Oh, yeah. 10 plus High Strength X Charisma plus Stunning plus Bard level. Cool. Frozen Fury is now better. North Wind only costs 1 instead of 2, which is really nice. And Spinning Ice adds more damage to it. It's now plus 5 damage. So that's cool. Yeah, so I like this. They just did a bit of a buff to War Chanter. So Swashbuckler is going to feel a little bit better now. This is, of course, Thread the Needle's better. You still have this gap here. Exploit Weakness is an interesting idea, but it's not as good. But it's like not terrible. Coup de Grace is hard to use. And you kind of have to put 3 points into second skin for the extra hit points. But overall, it's not a terrible tier 5. It's just not a great one either. But that's also because of this. Swashbuckling is the reason why you use the Swashbuckler tree, and they kind of just give it all to you right away, so it's kind of interesting. And then Barrage is good. Also, Slap in the Face. Classic move. But yeah, like I said, overall, I'm excited about these buffs. I think they're gonna have a lot of positive changes. I don't super need to test some of these like War Chanter, so we'll do a Wizard, I think, tomorrow. we'll do a wizard tomorrow, and we'll look at it and see how it feels like through part of the leveling process and as the character goes. So I'll probably make a new wizard, and we'll look at it on the preview and see how it compares to, you know, other classes and other leveling experiences along the way. To be honest, all tier 5 should feel great and fun. So I totally agree with you. All tier 5 should feel great and fun, but they don't. So, you know, it is what it is. I just received a gift from Ipsum. I just got the notification on Steam. That's weird. Sorry, I was just responding to a message I got real quick.